Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Fire Dragon Slayer Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the Ryuko agency, there is a pale woman with cropped blonde hair known as the number 9th heroine, Ryuko Tatsuma, pacing around her desk trying to prepare herself for what's about to happen. Come on, you got this. You risk your life on a daily basis. This should be nothing. Reassuring herself, quickly moved into her chair, pulling the landline in front of her. You got this. Tatsuma, after dialing a phone number, she placed the phone to her ear, listening intently for an answer. Endeavor here. A rough voice from the number 2nd hero answered. If this is some kind of scam, I'll find you and burn you to hell. No, it's Ryuko, she calmly stated. I called to talk about what happened between the two of us a few weeks ago. Then took a deep breath in. What about it? You promised that we will never talk about that night. I still can feel that headache from all those drinks. With a slight sliver of anger seething out of his words. We did. However, that does not mean there were no consequences from those actions. Leaving a few seconds to let sink in. Enji, I'm pregnant with your child. Another few more seconds passed until he coldly answered. Abort it. Those words cut deep for Ryuko. What? That is a life, and you're willing to end it, she said with an uncommon expression of rage. That thing is a mistake, and I have no interest in a child that will be a failure for my goal. Endeavor bluntly stated without a single amount of remorse. If you choose to keep that failure, then I will have nothing to do with it. Before Ryuko got the chance to talk a bit about her mind, Endeavor hung up, leaving her by herself with a kid she didn't expect to have with no support. She places the phone down and leans back as tears start rolling down her face. What am I going to do? How am I going to support this child? I don't want this kid to go to an orphanage, having experienced that myself. Please, fate, please give me a better option for my child. Still crying to herself, until a sudden knock on her office door brought her back in reality. While wiping the tears from her eyes, she said, Come in. Excuse me, Ryuko. I heard yelling from your office, and I was wondering if everything is all right, said from the green-haired lady as slowly walked into the office. Inko-chan, Ryu-san, what's wrong? The slim brunette asked. After taking a few deep breaths, heroine said, I'm pregnant, Inko, and the father of the child wants me aborted. With disgust and anger seeping out, the further she spoke. And if I decide to keep the child, he will not help or support raising the child. As tears have restarted flowing from her eyes. Hey, it's my job to cry whenever something happens, okay? Inko said as she rubs the tears from her face. After a few seconds, she started to ask with a sweet innocent smile. Now tell me, who is this guy? I need to find him and slowly rip the skin cells off his body. Also, I should text Mitsuki-chan to see if she can help me move the body. After recovering from the brunette's bloodlusts, Ryuko spoke. Inko, it's Endeavor's, and I do not want my ex and both of my dearest friends going to jail for me. Moving her hands to grip onto her best friend and ex-lover's hands and pull them down her lap. Plus, I don't think you're here to support me. So, how have you and Hisashi been? Sorry that I couldn't make the wedding or talk to you for the past few years. Trying to lighten the mood and move the focus on her. Inko's smile slowly dropping by the mention of both Endeavor, Hisashi, and the wedding. Well, the wedding was called off when I caught Hisashi with another girl 1 week before it. Ryuko was shocked when she heard that, and was equally wanting to murder a beach for hurt this sometimes scary cinnamon roll, only to double down on shock from what she heard next. He told me that the reason he cheated is because I cannot have children. A few seconds passed as the dragon hero pulled the greenie into a hug. I'm so sorry that it happened to you. I know that you really wanted to have a child, almost longer than I've known you. But Inko started getting teary-eyed. It's okay, plus the past is not important right now, Inko responded. For right now, we need to figure out what to do with that baby dragon living in your belly. Well, we both know that I refuse to abort or put it into an orphanage, both nodding in agreement. And I can't take care of the child and my hero work at the same time without support, so I'm in quite a sticky situation, Ryuko finished. I got it. Inko smiling massively. We can get back together. And after you recover from giving birth, you can return back to hero work, while I'll take care of the child, being the stay-at-home mother. That is a good idea. However, there is the issue of how I got pregnant. That will cause issues with the media, slightly saddened by the issues faced when you are a popular top hero. And if they find out about Endeavor being the father, that will be hell for both of us, but more on me based on the fact Endeavor is married. Well, be slightly honest, confusing the heroine. Make it sound like Endeavor was doing us a favor by donating his sperm so we can raise a child together. Yes, this will cause you issues when they find out you're gay, but that's better than being a harlot in the media. After taking a few breaths, Ryuko spoke. Are you sure you want this on yourself? I know you want children, but this different? Clearly worried about her mental health. It's all right. Maybe. No, this child is going to be one of the greatest blessing in this world. And if Endeavor wants nothing to do with it, then all he will have is bad luck. Enko passionately explained, causing Ryuko to share a smile with her. Sometimes I think you an angel sent from heaven. You know that, right? The heroine said, my guardian angel of hope. What did this dragon do to deserve someone like you? Moving her hands to Enko's face and pulling her into a kiss. Pulling away from the kiss, Enko looked into Ryuko's eyes and said, who said I was an angel? I'm just claiming what is mine. With a small giggle, Enko pins Ryuko to a wall, and while licking her lips she continued, remember who has control, my hungry little dragon. And to think, you allowed a literal dumpster fire tame you. It seems like I need to retrain you again. But this time I won't be as merciful as before. Ryuko's heartbeat started to become irregular, and are barely keeping her standing as she thought, I can't believe it. I face villains on a daily basis, and yet this deliciously slim greenette can sap every ounce of my strength like it was nothing. I know that she has a telekinetic-based quirk, but I swear she has some succubus quirk that she hides just so she can fuck, before she can continue that chain of thinking. There was a heavy, almost bashing sound coming from the office door. Enko seductively walked to the door and opens it to see a short, spiky blonde woman with a slight bump forming on her belly. Enko, you texted a code black to me with this location. I have the cleaning supplies in the car, so where is the body? This shocked the dragon heroine. Not only that they had already prepared for something like this, but also they had multiple codes, meaning they have prepared for multiple possible advents. Oh, hi Ryuko-san, kicking her out of her stupor. Hi, Mitsuki-san, as she tries to tame her temporarily uncontrollable emotions. Sorry Mitsuki-kun. That was an impulse reaction after hearing what happened to Ryu-chan, and Ko answered innocently. Mitsuki moved at the speed of light and grabbed Ryuko's arms, and slightly shaking while commanding, scales for effing skin, tell me what the F happened to you. And while you're at it, tell me why Cinnamon Beach called you by your couple nickname. Are you two back together? What the actual hell? Her quirk doesn't even relate to speed. What she done should have been impossible. The heroine took a deep breath and said, okay. Don't need to break the speed barrier for it. Anyway, I'll go in more detail for Enchan, seeing how most of it she heard from my screaming little while ago. For the next few minutes, Ryuko told the story about how a few weeks ago the top 10 heroes went to party after the hero billboard chart JP, with Endeavor being dragged there by All Might, and how both Endeavor and herself both got black drunk. Then both of them woke up naked in the same bed, promising to never talk about when they left. A few weeks she felt nauseous and went to the doctors. When she found out that she is pregnant, she called Endeavor, informing him only for him to tell her to abort it, and hanged up. Okay, congrats on being pregnant. Hopefully our little brats can get along. As Mitsuki starts rubbing her belly. But you still haven't explained why Enko-sen call you by your nickname. Well, that's simple, Enko said, while she took her seat on top of Ryuko. The only reason for why we broke up is because I always wanted to have a child, even if my husband left me in the end. Enko looked down through a fusion of both shame and sadness. So when I came here to try and repair one of the most positive relationship, Mitsuki interrupted. I didn't ask for effing backstory, Cinnamon Beach. Then took a deep breath. Are you hoes together? In unison, Enko and Ryuko said, yes, good. Now if you two aren't busy, let's go to my house and effing celebrate Ryuko's pregnancy. Mitsuki yelled with passion in her eyes. As both Enko and Mitsuki start walking out, Enko turned around and asked, Ryu-chan, aren't you coming? Yes, I will. But first I need to make a call to the one that shall not be named, Ryuko answered, while Enko nodded in understanding. After a few seconds, Ryuko picked up the phone and started to ring up Endeavor. After the last ring, the line connected. What is it now, Ryukyu? Endeavor practically yelling at her. I called you to inform that I'm keeping this so-called failure, and that the story of the child for the media is that you donated your sperm to me and my girlfriend because you owed me a favor. Is there a problem with it? Ryuko commanded, sending a splinter of pride and wrath within her words. Like hell I'll owe a favor to you. Whoa, Endeavor was interrupted before he can say anything else. I can always talk to your wife, Endeavor, and if Ray informs me about any abuse caused by you, I'll use every ounce of the law against you. Goodbye #1 spot for the hero ranking. No wait, goodbye to being a hero, period. Ryukyu slowly showing scales around her face and across her arms. Are you blackmailing me? Endeavor almost started to melt his phone from the heat that he's producing. No, but the fact that you saw it as blackmail means that I was right on the money. So accept the story and we are all good. Smirking victoriously against this burning trash. Fine, you win this. But no matter what obstacles, that useless Ryuko ended the call right before Endeavor can continue to spit his trash at her. That felt good. No wonder he can never become #1, she stated before changing out of hero suit and lock up the agency. Now off to Mitsuki's. If I remember correctly, she makes an amazing spicy-based foods. As the months rolled by, the media had found out about the pregnancy, the relationship, and father of the child. Shockingly for Ryuko, the media and her fanbase was quite supportive of it, plus that Endeavor kept his cool about it. Both Enko and Ryuko had bought and moved into a neighboring house next to the Bakugos, after realizing that both their apartments were not good environments for a child. As well, setting and preparing the house for when the baby pops out. Everything seemed fairly normal for the both heroine and Greenette, until, one day, Ryuko came across a bank robbery, with the all four villains running out the side entrance with one duffel bag on one of them. After a while, she lands onto the roof of her agency. Trying to return back to normal, she yells out for receptionist. A minute goes by as a young woman in business attire walks out. Yes, Miss Ryuko, is something the problem? Why are you in your dragon form? Something is wrong. I'm unable to leave my form. Please contact my doctor now. Ryuko freaking out slightly, worried that it caused something bad for the child. After Enko's crying panic attack, the doctor asked his questions and did some simple tests accounting for the dragon form. Have you transformed in the past 6 months since your pregnancy? Yes, however only partially. Ryuko answered. The only explanation is that the child is causing you to stay in that form. This is extremely dangerous for the child. Quirk strain and overuse being the second largest cause of miscarriages in the world for heroines. The doctor explained, worrying the mothers. And if we don't find a solution quickly, Miss Tatsuma might die for the same reason. Time skip. Thanks. What happened? Last thing I remember was being on top of my agency before feeling a sharp pain. Mother Dragon recalling her memory. Wait, what happened to my baby? I laid an egg. Ryuko screamed, almost launched herself out of the wheelchair. Before the doctor could say anything, Enko flies straight to at them through crying and yelling. Ryu-chan, you're finally awake. I'm so glad that you are all right. I was so worried that you'd still be knocked out when the baby would hatch. I'm glad that I'm awake too, Ryuko said as she starts pulling off the super soaker that is Enko. Just how exactly did I lay an egg, and how long will it take to hatch? Looking up at the doctor. First of all, your quirk transforms your entire body into a dragon including the zygote. However, in the full transformation, the zygote became a full structured egg to incubate separately, leading you to expel it from your body. The doctor explained. But the last part of when the egg would hatch is a different story. Every and all tests that we can do without fear of harming the child have been inconclusive besides knowing that the egg is living, meaning that we can only presume that it will hatch either anytime now or when it's fully developed in about 5 years. Oh, okay. Ryuko replied, looking straight at the egg. Frowning slightly, without looking away, she asked, "What's today's date?" Enko, without missing a beat, answered, "It's July 15th. Why do you?" Quickly being cut off, slightly cracking and moving about from the egg. The doctor quickly ran into the door while saying, "Please wait here," then moving to a phone and saying something, which led to a few nurses rushing in alongside of the doctor. With one extra crack, a large portion of the shell was kicked off, revealing a baby boy with a small amount of blondish red hair, eyes blended of yellow and blue, and oddly missing a belly button. "What do you want to name? Give him Enko." "You've had 3 months ahead of me to pick a name," Ryuko asked. "How about Izuku?" "Tatsuma Izuku, befitting, isn't it?" Enko answered, smiling with 1,000 suns, watching as they see a male nurse tries to pick up Izuku, only to be kicked down to the ground by the surprising strength from a newborn. "I'm now thankful that you got me into training my body, because I'm going to need it to take care of Izuku." This causing both of them to laugh, while the rest of the nurses and the doctor looking at them with faces of both shock and fear plastered onto their faces. A few days have passed, with both Izuku and Ryuko have been released, as well the media somehow managing to find out that Ryuko's child is born, and that he kicked a male nurse to the ground only being a few seconds old. Later shocking Japan, with the statement for those who are wondering, "No, from the tests done after birth, my son does not have his quirk manifested already," meaning he did it with pure natural strength. From Ryuko's agency, the months continued, with both Enko and Ryuko working extremely hard to support Izuku. Ryuko managing to increase her ranking from 9th to 3rd, only because Endeavor started to work harder to keep his position. As well, Enko training her quirk and body to keep up with Izuku's natural strength. Enko figuring out that her telekinesis quirk is based on her strength, now being able to lift Izuku just by using her quirk, to much of Mitsuki's sanity. Both Izuku and Katsuki seem to be best friends with one another, allowing her to dump Katsuki with Enko for a well-needed break and to exercise for her health. This being normal for years, Katsuki managed to somewhat learn how to show other emotions besides the pure rage, while making Izuku more confident in himself. All of them didn't even realize that the 2 demon children are around the age where they start manifesting quirks. Izuku's POV. "Mums, can we go see the doctor?" I asked. The 2 mothers rapidly changed focus onto me. "Izu, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Please tell me." The green-haired mother worried to sick. Are you wondering about when your quirk will arrive? The blonde mum asked, clearly understanding my worries. I had the same issue around her age. Don't fret over it, and if it's not manifested by your 6th birthday, then we can go to the quirk doctor, okay? But everyone in preschool has got their quirks, and Kakin has this really awesome quirk that creates explosions from his hands, as I make the hand motions of every time he activates his quirk, and the other kids are starting to make fun of me, because I don't have a quirk, flopping my hands and head down in defeat. After taking a breath from her almost panic attack, Inko spoke. Hey, look up at me, she told me, while using her hand to guide my head up. Then you'll gain something that they cannot truly understand. In this world, 20% of the world's population is born without a quirk, and that is over 1,460,000,000 people all sharing the same fate. In a world where people judge others based on uncontrollable factors about themselves, that even happened before quirks existed. Moving her hands down my arms and gripping my hands, while keeping eye contact with me, she continued. Life isn't fair. Sometimes you will take things for granted, but always remember that there is going to be people who have it worse than you. So, when you get your quirk, don't forget to help those people behind you. As small tears start flowing down her face, I let go of Mum's hands and use my own to wipe the tears. Okay, Mum, I promise, showing a massive smile to try and comfort her. Mummy Ryu, while still in shock, she said, Inko, I can't believe that you created another cute little cinnamon roll. This causing everyone to laugh, myself included. Well, come on, we need to start making dinner. If I remember correctly, it's Katsuden tonight. With the final words spoken, I start running around the house in excitement. Time skip next day. After doing my morning routine, I ran to the park to meet up with Kakin and the others, stopping right at the entrance. To my horror, cool new word to use, internal excitement, I see them hurting another boy. Quickly, I rushed in between them and in a shielding position. What are thinking? Stop it, Kakin. Can't you see that you're hurting him? I'm hurt seeing this scene take place, but not as much as hearing what Kakin answered. What are you going to do, Deku? All we're doing is showing this weakling his place in the world, which seems like we need to do the same to you. At least he has a quirk unlike you. With this, Kakin and his goons come charging at me while using their quirks. The feeling of sadness and fear flows through me, shutting my eyes for the incoming pain. Is this what Mum meant when said people judge others based on uncontrollable factors and that life isn't fair? As a feeling of coldness floods through me, only for an unknown feeling heat rises within me. No, I made a promise to her, and I am going to keep it. This feeling, it's rage. I took a deep breath in, as body transforms into a human and dragon fusion. Goldish red scales covered my arms and legs, that fades towards my torso. My shirt was ripped off of me as 2 dragon wings and a tail spread out from me, completely covered in the same scales. RRRRRRRRRRR. I screamed, releasing a huge torment of flame overwhelming the 3 attackers. When they got up, trying not to cry from the pain, they see my face covered in scales, and my eyes completely black while flames are released out of them. At this, Kakin and his goons ran for it, crying their eyes out. Monster, you're a monster, is all I can hear from them, before a massive wave of exhausted completely knocking me out. A few hours passed, until I began to awoke. I opened my eyes to see my mum in one of her internships that goes by the name Ryuko, practically standing above me. You have some explaining to do, Izuku, Mum said. Oh boy, Izuku's POV. Can you tell me why Mitsuki telling me that you burnt her son? Mum said, with an unapologetic look on her face. Well, when I got here, I saw Kakin and the others hurting another kid because he had a weak quirk. A sad expression forming on my face. I went and used myself to block them from the kid. Where is he? I began to look around for the kid. Izuku, focus, Mum told me, making me snap my attention back to her. Sorry. Then Kakin made fun of me not having a quirk, and that it reminded me of promise that I made to Mum last night. I crunched my fist in anger as scales start forming around my face. That made me really angry. But after that, I do not remember. The scales fade, while sadness envelopes me. Izuku, allow me to fill in some of the blanks. First, the boy you protected left when we arrived, and told us what happened. I just wanted to see if you were going to lie to me. I'm not mad at all, okay, she said, brushing my hair with her fingers. Second thing is that your quirk manifested. So let's take you home and get Inko can take you to the quirk doctor. This caused me to smile with 1,000 suns. Time skipped to the doctors. Tatsuma Izuku. The doctor called. Come on honey, that's for us, Mummy Inko said, while guiding me into the office. Hello, I'm Dr. Kyudai Garaki. How may I help for today? He asked. Hi, yes, we are here to figure out the capabilities of my son's quirk, Mum said, causing the doctor to hand out a sheet of paper and a pen. Confusing Meyer, and was about to ask what is it about until the doctor spoke. We have a new set test from Shield Industries. That works by scanning the quirk factor and basing it off of the data from other patients to collect a description of the quirk. The sheet I gave you is a permission slip to use the data collected for other patients, he explained, while pulling out a black case with a logo of a shield that has a fist punching it. Mind you that the only part recorded is the Quirk factor, and that his name will not be added to this data bank. Reading through the paper, Mum signs the bottom of it. All right, now let's begin. After hooking me up to the device, a few seconds passed until the doctor spoke. Can you please tell me the parents' quirks? He said. His mother is the dragoon hero, Ryuko, and his father is the flame hero, Endeavor. Their quirks are dragon transformation and hell flame, Mum said, while patting my head. Well, that explains the reptilian transformation portion of the quirk, as well having a fire production throughout his body. The unique part is that he has a different form of pyrokinesis that has similarities with other types, but one part that has never been recorded in the data bank. The doctor says, thinking out aloud. Is that a bad thing? Mum said, clearly worried. Can't say. The quirk is most definitely connected to emotional responses, and he does have a form of fire resistance. So when he loses control of his emotions, the only people who would be hurt is everyone who pushed him into that condition are complete strangers, the doctor said, making saddened by this information. However, we still don't know the details about the pyrokin and OOO. As he accidentally knocks the device off the table, through natural reflex, I used my quirk to a dragon hand made of pure fire to grab the case. I can't believe it. As I place the case back onto the table, he begins to inspect the case and table. A pyrokinesis that the user is able to choose whether to burn or not. Are my eyes deceiving me with old age? Did I do something bad? I said, confused by his reaction. No, not at all. You done something that hasn't happened at all in recorded history. Excitement bubbling out from him. Basing on how you used it and the similarities from other pyrokinesis, you are only able to control flames that are created by your quirk, and the production increases based off your dragon transformation percentage that you enter. To simply things on both our ends, I'll register the quirk name as Hell Flame Dragon, if you agree, he said. That sounds cool. Yeah, I like the name. I exploded in joy. Well, it seems that he likes it. And do you mind giving us a medical report for my partner? Mum asked. The doctor types something onto the device, rolling backwards on the chair to a printer. Here you go, and hope you have a lovely day. Unstrapping me from the machine. Same to you. Come on, Izuku, we're heading home now, Mum said as I jump outside. My instincts telling me to stay away from that man. Like, how dangerous is that old man really? Izuku's POV. Besides me getting my quirk, mostly everything returned back to normal. The only things that has changed is that mums have signed me up for martial arts to help me control my emotions and learn self-defense. Kaken and I haven't caught eye to eye on things anymore, with him trying to bully kids while I defend them from him. In a sense, we became rivals. Well, that's what he thinks. I just really want my friend back. Everyone else is nice and kind to hang out with, but I can tell the only reason they want to hang out is because of my quirk, not for who I am. The days became months, and now I can enter and exit my dragon form willingly while maintaining decent control my fire. Sitting at my desk, both mums watch behind me as I surf the internet. Hey, honey, what are you up to? The greenette mum asked, placing a hand onto the back of the chair. I'm trying to search for a good fire-based hero to look up to, I said, releasing a sigh afterward. So far, all fire-based heroes in Japan act like Endeavor and Kaken. So I started searching overseas, however coming down to the same issues. Laying back onto the chair rest, with both the mums looking at the screen. Izuku, these articles are in English. Do you understand what they are talking about? Mummy Dragon asked. Not at first, but after a few weeks of self-teaching, I think I understand what they are saying. It came very naturally to me, I said, continuing the search while leaving my parents speechless. In English, Greenette Mum spoke. Is that so, Izuku? Then how is your pronunciation? Without a second wasted, I responded in the same language. Decent enough, otherwise the writer needs to go back to school. Both of them were shocked, completely uncaring of the last part. Izuku, you taught yourself fluent English by yourself. It took me years to do that. And I had a teacher. Language barriers will not stop me from finding a good fire-based hero, I said, looking at the screen of names. The only hero that isn't like Kaken and Endeavor is the American fire-breathing hero, Pyro. But there is something about him that makes me hate him much more than Endeavor, and I can't place it. At this I refreshed the page to see the latest news in America. The fire-breathing hero, Pyro, is placed under arrest for over 200 cases of sexual harassment and assault, with over 20 other cases for sexual acts on minors. The newsfeed said, my feelings have just found a place for him, trying to lighten the mood. Well, I was about to tell you that he is my ex-fiancé. Inko laughed while scratching her head. I notice a ring on her left ring finger, as well the same on Ryuko's ring finger. Anyway, we came in here to tell you something to tell you. We have decided that we wanted to be official, so we are getting married. Quickly swizzle thee on the chair and pull them both into a big hug, while tears start forming around my eyes. Now we can be a proper family, I asked. We were always a proper family, little dragon. Now it will become official, so stop with the waterworks, okay? Ryuko said, wiping away my tears. Also, we still need time to prepare, so it won't happen overnight. Anyway, we need to start making dinner, so it should start getting that ready, she said as both her and Mum leave the room. With a giant smile forming on my face, I turn around and return back to my searching. They are finally doing it. Why? Oops, I misclicked. How did I end up at the end of the search results? FairyTail, what is that? Well, it was uploaded in the early 2000s before Quirks. Let's see what it's about. Izuku's POV. Izuku, have you finished packing your stuff for the week? Ryuko yelled, while pulling out 2 cases into the living room. Oh, you are already out here. How are you this quick? Well, I only packed for 2 weeks. Also, I don't have someone to distract me. I looked back to the TV and turned it off. By the way, when you 2 return, can you get soundproofing for the rooms? This one room is the room I can't hear whatever you 2 do in your room. This causes a massive blush on Ryuko's face. Hey, is everyone ready to leave? None of us is coming back here for a while. Inko announced. Why can't I stay here? I'm not going on your honeymoon, and I can keep the house clean during that time. I pleaded. We have all ready for you to stay with Auntie Mitsuki, and you need to learn how to coexist with people who you hate or who hates you, Ryuko said, fortifying herself once more. Plus, I bet you would fill the house with FairyTail fan art that you made yourself, causing me to pout and look away. Come on, we're walking over to the Bakugos. The walkover was short but quiet. Well, besides the sound a woman screaming for a brat, and said brat screaming back old hag. Oh, please don't let this get any worse. Outside waiting for us, there is Masaru who has a quiet personality, Mitsuki who has a brash almost destructive personality, and there is the younger Rule 63 version of her, Katsuki, who got his mother's personality and an inflated ego to boot. Katsuki walks back inside as we arrive. Hey twerp, it's been a long time, Mitsuki said, while pulling me into a hug. It has been, Auntie Mitsuki, I replied, hugging back slightly. Moving away from the hug, she then turned to Masaru. I'll take the effing lovebirds to the airport, while you take the twerp into the spare room, she asked. All right, please be safe, honey, he said, gaining no response back. Sigh, well, please follow me. Do you need help with the bags? He looks to me. No, thank you for the offer at least, I said, bowing down slightly. Then I was led inside the house, with Masaru placing me into one of the spare rooms they had. The first week went by like it normally does with us fighting. However, we only fought inside once. But once was enough. After Bakugo blew up my notebook with my drawings and fanfiction of FairyTail, we began to fight inside. Masaru being the only adult in the house, he tried stopping us. He only physically intervened when Katsuki accidentally bumped into Mitsuki's favorite vase. Boy, he did. In under less than a second, he not only pinned both Katsuki and I face first onto the ground, but also caught the vase with his foot before it crashed. Later we found out that Masaru started his fashion career designing military equipment in a stylish way for pro heroes that he tested personally, and tailored clothing for people with quirks that drastically affect their daily life. The second week was a bit different to say the least. We actually stopped fighting physically, and most importantly stopped Katsuki from physically bullying people, moving that anger to a punching bag. That on the second last day of staying with them I decided to comment on it. Kaken, I'm curious about something about you. What is it, Deku? He bit back. Have you tried using your quirk on your feet? I said, no, I don't want to be a hero that walks around barefoot. Disgusted by the suggestion. Then you are possibly wasting half your power to being barefoot. Your father is able to design you a pair of shoes that can work with your quirk, I countered. In a huff, Katsuki takes off his socks and lays on the ground, aiming his feet at me as he tries to create explosions from them. Not working, I began to tickle them. This created a response of his feet exploding with equal force to his hands, but without the padding of training. I move my hands back, and Katsuki rubbing his feet from pain. Moments later, Mitsuki slams the door open with a belt. Which one of you 2 caused that explosion? We were just testing a theory I had about Katsuki's quirk. He can in fact create explosions from his feet, I said, while rubbing my hands. Then why are you rubbing your hands then, twerp? She fired back. Because when he was failing, I thought it would be funny to tickle his feet. This made Mitsuki to lower the belt. Then she gives that if you do anything that'll piss me off, I'll whoop both of you. Look, before leaving the room. Why? I looked over to see a curled up Katsuki near the point of tears. Why did I need help from you to better my own effing quirk? Because you are one person. No matter how hard you try to change that fact, it'll always be there, I said, as I begin to stand. That's why I keep protecting those you classified as extras. They have different experiences and viewpoints that can allow anyone to excel. You do not need to be friendly, but it does help. You need to understanding, because you do not know when those you'll lose them. This causes Katsuki to TCH, and me to smile. Please, promise that you will at least try. Fine, he muttered. But if you dare tell anyone, I'll blow your head straight off. he yelled, causing me to chuckle and finished with the promise. Thank you, Izuku, for doing something that Masaru and I couldn't. Mitsuki thought before walking away from the side of the door. The next day came with Katsuki trying to understand people. It didn't end well, but it is a starting point. Taking my normal route to the Katsukis. On my phone we're reading the Sun Village arc from FairyTail. However, something felt off, like someone was watching me. A sharp pain came from the nape of my neck. That caused me to drop my phone. Rubbing the area, I pulled out a dart that soon after clasping from a wave of exhaustion. With remaining consciousness, I emergency called the police and tossed my phone into a bush nearby. The feeling of hands on me and the sound of a vehicle stopping next to me before falling asleep. God's POV. Operator here. What is your emergency? The operator said. Before long, the operator hearing the sound of scraping, the phone hitting a bush and a vehicle with dodgy brakes comes screeching to a halt. Hurry up, effers. The Paul can show up anytime. And this kid is worth 100,000 yen. Barely under million US dollars, like what the F? After quickly tracking, the operator called out. All available officers in 34th X Street, please respond. There is a kidnapping in process. Moments later, a male voice calls out. This is Detective Naomasa. I'm here with the pro hero All Might. We are en route. Detective Naomasa. After taking a short ride on All Might's back, we arrive on a normal street with seemingly nothing happening. Are you sure this is where the call was? All Might questioned. I scanned the area around me, noticing a slight glow coming from a rose bush. Walking over, I found a phone and a dart on the ground with a bit of blood on it. Yes, this is the right spot. We were too late. Looking straight at All Might, pulling my phone up to my ear. This is Detective Naomasa. Signs of a tranquilizer dart in the victim's phone found with no sign of said victim. Kidnapper's POV. Shit man, that was close. We would had to deal with All Might. The driver said, turning to a side ally. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. Our customer gave us multiple quirks for those issues. All Might is good, but he ain't that good. The leader of the said, as he cuffs Izuku with quirk nullifying handcuffs. What is so special about this kid? To a person who has every quirk in his hands. Hey, maybe we can turn our back on him and sell the kid for even more. One of them said, making mostly everyone agree with. No, this is why I'm the boss. You want to turn your back on the guy that has every quirk that he can track and end us with. You want to effing die. Then go take a swan dive off a building and pray that you don't F us over in the afterlife. The leader yelled. And what stops us from putting a bullet in your head? As one of them pulls a gun at his head, the rest agreeing with this turn of events. It'll bounce right off, you effing moron. The rest of you may have got 2 quirks, but I have shock absorption, meaning that everything that you guys can do I can send it right back. With a deadly gaze on his face. And now it's too late. We are here. The gang gets out of the van, carrying the kid to a man in a suit. Ah, there you are. Just on time too. Very impressive. The man said, while giving a polite clap. All right, all for one. We have the kid. Now time to show your end of the bargain. The same one who pointed the gun at their leader said, last time I checked, you are not the leader of this group. Plus, I thought that you had betrayed me. I don't like that one bit. At that he sent blackish red claws at them all, the kidnappers besides the leader, ending them all. After sighing, the last kidnapper spoke. How did you know that they betrayed you? He asked. Check under your left side collar. AFO said, as a fat gray monster with a brain and beak walks out. You bugged me, he said, as he watches the creature consume his former colleagues and picks up the kid. Yes, I did. In this profession you can't beat a care. And the kid's quirk is called Hellflame Dragon. But the thing that makes it special is that it has the ability to choose who it burns, an ability that has never appeared in all my years of quirk collecting. AFO explained with a huge grin on his face. Now on to business. Riku's POV. I and Co. P please claim me, I said, tied to the bed with nothing but bondage equipment on. All joy faded when I felt something off, and it had to do with Izuku. Something's wrong, and Co. Please untie me. Watermelon. At this, and Co. began untying me, and my phone began to ring. I pick up. Hello, this is Ryuko. Hi, I'm Detective Naomasa. I called because we have reason to believe that your son has been kidnapped. At this, I began getting dressed into my hero suit that Enko tried to stop me from bringing. Me and my wife are overseas at the moment. Please contact Mitsuki Bakugo. She is the one we left our son to take care of him. Her number is 40-40 and she lives on 29th on XX Street. We are on our way, I said, hanging up. Enko, we need to start packing. Now, Katsuki's POV. Old hag, Izuku is not in his room or at his home, I said, slamming the door behind me. Then where the F is he? Brat, do you have his number? Why the F didn't he give me his number? Mum said yes. In my head I call her Mum. Got a problem with that extra. Pacing around the room stressed. A knock came from the door that I rushed over to slam open. Deku, I swear to God if this you, I'll blow you to hell and back. I yelled at a man in a brown trench coat. Hello, I'm Detective Naomasa. Is there a Mitsuki Bakugo that lives at this address? He questioned, before my entire world comes crumbling down. Izuku's POV. awakening from my groggy state, a feeling of something cold surrounding my wrists and ankles. Handcuffs. Why can I barely feel my quirk? Does these cuffs nullify quirks? Where am I? I questioned myself, feeling a drop of water randomly hitting my bare back. Where are my clothes? At least I'm still in my boxers. Oh yeah, I got kidnapped. Great, you're finally awake, a man in a suit said, unlocking the cell as he walks in. What are you going to do with me? I said, trying to play the I can handle anything role. Oh, a 7-year-old playing tough. That's cute, but don't you want to go home? Return to your loved ones, the man said, causing me to look up. I take that as a yes. Then all you need to do is allow me to take your quirk and I'll set you free. What do you say? No, Mom said not to make deals with strangers. I said, deep down knowing that if I accept I'll die. I need to trust you more instincts. Well, how about I tell you my name, so that we won't be strangers, he announced, giving me a sincere look on his face. My name is All for One, the true demon AFO. That is a myth, a rumor online. And if it is true, you can go to hell, I said, with venom seeping out. Too bad. Now time for plan B, AFO said, grabbing my head. A torrent of pain floods me, the feeling of being ripped apart from the inside. All that I can do is scream and cry, unable to pay attention to time passing, with every second feeling like an eternity. Oh, is that the time? Sorry, but I have to leave now. After all, I am a busy man. For what felt like months, he returned, repeating the same thing he had done to me last time. Only that this time I'm starving and thirsty. The sound of thudding echoes through the area as a gray monster with an exposed brain and a beak walks in front of my cell. The cell opens as it walks in, pulling up my head and forcing my mouth open. As it opens its mouth, a mixture of blood and flesh is forced down my throat. After swallowing all of it, the creature lets go and leaves. Please someone saw Ave me. As I begin to cry, tearlessly. With the cycle of the gray monster along with AFO, I calculated that he comes here once a day. From the day I woke up to now, it has only been less than a year of the same routine. I hope you're enjoying our hospitality, Izuku, AFO said, making me look up. I'm surprised that you lasted this long. So far, you are the longest lasting guest I've had. Thanks, I barely said. For it, I'll be doing something a bit different, he said, whilst grabbing my head. I did a bit too much damage on your quirk, meaning I need to repair it. As a new entirely different pain flows through, a feeling of burning and like your organs are moving around. See you next time, Izuku, AFO proclaimed, while I slugged my head down and closed my eyes. I give up. I can't handle it anymore. Mums, I'm sorry. This time tears falling down my face. Don't be sorry for yourself. You need all the energy to survive. A voice said, let me handle it from here on. Opening my eyes to see a plane of nothingness as the voice covers me in flames. Riku's POV. What do you mean you will stop searching? Enko yelled at the detective Naomasa inside of the police station. All leads for finding your son has all dried up. He has either sold off, murdered, or worse. Until new lead shows itself, we cannot place any more resources. I'm sorry, he said, while I begin to hold Enko back. Enko, please. Yelling at him will do nothing. All we can hope for is new leads to show up. Detective, what do you mean by our worse? I said, trying not to rampage across Japan to search for my son. Sai, if you want to know, please follow me, Ryuko. Sorry, Mrs. Tatsuma, but you must wait out here, Naomasa stated. Before Enko can argue, I stopped her by looking straight at her in the eye, making her deflate a little. Walking inside the room, I noticed slightly smaller All Might searching through piles of files. Naomasa closing the door behind us, which is when All Might noticed us. Naomasa, have you found any Ryuko? Why are you here? All Might said, Ryuko's son was kidnapped and I accidentally indicated this to her. The detective stated, turning to me. This is a case that has been worked on for over 20 years for just one villain. What's so special about this villain? I said, it's a villain that torture and steal quirks from others, who has murdered multiple heroes for them, and murdered my master the last time I met him. He goes by All for One, All Might said, sending absolute fear of what my son may be experiencing. It's very unlikely. In recent times he only does that to quirks he wants due to them having unique property to it. Tears start to fall down my eyes. My son produces a fire that can choose to burn or not. The first recorded quirk to ever happen in history, shocking both All Might and the detective. What is my son experiencing right now if he has his hands on him? AFO's POV. After what I did yesterday, the boy should have broken. No one has ever kept their mind after repairing the quirk. I'm getting a really powerful quirk factor today, I think, as I practically skip over to Izuku's cell. Hello, Izuku. Ready to hand me your quirk? After what you did yesterday, he is unable to answer you today. A draconic-like voice emits from the boy, surprising me. Oh, if that's the case, who am I speaking with? I said, wondering if this is going to be an issue. I'm the eternal Atlas Flame. The boy's head raised to show his eyes burning on fire, and won't be snuffed out. This has got 1,000 times harder. Izuku's POV. You have been here for over a year. Give up. AFO commanded. Really? I thought it was a 3 months. Man, time flies when you're having fun. Atlas chuckling to himself. Is it a smart idea to joke about the predicament we are in right now? I thought. Yes. Well, if that's the case, should I bring one of your mothers here? Or maybe the Bakugos? I think they would love to know what you have been doing for the past year, with personal experience. He questioned, grinning to the possible response. No, not them. Please, not them. Go ahead. They are strong enough to handle this. Plus, they should be on guard due to what you did. Atlas contoured. Unless they went through your funeral, he stated, showing an image of everyone who knew and cared for me, crying to my picture with candles surrounding it. Katsuki with small tears to his eyes, as his clenched hands are dripping blood, seeing my mums crying in each other's embrace, as my head drops as tears fall down my face. Where did all that bravado go? If that is all I needed to do, I should have. AFO was cut off by my laughing. What? Look, they are wearing the wrong rings, AFO. Atlas and I stated, looking back to the image, to see my mum's ring having no diamonds or crystals on it, but an insignia on it. All you have done is fueled a flame that you didn't have control over in the first place. We stated, looking back at AFO, as my blended yellow-blue eyes while flames flare out of the limbo ring. A slight heat wave emits off of me, while he just TCH and walks out of my cell. Please stay strong, mums. Ryuko's POV with slight time skip. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Izuku. Happy birthday to you. As Inko, myself and the Bakugos sing to an image of Izuku smiling around presents that we laid for him this year and the last 2 years. Inko collapsing to the ground. I can't anymore. My heart can't take it any longer. There has been no sign of him for 3 years. Is there any hope that he is alive? I was about to cut her off, until Katsuki did it for me, grabbing her by the arms and shaking her. Don't you effing finish that sentence. He is still alive, no matter what. If we find his effing body, then he's still effing alive, burning in our effing souls, to guide us for the effing rest of our effing lives and then into the effing afterlife. He said, with a flood of tears flowing down his face. I'm sorry, Inko said, with a flood of tears that no one could dream to challenge. I just miss him so much. I just wish that he can give us a sign. Anything that shows that he is alive. At that my phone rings, catching everyone's attention including myself. Hello, this is Ryuko. I answered. Hello, this is Detective Naomasa. We have found where AFO is hiding. He's in an abandoned warehouse at the eastern docks, he said, sounding like he is in a rush. What makes you so sure that it is this one? Last time it was a complete bust, I stated, because we did thermal imaging on the area, and you are going to love it. I'm sending the image to you, and the party would have already started. I've already informed All Might. As he hangs up, as the image has been received, I drop my phone and rush straight out without a single word. My phone landing on its back to show the thermal imaging of the FairyTail logo, burning bright on the warehouse. Izuku's POV. How much longer do you think it'll be until they find it, Atlas? Barely having the strength to keep my eyes open. I can't say. Maybe a few months longer. The longer it's up, the better chance that you'll be found. Atlas reassured me. Before I can continue to doubting myself, a loud crashing sound echoed throughout the facility as one of my shackles breaking from the vibrations. Time to get working. At that I stop making the symbol on the roof and focus on melting the locks for the other shackles. Forgotten energy surges through me as the last 2 blows up. Rising from my own position, my body cracks and wobbles awake, walking over to the bars, ripping them open through heat and determination. Is this how it feels to be Kaken? Weak with a strong quirk, checking the other cells for any other person inside. Only smelling the blood of people who couldn't last. Rage building as I come across the monster that was feeding me. It seeing me causes it to screech and rush towards me. Go to hell, as a flame era surrounds me. The Namu is what AFO called it. Came a meter away before turning into nothing, as not even ash can form from the heat. Coming across a pile of clothes, finding mine and more children's clothing than adults. Putting on the clothes that fit me. Cause mum raised me better than to run around naked. Another large clashing sound vibrated across, coming from the way I'm walking. Entering the main room, I see both AFO and All Might laying on the ground dying surrounded by rubble. Running over to All Might, seeing him bleeding out from his left side. No, don't die. Don't die. Don't die. I begin screaming, before Atlas takes control, placing my hands on the injury as a goldish-white flame engulfs the injury. Burn away anything that gets in the way, before collapsing onto All Might from exhaustion. Ryuko's POV. Come on, I'm too slow. Flying overhead of the targeted warehouse. It's in complete rubble. Hope I'm not too late. As she flies down to Detective Naomasa, Gran Torino and Sir Night-Eye as the run inside. Am I late to the party? I said. For us no, but for All Might, we need to hurry and find him. Gran Torino boosting forwards, running inside. Then we heard slight scream ahead. I come across the scene of All Might laying on the ground with unconscious with darkish red hair, releasing fire in a defensive manner. Ryuko, help me stop this boy before he ends All Might with this heat. Torino said. Heat? It feels like a summer's day. Why do I recognize him? I can barely see him, but his scent. Izuku, I thought, walking forward. The conscious men trying to stop me. However, in their eyes it was too late as the flames engulfed me. Ryuko, no, the detective yelled. With a few seconds later the flames began dying down, as they see me with tears in my eye. How is that possible? Izuku, as I rubbed the grime off his hair to show the golden locks. Izuku is still alive and he still has his quirk. Both the shocking the men, as they both think. This kid has been through 3 years worth of torture and he still has his quirk. That should be impossible. What the hell is your son, Ryuko? The massive muscle twitches as it awakens. Why does it feel like I drank a full bottle of vodka straight? All Might said, whilst gripping onto his left side. We can deal with that later. First let's get you two to a hospital. Night, I stated, indicating to Izuku and All Might's webbed scar on the same side he's clutching. Izuku's POV. The first sense that I was awake was the feeling of a hand gripping mine, while the next sense being sound, and that was annoying with the load beeping. Slowly opening my eyes to see a white room. Am I in heaven? I thought while looking to the side of me, tears slowly falling down my face when I see my mums next to me. And no, if this is heaven, you 2DD died. My croaky voice echoed, as it caused both my mums to snap their heads towards me, as they FTL into a bear hug. We didn't die. You are alive, Izuku. You're alive. And Ko began to cry harder, as my own tears started to flood. The doctor walks in, my eyes turning into fire as I stare at him. He completely panicked, running out and shutting the door. Izuku, my eyes returned back to normal. Why yes, mums, I said, as they begin to let go. Can you tell us what happened? Also try not scare the doctors and nurses, please. Ryuko questioned. Don't I see, can he explain it? But I can. I began as Atlas takes over, shocking my mums. If you are wondering what happened, I am a creation that Izuku made to allow him to survive. Atlas continued. Where do you want to begin? After explaining what happened to Mum and to Detective Naomasa what happened over the past 3 years, they were at very least horrified at what I've been through. So let me get this straight. AFO damages the quirks if the target tries to reject the stealing, so he compensates for that by fusing other quirk factors to repair it. Does that mean anyone who had survived AFO with their quirk would have the potential of having multiple quirks? Naomasa asked as an oldish lady checks my vitals and hooks me up to the quirk analyzer device. In theory, however, he stated that Izuku was the only one who managed to survive after a month of this process. Atlas said, speaking on my behalf. I was created after the first time he repaired the quirk factor when his will broke. From what I can see, there are multiple quirk factors with you, confirming what you said. There are multiple what could be described damages to the quirks. The Hellflame Dragon quirk is badly damaged on the dragon aspect, but practically fine on the fire aspect. Quirks that can be seen are Flame Elementals damaged, Fire Stomach damaged, and Phoenix Enhancement damaged, the old lady stated. The rest are just aspects of former quirks that were used as parts to repair. So my son now has 4 quirks, Ryuko said. No, they are quirks that fused with the boy's original one, make one extremely powerful quirk. The lady countered. Before anyone could speak, Katsuki came barging through the door. Diku, instantly taking the forefront. Kaken, flinching from how loud he is. He began walking forward, slightly fearing that he is going to tell me off about being weak. I shut my eyes to prepare for the explosion, only for it not to come. Welcome back, you damn nerd, he said, as I feel him give me a hug. I quickly pull away from the hug, checking his pulse, smell, or any amoralities. What did you do with the real Kaken? I stated, causing a light chuckle for Mum. What do you effing mean, what did you do with the real me? I am the real me, Deku, he yelled, slightly saddening me with the nickname. You still call me Deku, I said, looking at the cables connected to me. Yes, because it's her nickname. 74% of children abductions lead to death after 3 hours. You effing survived for 3 effing years. Now and for effing ever it will mean you can effing do it, Kaken said, causing me to smile and back into a hug. See, thank you, Kaken. Izuku's POV. Okay, honey, we're home, Inko said, after pulling up to a house. Mum's getting before she spoke again. Is there something wrong? I know this is home, but why don't I recognize it I said with a saddened look on my face. Izuku, your world was turned upside down when you were kidnapped. Then it got tossed around by a villain trying to break you. Ryuko answered whilst patting my head. Come on, we have something to show you. As we walk in, I can smell all the tears that have fallen in this house. From Mums, the Bakugos, and even Katsuki himself. They guide me back to my room, with Ryuko knowing what guiding me there. Inside my room, there is a small shrine with presents surrounding it. Both my parents are standing at the frame of the door. They are 3 years worth of presents there, waiting for only you to open. Welcome home, Izuku, Enko said, as my own tears began flowing down. Thank you. I curl up into a ball, as both my mums walk over and begin hugging me. Thank you. As the years go by, catching up my schoolwork wasn't an issue. The issue is over that time I became a huge nerd over quirks. But more importantly, how to pick up on types of quirks based on their equipment and fighting style. This caused major issues with bullies in junior high, Kaken's former lackey taking the lead. Kaken defended due to a new rule that I pushed at the school that gave them a boost in popularity for parents and the community. On school property, students are able to defend each other if another student is causing harm someone. You must have some proof, like video evidence or a teacher to confirm your story, and must have at least tried to defuse the conflict. If you fail to do either of these, all parties of the incident will follow the anti-bullying policies. From this, the school got funding to improve all security systems, allowing for complete camera view on school property. One thing I've never done is defend myself, to Atlas's dismay. Knowing that I can wipe them out of reality if I so desire makes their insults meaningless. And when they try and get a rise out of me by targeting Kaken, all I need to think is, if Kaken ends them, I should help him with cleaning the body. We wouldn't want a future top hero to be a villain. Okay, students, this is your last year here, so you should be thinking of what you want to be in the future. I should be handing out these career aptitude tests, the teacher said, as he tosses the papers in his hands. I already know that you all wanting to be heroes. At that, everyone raises their hands, with only Kaken and me not using our quirks. All right. Quirk use on school property is banned unless defending someone. He calmed the class down. Come on, teacher. There is someone in this class that can't even be a sidekick for a D-list hero. Nagai Yubai stated, looking at me. Shut it, you effing extra. He is a better hero than you'll ever effing be, Kaken yelled out. Look, the angry Pomeranian of a guard dog is defending his master. Come on back, Hugo. Even you know that weak piece of shit can't be a hero. He does defend himself, looks and sounds like a defenseless, useless Deku. That's what you call him, right? Nagai Yubai countered. All the girls counter back. He's kind, compassionate, gave us a way to defend ourselves from holes like you, and he is the offspring of Ryuko and Endeavor. Plus he is hot as hell, something you'll never be. I bet he was just a mistake that they made and his mother didn't want to abort him. He created a way for him to be defended by his attack dog. And he rejected all of you beaches because trash like all of you. He is a bastard and a bitch. Nagai Yubai was cut off by a huge heat wave that flooded the class. Everything you said about Izuku is wrong. Atlas took control. Please don't end anyone, please. I begged. Don't worry. I'm just showing this pathetic chicken nugget why Katsuki respects you. Atlas, please don't burn down the school. The teacher begged. I'll think about, Atlas said without looking away from Nagai. The reason for why that rule was put in place is because of me. I was created as a defense mechanism from all of his rage and pride from when he was kidnapped and tortured, Atlas said, whilst applying pressure onto him. Most of the girls slightly heartbroken from that realization. Torture that he still hasn't gotten over with, which made him decline all the girls here. He must be weak if he needed to create another personality. Also, when was this? I think you're just making this sheet up. He countered. Katsuki spoke up before Atlas. He was kidnapped 8 years ago, found on the 3rd. Children kidnappings, the chances of the kid being dead after 3 hours is 74%. 3 years is considered impossible. The teacher confirming the statistic, leaving everyone shocked. Also, you have forgotten what happened when Izuku awoke this quirk. Do you need a reminder? However, this time, it's trained, Atlas said, staring at him with the flaming red eyes. Realization of what my quirk is and how I almost ended him when I was defending a kid. Fear is a far better look on you. But I think I know a better look on you. However, if I use my quirk, you would be Ash. Still an improvement either way. At that, I took back control as the bell rings. The room cools down as I begin to pack my stuff. Sorry, sensei. At that, I left. Izuku's POV. Walking to the front of the gate, my driver pulls up. Ooh, sometimes I wish I could just walk home, I said as I entered the car. And like every other time you say that, I tell you got kidnapped, and they won't let same mistakes happen again. May I ask what is causing this burst today? The driver asked as we drive off. Bully in class, trying to put me down, then started targeting my other classmates for defending me, whilst rubbing my forehead. Atlas came out, definitely made a last year statement, noticing we are taking a different turn. Are we going somewhere else? Yes, Miss Ryuko requested for me to take you her agency, he said, as I try to figure out why Mom wants me. A while of driving later, the car stops in front of a familiar building. We are here, sir. H. Hato, why your makeup is off, she sent it, I stated, causing her to run to the bathroom. But her makeup wasn't off, one of the sidekicks said, walking over to pull Nejire off me. Her eyeliner was 1/4 of a millimeter thicker on one side. I stated before walking into Mum's office, hearing whispers from the everyone behind me. Now she is going to be in there for hours, knocking on the door before I enter. Come in, Mum said, then looked at me before remembering why I'm here. I completely forgot that I asked the driver to bring you here. I was just about to go on patrol with my work study. If it's Nejire Hado, then you have to wait a bit. I told her that her makeup was off-center. I said, why would you do that? Mum questioned. I replicated what Nejire did. Mum began rubbing the bridge of her nose. Anyway, I wanted to ask if you wanted a recommendation to UA. What's the difference between those tests? I asked. The recommendation test is a string of practical exams to see if you are able to use your quirk better than the rest, Nejire said behind me, causing me to jump and run to the other side of the room. The normal test is a combination of a theory exam and practical exam, where you fight robots. I thought you told me that she was doing her makeup, Mum asked, as she fixed-eyed, hiding from Hado. She then walks up and gives me a hug. Oh, you're so cute. I'm claiming you as my little brother, and that's final, while pulling me out of my hiding spot. Mum, why do you keep hiring crazy girls to your agency? I began telling Mum off, only for her to take up pictures. Please stop that. This is embarrassing. As my face engulfs into flames. Why do you feel so warm? Oh my god, your face is on fire. Nejire screamed. Wait, it's not burning me. Who cares then? Then continued to hug me, much to my dismay. Let go of my son Nejire. He needs to be alive when he goes back home. At that, Nejire pouts. Then let's go. Now that is out of the way, do you wish to enter UA through recommendation? No. I'll do OTT he nor normal TEST. Barely getting out a response. Quickly leaving the agency and into the car. Home please, I said to the driver. Very well, sir, the driver said before pulling away. Ryuko's POV. I think I broke him. Nejire as we a burnt-out shape of a person hole on my office door. Yes, you did. But I fueled the fire, I said, scrolling through the cute photos of Izuku being hugged by work placement girls over the 5 years. So how many sisters does he have? Nejire asked. You are the first, however we do have multiple predators trying to eat him, I answered, writing Nejire's name on a list with sister next to it. Now that's out of the way, time to go on to patrol. All Might's POV. Good thing no one was walking down this tunnel, or else they would have been attacked by this sludge villain, I said, holding a bottle with the sludge villain inside. Couldn't the sludge villain gyrate his body and add pressure to the cap to release himself? Jumping off, I crash into Hawks flying with a box of fried chicken. Well, that was unlucky, I told him as we both land on a street. Yeah, it was. I almost dropped my chicken. We both laughed, then realizing something, causing me to freeze. What's wrong? Hawk got your tongue. I dropped the villain that was in my pocket, then instantly dropping out of my buff form. Damn it, even though I was completely healed from Ryukyu's boy, AFO still damaged my quirk, limiting me to 5 hours. Izuku's POV. An explosion happened in the shopping district ahead. Going past it incident on the motorway, I noticed a sludge-like villain suffocating his victim that was creating some form of fire to get free, while the heroes did nothing but putting out the fire to ensure it doesn't get out of control. Mount Lady should shrink down and allow dead arms to rush and grab Kakan Kacchan. As I try and open the locked door. Sorry sir, Ryukyu's rules. Please don't burn down this car, the driver said while continuing to drive. I took a deep breath in and let out a small whips of fire, realizing what I could do. Open the window a crack. The rule says that I can't leave the car, but it doesn't say I can't help. The driver looked at me through the mirror. Please, he is my childhood friend. Slight tears forming in my eyes. A crack opens. Make it discreet. We don't want to get in trouble. I smile as the whips of fire flies out of the car and into the raging fire. All the fire in the area became mine to control, as they flow straight at the villain, removing Katsuki from the villain and taking him to the bystanders, then snuffing out the flames so that it won't cause issues. Before the villain rushes at the heroes, Hawks flies and pinning his eyes into the air, stopping the villain. The window shuts as spoke up. The window was tinted for your privacy, and what happens in this car stays in this car for as long as you wish, while taking the exit to return home. Izuku's POV. The driver pulls up in front of UA, breaking me from my murmuring and downplay of my hard work. You are going to be fine, sir, the driver said, looking at me through the mirror, taking a deep breath in. Thank you. Wait a minute, we've never done introductions to one another. You are correct, we never did, he said, smiling as he leans into his chair. My name is Wally's Breaker IV. After practically 6 years of driving me around, I finally know your name, I said, looking at him in the mirror. Well, there is no need for it. Anyway, shouldn't you be heading inside for the exam? He questioned. Thank you again, Wally's, for being there, I state as I rush into UA. Good luck, sir. You won't need it, right at Tiny Night. Ignoring him as I enter. Why does he act weird? Maybe it's his quirk, I think before tripping. Or I could just die and never know. That seems like the only option now. Shutting my eyes till the pain floods me. But it didn't. reopening my eyes to see a baby-faced girl with brown hair and pinkish cheeks. "Sorry for using my quirk on you without permission. It's bad luck to fall," she said, giving me a cute smile. "Someone has a crush," Atlas teases, causing me to run straight inside, completely embarrassed. "You didn't even say thank you to her. Izuku, are you trying to be rude?" Atlas began to tell me off. "This is completely out of characteristic for you, Atlas," I state in my mindscape. "Well, I'm not a one-trick dragon." After completing the written exam, I walk into the auditorium to see my spot next to Kaken, seating down and begin to read the pamphlets. Everyone enters, as President Mike begins to explain the exam. "Excuse me, sir." A blue-haired boy stands up. "You have only spoken about 3 robot, when the pamphlet says 4. If this is a mistake, I'm truly disappointed in you, he said before turning around. "And you with the goldish red hair, you have been muttering this entire time. If you're not going to take this seriously, then I suggest you leave." I didn't even hear him and continue muttering. "Okay, listener, the 4th robot is the 0-pointer. It is just an obstacle that you get 0 points. So, it's better if you run from it," President Mike states, causing Ada to bow to him whilst giving me death stares. Everyone heads off to the exam area, going on buses when we change into training clothes. Getting off the bus, I begin to start stretching, noticing the girl that saved me from ending myself of embarrassment having a slight meltdown. Walking over to help her calm herself, a hand grabs me from my back. Instinctively, I flip the guy straight onto his back and continue walking without a care in the world. "Hey, it's going to be okay. All anyone can ask of you is your best, and giving it will make you feel better. So go out there and give it your all," I encourage her, changing that concerned look into a motivating one. I hate being a teenager. Her scent and smile is driving me crazy. Taking a deep breath in. "Are you trying to ruin other people's chances? Where are you going?" President Michasn started the exam. 4 Eyes said, "God, Kaken has been rubbing off on me as I get my 12th villain point. There are no countdowns in the real world. Go," President Mike announced as everyone begins. Third-person view in the auditorium. "We have an interesting batch this year, wouldn't you guys agree?" The bioengineered principal stated. "Yes, we do. These 2 in particular has caught my eye." Midnight licking her lips as she indicates a literal boom boom boy and the walking matchstick. "Ah, yes, Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Tatsuma, both from Aldera Junior High, and top of their classes," the principal stated whilst looking at their flies. "Tatsuma, like Ryuko's kid," a sleep-deprived hobo said deadly, whilst scratching under his eye. "That's him. He was kidnapped by AFO and lived through 3 years before we found him," All Might stated, getting the respect from some of the teachers. "Let's see how they are able to handle this," as he presses a large red button that says "Don't press me." Izuku's POV. After destroying 3 robots at once, I take a breath and observe my surroundings. Why is everyone running away from is that the 0-pointer? Looking at the giant robot. Turning away, I hear a slight whimper. After a second, I realized it was Cutie Machai. No, launching straight at the robot, stopping right next to her as a torrent of flame engulfs the robots. RRRWWWAARRRR. Nothing was remaining of robot, besides the tracks that it rolled on. Taking a few breaths as I pull of the rubble off the girl. "Are you okay?" I ask as my scales slowly fade away. Why yeah, I think I'm fine," she replied. "TIIIMMMESSSSS up," President Mike announced, as Recovery Girl begins to walk around healing people. As Recovery Girl checks up on the girl, I leave without anyone noticing. Entering the car, Wally's placing his phone to side. "Are you ready to leave, sir?" "Yes, I'm ready to leave, Wally's. Sorry that I might fall asleep." As I pass out, "Sleep well, sir. You are going to need it." Izuku's POV. The week went by as my thoughts of failure circle around my head like vultures. "You know you passed, Izuku," Atlas announces. "You don't know that. Harming other contestants is a complete failure." I thought without realizing that I said it out aloud. "Izuku, it's never been instant failure if you harm another examinee," Ryuko said, taking a seat next to me and pulling me into a hug. It's here. The letter from Yua is here." Inko shouts, practically running into the lounge on all fours. I grab the letter from Mum, opening it to find a holo disc inside. Pressing the button as I place it onto the coffee table. Playing a large muscular man in a yellow suit known as All Might began to speak. "Hello, young Tatsuma. It is I, All Might, here to show. Let's skip this part," I state, moving the video forward a little, Ryuko trying to stop her laughing. "For the theory portion you passed with flying colors, sharing at first place with one other student," as I lower the volume of All Might, causing Mum to roll on the floor as she tries to stop her laughing. "As for the practical, you have scored 116 villain points. However, by harming another contestant you get minus 100 points to your score." As the holo screen shows me flipping a guy trying to grab me to the ground, cracking it. 16 villain points is not enough to enter the hero course, but lose hope just yet. There is a secret point system that only the teachers knew about, and it is rescue points. Rescue points can only be gained by saving others, and you did. It shows how I was about to run away, but then turning and rushing towards the girl obliterating the giant robot. You have collected 60 rescue points, pushing your total score up to 76 points, showing the leaderboard with Katsuki at the top with 1 point difference. Welcome to your Hero Acad. I turned off the hologram and pull both mums into a hug, as tears fall down my eyes. Katsuki barges into the house, rushing towards me, ultimately stopped by Enko, as she lifts him up and moves his hands and feet to his private parts to stop him using his quirk. Katsuki Bakugo, what have I told you about entering this house? Enko said as a roar of pure bloodlust surrounds her, frightening me, and not to treat this place like I own it. Katsuki said, shocking me on how submissive he is. What did you just do? Enko stated, he treated it like I owned it. Katsuki admitting to what he did. The world is ending. Atlas and I thought at the same time. This time is past your curfew. Return home, she said as Katsuki nodded. Putting him down, he runs out of the house and return home. When did you get powerful? I questioned as I looked at her. Ever since we found out that you were kidnapped. Enko returned back into her normal self. Come on, let's celebrate you getting into UA. I'll start make Katsuden. Thank you, I state as I try and pull Ryuko back together. I can't believe that I went to all the other courses before making my way here. I thought walking to my class. Snuffing the air, I smell 3 familiar scents. Following them, I come across the 1A doors. Take your feet off the desk. You are scuffing school property. Huh, oh, the extra that got completely ignored. Sprouting bullshit like, no wonder nobody gives a F. Did your old school stick a rod up your ass, or were you born with it? Katsuki voice stated, as I opened the door. I beg your pardon, let's restart. Hello, I'm Tenya Ida from Saumi Junior High. Now known Ida announces. A private school. Can't wait to rip a new one on you, Kaken stated, as he begins to grin manically. It's Flame Boy. Thank you for saving me in the entrance exam. My name is Ochako Uraraka, the Machai girl said, causing a slight burning feeling in my chest. How can a student that doesn't listen to instructions and attacked another examinee? Ida shouted, speed walking towards me. If you're here to be loud and annoying, then you can leave. A hobo-looking, thankfully not smelling man in a yellow sleeping bag appears on the behind me. Take your seats. Everyone does. I am your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Put on these uniforms and meet me outside. Katsuki and I being the first ones to grab the PE uniform and head to the changing rooms. Wow man, what the hell happened to you? A red-haired guy said, indicating the scars all over my chest. I don't feel LLO like T-Talk King about T.I. I stutter out. Hey look, there is a hole to the girls' locker room. The grape boy said, with my eyes transfers to Atlas. I grab the grapist by the head and force him to look into my eyes. Let me go. I haven't done anything to you. He defended himself, while Atlas uses my other hand to melt the concrete to seal the hole. NOOO, you monster. Uncaring, I grab the jacket part of the uniform and walk out, finding a tree in the area and begin to douse off. Midoriya, wake up, it's your go. Aizawa stated as I do all the tests with ease, getting first in everything besides the ball throw. Sensei throws me another ball. You haven't been trying. Do it properly or I'll expel you, causing the graper to smile. This time I cover the ball in fire and launch it to get infinity, shocking everyone, saying the results is illogical, so here they are. I was also lying about the expelling, as the results show me at the top and Minta at the bottom, with him taking deep breaths. Didn't you guys realize that? The raven-haired said, with a confused look on her face. Are realizing Iado or not? See chillinging him as Essa a bad DC call, I said, making Aizawa grin. Izuku's POV. After introductions, the class was dismissed. Momo and I begin to walk over to the same area. I am assuming that we are both getting picked up, she stated, creating some communication between us. Why yeah, is it why your parents or? I was questioning as something grabs me from behind. My eyes immediately ignite as my body begins react. Pulling the attacker off, I reverse the grapple and pin the attacker to the ground, my legs trapping hers as one of my hands pulled back to strike, as the other has a tight grip on both her wrists as I pull them above her periwinkle hair. Nejire. Hi, I let go of her as I remain sitting on her. You know I could have ended you just then, I bluntly stated, shocking both the girls. Realizing how harsh I spoke, I quickly ran to and inside the car. Sir, are you all right? Wally's asked me as I shook my head. Well, we still have to wait a bit. Your mother requested for us to go to her agency with a Nejire Hado. I curled up into a ball, with him turning on the radio. Besides, the pro hero teachers the next day went by fairly normally. Baku squad trying to indoctrinate me into their group, Ida telling me off about breaking a rule that doesn't exist in this school, and girls from other classes hitting on me during lunches. However, the last class is definitely going to break it, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might said, absolutely not coming into the classroom like a normal person. In this class you will learn the fundamentals of being a hero. Today we will be doing pulling a card out that says battle training. Noticing how pumped Katsuki is. Before we do, there is something missing. All Might presses a button as rows of cases rise from the ground. These are your hero suits. Yours is based off of your table seat. Get changed and meet me at ground beta. Grabbing my case and headed to the locker room. Wow, you look amazing, Deku-kun, Uraraka said, walking over to me. Deku-kun, I said with a confused expression on my face. Yeah, isn't that what Bakugo kept calling you? Uraraka said, placing it to her finger to her cheek. It's a childhood nickname he has for me. But if you want to call me something, please call me Izuku. Slightly tilting my head while giving a small smile. Uraraka began deeply blushing, as I noticing All Might is about to start speaking. By the way, Uraraka, compared to you, I look like a candle next to an inferno. Moving my gaze to All Might, as most of the girls are jealous over Uraraka. Why did I say that? Why did I say that? Atlas, do you know the easiest way to die? Yes, from embarrassment. Atlas begins to laugh. Now, today's lesson. We will be doing heroes versus villains. In teams of 2, the hero's mission is to secure the bomb planted or defeat all the villains in the designated time frame. All Might announced as Ida interrupts him. Sir, how are we going to designate the teams? Is it by seating arrangements or academic ranks? Ida, being an idiot who doesn't know what breaks are for. Through lots, All says, whilst pulling out 2 boxes. Sir, is that the smartest decision? He questioned All Might's methods. Shut 4 eyes. This way is the most effing logical thing to do. We can't rely on the same effing extras all the time. Heroes are forced to work together based on the effing problem. Katsuki shouted. Besides all the swearing, young Bakugo is correct. Now let's get this show running. All Might announced as he begins to draw the lots. Heroes, Katsuki Bakugo and Ochako Uraraka. Versus villains, Mashirao Ajiro and Ijiro Kirishima. Heroes, Momoye Urazu and Mina Ashido. Versus villains, Denki Kaminari and Minoru Mainta. Heroes, Mizo Shoji and Takoyami Fumikage. Versus villains, Rikido Sato and Kyoka Jiro. Heroes, Koji Koda and Yuga Aoyama. Versus villains, Hantasiro and Tsuyu Asui. Heroes, Izuku Tatsuma and Toru Hagakure. Versus villains, Tenya Ida and Shoto Todoroki. Great, I have to face my literal half-brother. Speaking of which, why has he covered his fireside with ice? Now it's his fireside based off the heat difference on his body. You forgot what your mother told you about your father. He is a literal dumpster fire of a being. Most likely it is a sign of defiance against an abusive father. Atlas stated, making my blood boil. Alright everyone, follow me to the observation room. Villain team, you have 5 minutes till the hero team enters. All Might announced as I follow the rest of the class. Hey Tats, when did you have scales around your eyes? Mina asked. Oh, don't worry about it. It's because I was thinking about a literal dumpster fire. I stated, uncaring about the nickname. If you did what I think you did, Endeavor, I'll show you the definition of a dragon's wrath. Izuku's POV. Going by the types of quirks they have, villain team literally have a sword and shield while hero team has a powerful sword and a useless utility in this zone. Mina big-brained. Villain team has a higher chance of winning. A shield with no weight is useless. Uraraka is powerful if she touches Kirishima. Momo states, Bakugo can distract the villains long to allow for her to touch the bomb. It also depends on one other factors. Can the villain team coordinate together being the second most important variable to account for? I state with my focus being on the fight ahead. Wait, when did you stop stuttering? Mina announced, as everyone looks at me. More importantly, what is the most important variable in your opinion for this match? Momo concerningly questioned. If Kirishima's hardening is stronger than my scales. Looking over to show the scales under my eyes. Bakugo's POV. So, Bakugo, do you have a plan? The Kirby wannabe asked. Yeah, it's called stay out of my way and sneak to the bomb. I said as she flinches. I can already tell that you're not combat ready. Oh, okay, she replied. Hero team, you can now enter. All Might announced, as I blow up the door. Creating explosions from my soles and palms, I launch rapidly into the building. Taking only a few moments to get to the bomb, spotting Tail Beach and Sheety Hair guarding the bomb, sending an explosive right hook straight at the sword of the team. DDDIIIE. That's not very heroic of you, Sheety Hair said, shielding Tail Beach, instantly taking the opportunity and sent a counter-attack that sent me back a few feet. A demonic grin forming on my face, just as I was hoping. From an unexperienced eye, this 2v1 battle is a blur of explosions, dodging, tail attacks, blocking and punching. Seemingly in a standstill, I change my target to the shield of the team. Dodging to a position where Tail Beach couldn't, I close my fist up as it begins to glow. Cursed explosion. I scream as a whitish-blue explosion erupts, rocketing sheety hair through 2 other buildings and indenting him into the 3rd. His body covered lacerations and burn marks as he rises his head looking at me then passing out. Injiro, I heard from All Might's mic piece, turning my head to Tail Beach, seeing him knocked out in the wall. Hero team wins. From All Might this time. Looking down at my hand to see my glove destroyed and swelling began forming as I walked to Nurse's office. Young Bakugo, where are you going? Nurse's office, I stated, continuing my path. Izuku's POV rewind right before the cursed explosion. Here it comes, I state as Katsuki's hand begins to glow. Cursed explosion, he shouted, launching Kiri through buildings and indirectly implanting Ajiro into a wall. Ajiro, Nina screamed seeing Kirishima's unconscious body as tears begin to fall down her face. Hero team wins, All Might said, looking back at Mina, turning his head back to the screen. Young Bakugo, where are you going? Nurse's office, he replied, confusing most our classmates. Why does he need to go to the nurse's office? To rub it in, Mina said, about to go hunting for Pomeranians, because he injured himself using that attack. I said, walking over to Mina and began wiping her tears. That move is a last resort technique, where he literally compresses an explosion in his hand. The first time he used it, he sent the both of us into hospital for months and he almost lost his hand. Calming her down a little. Ajiro will be fine. That is what you just call him, right? Mina slightly blushes at the unintentional teasing that Hagakure continued until Uraraka and Katsuki returned. All right, who is the MVP for this match? All Might questioned, as both Momo and myself raise our hands at the same time. Both of you say it at the same time in 3, 2, 1. Kirishima, we announced. Agreed, Bakugo said at the back of the class, shocking half the class. Explain, All Might stated. Kirishima not only defended the bomb, but also his teammate, keeping up with his opponent and ally, even though he clearly lacked the combat experience. Ajiro underestimated his opponent's capability, Momo stated as I continued. Whereas the hero team didn't have proper communication and teamwork. Uraraka wasn't able to do anything because Bakugo eliminated the opposition before she got there. Bakugo leaving a teammate that would have been an essential factor in the defeat of said villains without the collateral damage of 4 buildings and himself. This causes Katsuki to tighten his gripe, as All Might recovers from that analysis. See correct, All Might stuttered. He got interrupted. Shit, Tats's stuttering went to All Might. Mina shouted, as our class either facepalms or laughs. The next match was a win for hero team. Momo shielding her team from Denki's attack, eliminating himself from short-circuiting. Mina defeating Minta by simple say that there are naked girls in one direction and then tying him up with the capture tape. Momo gaining MVP. Villain team barely won the next round. Gyro collapsing the ground of roof onto Shoji to slow him down, as Sato delayed Takoyami, only for him to run out of sugar and gets captured. Time ran out as Dark Shadow was just about to touch the bomb. Gyro gaining MVP. Villain team crushes the heroes in this one. The match didn't last a minute, due to the villain team jumping out the window and attacking the heroes. Suyu completely outpacing Aoyama, making him only doing collateral damage. Zero simply taping Koda mouth shout into a wall. Zero gaining MVP through making the plan. The last match is Hagakure and me, against Todoroki and Tenya. Why can I already tell this is going to be a sheet show? Instinct. Bakugo's POV. Hey, man, do you know who's going to win? Kirishima asked, with his complete torso covered in bandages. I have no idea, sheety hair, I state, not even looking at him. From what I know, villain team has the advantage. Todoroki managed to enter UA through recommendations. Also, if what Gyro told me about the results for the entrance exam was correct, Izuku only passed with 15 villain points and 60 rescue. Izuku being the main combat of his team, the chances of winning is slim. Smart Beach stated, as everyone begins to shake their heads in affirmance, that not everything walking Wikipedia. In the written exam he shared first place, and the practical he got minuses for harming effing extra. I state, didn't he implanted Ida into the ground because he grabbed at Izuku? Also, didn't it say that any harming of other examinees will appoint minus 100 points to your score? Machai Beach questioned, as the class began realizing how overpowered Deku is. Tatsuma, Ryuko Tatsuma. Wait, Tat shares Ryuko's family name, meaning he is her son. Ryukyu's kid is also the biological son of Endeavor. This is the battle of half-brothers, Raccoon Eyes announced, getting everyone pumped up. So, Todoroki, do you have a plan? Effing Four Eyes asked, as he places the bomb down. Freeze them before they become a problem. Icy Beach stated with a blank expression. Won't he just melt it? He does have a powerful fire quirk. The first smart thing that idiot said. Then I'll continue to freeze until hits his limit, he announced as he walks over to the door. Stay here and protect the bomb. Villain team have just lost, I state with a grin forming on my face. Izuku's POV. Why are you only wearing just gloves and shoes? I asked. Because otherwise no one will see me. she stated with a bubbly tone. Also, it's easier to just take off gloves and shoe instead of a whole hero suit. Well, if that is the case, you should take them off now. Todoroki will most like come after me, leaving Ida with the bomb. I'll distract Todoroki while you go and get the bomb, I said, memorizing the floor plans. And no, that's embarrassing. I'll be completely naked, Hagakure stated whilst covering herself. Hagakure, I said, moving one arm around her waist and the other grabs her chin, lifting it up so that she is looking into my eyes. It does not matter if you're completely naked or fully clothed, because I'll always be able to feel the warmth when you're near, smell your unique scent, and touch your soft skin, as begin to rub her cheek. All I ask for you is to trust me, and my judge. Oh, okay, she said, taking off her gloves and shoes. Heroes, you may now enter, All Might announced. I burst the door down. As the entire building becomes covered in ice, I create a heat bubble around Hagakure so that she can adapt to the instantly changed temperature. On the 3rd floor, we finally come across Todoroki. With both of us oppositely powerful attacks of fire and ice, a wave ice fog covers the floor. Give up, you will never defeat me. I will freeze you until you cannot move, Todoroki coldly stated. If my will was that weak, then I'll already be dead. As a ring of flame surrounds my eyes, and wisps of flame sparkle around the room like fairy lights. In this scenario, I do not need to protect people. Can you protect her? Looking at the unnaturally moving fog, rushing over and using my body as a shield to the torrent of ice flooding towards me. That's the difference between heroes and villains. Icicles stabbed across my back is the largest one, barely missing from being a lethal attack. Looking up to Hagakure with blood trickling down me, creating a passageway the stairway. Follow the plan. Trust me, I said, as she hesitant but reluctantly complies. Thank you. Ice begins to encompass me, a smirk forming on my face. Hell Dragon's domain. What? Todoroki huffs as all the ice instantly melts and water gets sapped out of the air. The ground, the walls and the ceiling crack as orangish red flames emit from them. Todoroki instantly trying to make an ice pillar, only for it to melt midway. He covers his right side in an ice gauntlet and rushes towards me. With one hand movement, the ground collapses beneath us, sending us down to the 1st floor as it's completely covered in flames. Reversing the hand motion, the floors reform themselves. How? I've been through hell. Walking over to him, with capture tape in hand, Todoroki throws a right hook with his ice gauntlet, ducking and wrapping said arm with the capture tape. Todoroki has been captured, All Might announced, only waiting for a few moments. Hero team wins. Young Hagakure has captured the bomb. With that, both the fire and remaining ice fade off the building, grabbing Hagakure's gloves and shoes and passing them over to her. Thank you, as the flame and scales surrounding my eyes disappear. And no, P-Pro B blem, as the anxiety returning as I run away, back to the class, only for that to be a living nightmare as everyone comes around me and asking me questions. Completely pass out from the blood loss and through hyperventilating. Back Hugo's POV. Great UFers, you made him effing pass out, I shouted as the recovery bots take him to Recovery Girl. I don't understand. He was so calm and battle-ready a few minutes ago. Invisible Beach stated. Yay, he has extremely powerful quirk. Why doesn't he have any confidence? Pikachu ripoff questioned. Oh no, why didn't it click sooner? Tatsuma is the only child of Ryuko. Roughly 7 years ago, Ryukyu's child was kidnapped. Yaorazu stated, rubbing her temples as everyone became the Pikachu meme, and went through 3 years of effing torture to mentally break him for claiming his effing power for their own. I shouted at them while looks down at themselves. The only time I get to see his old effing self is when he fights. The MVP for the match was Izuku effing Tatsuma. Izuku's POV. Entering class the next day, everyone oddly kept their distance from me, hearing about the reporters outside from the conversations between people. Before I could ask anyone about this, Aizawa-sensei walks in. Everyone quiet now. Everyone complies. Yesterday, I looked through the footage taken. Bakugo and Todoroki. You two need to work with your teammates. Minta, if I see you fail another test because of your lack of control, you will be expelled. Why yes sir, TCH divided by. The three responded. Now that's over, it's time to you guys to make a decision that'll affect you for the rest of your time at UA. Aizawa stated, as fear floods through everyone. You need to pick a class representative. Oh, pick me. No, pick me. If I become class rep, I'll make it mandatory that the girls have to wear skirts 3 inches shorter. Everyone, we should decide this on vote. Ida spoke out, gaining all of the loud ones to quiet down. Why should we? Wouldn't we just pick ourselves? Mina questioned. Then that SP peaks volumes ab about that P%. I stayed as everyone looks at me, then all agreeing with the voting. It was completely silenced during the voting and counting. Class representative is Izuku Tatsuma and vice is Momo Yaorazu. Come stand in front of the class. Aizawa blandly spoke. WWHYMMME. I spoke, being completely confused. Why y'all were avoiding me before CC class? Deku, you're the best choice for class rep. And we weren't avoiding you, they were giving you room to breathe. Katsuki spoke normally, shocking me. Class dismissed. We will continue this after lunch, Aizawa stated. Entering his sleeping bag, the bell rings for end of class. Seating at one of the larger tables, Momo, Uraraka, Mina, Hagakure, Bakugo, Kirishima and Jiro joined me. I am still uncertain if I should be rep. As I look down at my Katsuden, you'll be amazing, Izuku, Uraraka stated, as gives her Machai face a big smile. Yeah, you may have issues with out-of-combat interactions, but Momo can handle that while you handle being the leader we need, Mina stated. As she was about to take a bite of her food, she stopped herself. Wait, why is Uraraka calling you by your first name? Because she was trying to call me by Kaken's nickname for me, I state, continuing to eat my food. Can I call you by your first name? Mina, being an uncontrollable force of excitement. And get rid of your nickname you already gave me. Not a chance. Mina slightly pouting about this. Also, I think your crush will get jealous. Both Mina and Kirishima blush and turn their heads away. Before anyone else spoke, a blaring alarm went off. Third years telling people what it means, which didn't help the raging stampede of people in the hallway. Being pushed to the window side, I see the media and cameras entering the campus. Oh, Uraraka cried out, causing my blood to boil. Enough, I shouted, scaring everyone who was causing mass panic. This is disgraceful. We are in a school that has pro-heroes as teachers, and you are acting like this. Anyone who is or trying to enter the hero course should be ashamed. You need to observe your surroundings. And that would have told you it was the media. Pointing to the window, then walking over to Uraraka and noticing that she has a sprained ankle. Now try your hardest and help the ones that trampled over. No one dared to challenge me, as I pick up Uraraka bridal style and took her to nurse's office. If there is any class reps or vices, take charge and get everyone back to classes in a logical order of things. On the way to the nurse's office, a familiar scent sniffed the air. Flashes of a FO's torture floods my mind. No, it's not him, but someone who was extremely close to him, definitely not related, I thought. But they do share the smell of blood on them. Atlas stated, Izuku, are you okay? She questioned, and is absolutely blushing like a tomato. No, but it's nothing you should concern yourself with at the moment, I stated, clearly on alert. Oh okay, I trust you, she said, whilst giving me a hug. Did you know that you smell like matcha? Strawberry flavor, if I'm not mistaken, I state, as she passes out from blushing. Classes continued as normal. Uraraka returning back to class after recovering from her blushing mess. Class dismissed, Aizawa stated. Everyone begins to pack up their stuff and leave for today. Aizawa-sensei, I asked before he completely goes snuggy mode. Yes, Tatsuma, it better be important, he said, seemingly ready to end a man. Yes, it is. After the alarm went off, I took Uraraka to the nurse's office. However, I picked up on a smell that should not have been there. This claims the sleep-deprived man's attention. Did you follow it? Sensei questioned. No, I recognized the scent, I stated. Could it have been one of the students? Aizawa continued. No, this one is a scent that I picked up on from the villain that tortured me for my quirk, I said, forcing Sensei's eyes to shoot open. It didn't help that it too shared the smell of blood. He gets up. Can you show me where you picked this scent up? I nodded. Both of us walked down the halls, stopping at T section. I smelt it here. I went this direction, whereas the scent came from this direction. Now it's completely replaced with teenager Bo, I stated, pointing to a direction. The only direction from there is the locker rooms, teacher's lounge and principal's office. That'll be all. I can handle it from here. I do a slight bow and take my leave. Your life was hell. And now I have the feeling it's only going to get worse. Izuku's POV. Quiet, Aizawa stated as he takes his place on the podium. Today we will be going off campus for specialized training. Sir, what type of training? Zero asked, pulling out a card that has written on it while saying it. Rescue training. Pressing a button on the podium, Sir continued. You are to wear the PE uniform or your hero suits, however they may impede with your mobility. Meet me outside at the bus stop. At that, everyone goes and grab their hero suits, somehow managing to get everyone onto the bus, with it as challenging my rules, saying it does not following procedure. I take the first step into the bus as Aizawa arrives, seemingly in a good mood by this. Efficient, keep it up, he told me, giving me a slight smile. On the drive, everyone is talking with one another. Suyu deciding to create an open conversation. Tatsuma, you know that like to say things that are on my mind. She started off looking at me. From what Bakugo told us, is that villains had kidnapped you and tortured you for your quirk. I was wondering, what made your quirk so special compared to Endeavor's? I take a deep breath in and out before speaking. First of all, my biological father is Endeavor. My quirk can do everything his can, but better. Todoroki's eyes shot up when he heard that. Second of all, my flames are a part of me. like Shoji's multi-arms or Gyro's headphone jacks, giving me complete control over it even when it's disconnected from me. Everyone begins to realize my power. But those are not the reason for why they kidnapped me. It was for the fact that I can choose to burn things with my will. If I decided, I could engulf this entire bus with fire, and the only one who would be burnt would be Minta. Every girl seems to be overjoyed by that analogy, with Minta hating it. Do you have the overheating issue? Todoroki spoke out, surprising everyone. No, in theory, I should be able to turn myself into pure fire, I state, making him go completely silent. And that does not include what they did to me. What did they? Uraraka worryingly spoke, as Aizawa cuts her off. Quiet down. We are here, Aizawa announced, while hopping off the bus, everyone following his lead. We all notice a woman in puffy white jacket and yellow shoes awaits for us. OMG, it's the Space Hero 13. Uraraka instantly begins fangirling. Huge, I mutter under my breath, with her, Gyro and Shoji hearing it. Uraraka becomes a blushing mess. Hello, if you didn't hear your classmate. I'm the Pro Hero 13, and welcome to the USJ. The unforeseen simulation joint, spreading her arms out with the to show indicate the whole building. Walking inside, we become amazed with the size and the multiple environments within. Now I have something I like to say before we continue, or two, or three, or where's All Might? Aizawa making a sign with his hand, with 13 nodding in understanding. Well then, does anyone know what my quirk is? Your quirk is called Black Hole. You use it to save hundreds of people, by using it to remove rumble. Uraraka stated like a ball of energy. Yes, but this quirk can also end so many. The mood completely flips from what it was. Like most quirks, it can cause serious damage to those around you. Quirks should not be used to harm others, which is why you are here, to learn how to rescue others without causing any harm others. Cool, they even have fake villains, Kirishima practically shouted, as he points to the portal opening up. The man that I smelt yesterday comes walking through, as well the scent of the man who kidnapped me as the form of a Namo. As Kaminari tries to signal for help, but only for all signals to be jammed. The memory of a dart piercing my neck. The smell of the man who torturing me along with the pain. The taste of the Namu who feed me the blood and flesh of the other victims who couldn't handle the pain. I collapsed to the floor, curled up into a ball while grabbing my necklace Mum gave me. No, not again. Please, not again. Tears flow down my face, as my body stops it as a way to persevere water on instinct. The class is shocked or confused by my reaction. Only for Aizawa to speak up and prepare himself. Those are real villains. 13 protect the students. As he jumps down to the villains. Ryuko's POV. Finishing talking to reporter, I head over to my intern who's waiting for me. Ready to go? I ask, as she puts her phone away. Yep, Tamaki had just found a new all-you-can-eat buffet. And Mirio is trying to plan for us to go there. Nejire jumping up and down. As I was about to apply, an alarm went off on my phone. Checking up on it, I realized that it's an alarm for Izuku's tracker going off. Frantically, I call Yue, much to the surprise of Nejire. Principal Nedzu here. How may I assist you? I Nedzu, Imiruku. Can you please inform me where my son is? His tracker has went off, which either means that it got destroyed or it's being blocked. I said in an extremely worried tone of voice, as I hear typing on the other end. His class went to the USJ, which possibly means that it coup. I'm sorry, Ryukyu, but the USJ went dark. We are sending our staff there immediately. Sorry, I have leave now. At that, Nedzu hangs up the phone. Nejire, do you know where the USJ is? I questioned her. She nods a positive. Good, take me there, now. As we fly to the USJ at our fastest speed. Nejire's POV. Flying to the USJ, focusing most of my power and strength to simply keeping up with Ryukyu. Her size tripled the considered maximum of her power, with the majority of her human features almost disappeared. I've only heard rumors from her psychics that worked during the first few months of Izuku's kidnapping, where they had to lock her up when she entered into this state, flying from behind a giant domed build. That's the plaque. Unable to finish my sentence, as she triples her speed and slightly spinning me out of the air. Landing on the main road, panting from all that energy use. I notice a boy with engines on his calves running up. Before he could speak, All Might rushes up to us. Young Ada, why are you out here? That goes for you too, Nejire. Sir, the USJ is being attacked by villains, as well as blocking all communication. This Ada stated. I'm here because Izuku Tatsuma's tracker went offline, and I guided his mother here. I answered, only for a earth-shaking roar knocks us off our feet. Oh, did I forgot to mention. I think she is in her Berserker Dragon mode. Let's hope that young Tatsuma can calm her down before she levels the entire USJ. All Might physically literally sweats, whilst trying to keep his composure. Izuku's POV. Hello, we are the League of Villains, and we are here to end All Might. A misty portal villain appears behind us. Look, there is already one that accepts demise. Go to hell, you effing bastard. Tatsuki shouted, launching an explosion at the villain. Sorry, that didn't work. Anyway, time to send you to your demise, the villain stated, opening portals around us. The feeling of falling rushed through me, until I crashed into a large body of water. Unable to swim, I instinctively began using my quirk. A massive explosion of steam and screams erupt from the zone, with the only ones to were immune was Isui and Minda, who managed to stay conscious. While the torment of flame continues to burn around me, Suyu walks up to the flame. What are you doing? He'll burn you, Minda trying to stop her, all while rubbing the slight burn marks. Tatsuma has something that you'll never get from any girl and most guys. Ribbit. Suyu walks into my flames. Trust. The feeling of a warm embrace surrounds her as she walks toward me. Pulling me into a hug, she spoke. I hope I never feel what you have been through, Tatsuma. No one in this class would disagree with that. You have everyone's trust, and you can trust us that we will have your back. All we ask of you is to be the leader we need at the darkest times, to shine a path that we can follow. Can you do that? Ribbit, taking a few deep breaths, the flame dissipate. How the hell did you calm him down? Did you suck him? Minda couldn't finish that sentence, as a fire fist instantly knocks him out. And that's why I don't consider you a part of the class, I state, with the remaining flames wrap around him to pull his unconscious body. Walking over to the center plaza. Okay, now that's over. Assuming that they are blocking all forms of communication. The main campus has or been informed by my mum that my tracker is being jammed. Both teachers and pros should be here any moment. Small flickers of flame pulse off my arm, forming into a baby version of Atlas flame. Atlas, if you see any of my classmates in trouble, do what you see fit. That excludes ending people. A lack of faith in the opponents you are facing. Most of them look like street thugs. With that, Atlas flies off. What was that? Ribbit. Suyu asked, watching Atlas flying over to the mountain zone. A flame elemental is the form of a flame dragon. Long story short, the villain that kidnapped me. He is able to steal quirks from others if he willing, breaks their minds. But if he isn't careful, that quirk would be destroyed or damaged. He can repair them by fusing other quirks with the chosen quirk to repair it. That is one of those quirks. Suyu is shocked, scared, and horrified because I went through that. At that moment, an explosion of red lightning exploded from the mountain zone, as Atlas moves to the conflagration zone. Now being able to see the center plaza, we watch Aizawa completely dominating the villains. The one with hands rushes towards Sensei, only to stop as the roof collapses as Mum crashes into the ground. She is in a form that I've never seen before, being a form of a complete dragon. Unknowingly, she has the Namu under her talons, being crushed and unable to move, as she takes a deep breath in. Rage echoes throughout the entire world as the ground shakes in fear. The bloodlust emitting off of her knocks out every thug in the plaza, including Suyu, everyone at the entrance, and Minda, who woke up from the roar only to be knocked out in fear. Paralyzed in fear was Aizawa, Hand Villain, Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Atlas, who stopped and stared. I was simply smiling. Hand Villain was the first to speak. Namu, end it. The creature tries to escape Mum's grasp, only for Mum to grow angrier when hearing Namu. Moving her head down to the creature, she rips the head off its body and turning the rest of it into pulp. Cheat. You effing cheater. That was to end All Might. How can a effing NPC end the Namu? He said as the head rolls to his feet. The head begins to regenerate its body. The Namu has super regeneration. You won't be able to end it, he said, picking it up, only for it to turn into dust. Kurajiri, we're leaving. Now. At that, a portal opens underneath him, leaving the scene of the crime. I whistle, causing Mum to look at me and walk over to me. Slowly returning into her human form, she spoke. Are you okay, honey? Are you okay, honey? Mum asked, checking me for injuries. I'm fine, Mum. But what about you? I've never seen you enter that form before. A worrying look forms on my face. It's a form that appeared when I wasn't able to protect you, and only appears when will for protecting my loved ones becomes too strong. How did you know that the USJ was under attack? Aizawa stated as he walks over. All the students from the different zones began leaving their areas. They were blocking all signals in and out. And Izuku has a tracker on him, so if he gets kidnapped again it would be minutes rather than years. The tracker's signal had gone offline. Mum stated as Atlas begins to fly back to me. Hey look, it's that fire thing that possessed Denki and insulted him as it left. Gyro stated as Momo tries to catch it, only for her to catch me instead. Yeah, Momo, you caught a keeper, Mina stated, making Momo blush. Atlas lands on Mina's head, causing Momo to attack her. Greedy, aren't you? Dodging all of Momo's capture attempts. My vice rep wrapped me in a net. I stated as Uraraka. Gyro and Hagakure helps me get the net off me. Momo. She instantly stops and looks at me. If it was a threat, I wouldn't have allowed it to come near me so easily. Atlas, time's up. Both Mina and Atlas huffs as the latter flows back into me. It was a part of you. Everyone who had a run-in with Atlas shouted. After the small break from school, due to the villain attack, We all seat at our desks, as Ida tries to follow procedure that is complete unneeded. Aizawa rises out of his sleeping bag to address the class. I hope you didn't slack off your training during the break, because your battle isn't over, he voiced, causing all the graves to roll over. A majority of the class begins to freak out about the possibility of more villains. The sports festival is coming up in a week. Everyone sighs in relief. This is an important event for the hero course, allowing you guys to show yourselves for possible recruitment from pro agency. Ensure that you go plus ultra on that day. After a yes sensei from the class, he states one more thing before returning back into his sleeping bag. Class reps, you have a meeting after class today in Class 3A's classroom. Class dismissed, but that the bell rings indicating the end of class. While packing up as well waiting for Momo, the rest of the class opens the door to see a mob of students waiting for them. What's going on? Uraraka questioned. They're scouting out the competition, pink cheeks. Katsuki states, if you want to take our spot in this class, then you have already failed. You are wasting time looking at us when you should be training you effing extras. The people began uproar as someone with blonde hair pushes in front, noting that a purple-haired guy took Katsuki's advice and left. Possible replacements for Minta, or at the very least, moving someone from 1B up and him into that class. I thought as the blonde boy spoke. Just what I thought. Class 1A are full of themselves. Just because you got attacked by villains does not mean you can be all high and mighty, talking shit about my classmates and then making the attack sound like a good thing. A wave of heat and bloodlust floods the area as I walk up to the mob. If you want to talk badly about my class, you can. But do not talk about a villain attack so lightheartedly. Any one of us could have died, or seriously injured. Tell me, do you want to become a hero for your own gain? If so, then, you'll crumble at the smallest chance that you would die. Being a hero isn't about fame or fortune. It's about willingly sacrificing your life for others. Leave, now, I commanded as the entire mob instantly disappears, leaving the main guy who spoke out standing there frozen. Before he could speak, he gets karate chopped in the neck by a girl with orange hair. Sorry about him, he has an obvious superiority complex. She spoke, unfazed by the bloodlust, recognizing the scent from my time learning martial arts. Kendo, I questioningly look at her, as she does the same. Dude, how are you unfazed by Tatsuma's bloodlust? Kaminari freaking out. How does Izuku know you? Uraraka trying to hold back her own bloodlust. Tatsuma, Izuku Tatsuma, Izukutatsuma. Kendo quickly realizing who I am, pulling me into a hug. Why didn't you return to the dojo? We all thought you died. We even have a small shrine for you. As she begins to shake me around. Yua, Kendo, even though I would love to catch up, I have to go class rep meetings. As Momo walks to my side, we are going there as well. We are the reps for Class 1B, unfortunately on his part. As she points to the unconscious body, I nod and turn to my class. Well guys, see you tomorrow. If you need anything just text me. I should reply when I can. Waving goodbye as we walk away. But she didn't answer my question. As Denki began making sad Pikachu. Bakugo, you are childhood friends with Izuku. Can you tell me the relationship they have? Uraraka questioned, now not hiding her bloodlust. I don't effing know. She is from a part of his life that I didn't see. Him actually training his combat proficiency through martial arts. Sometimes I forget he did that to combat me. Katsuki stated as he walks away. It makes so much sense. His body language and stance always seems ready to defend and attack. Now I know it's from martial arts. Ajiro smiling a bit, after finding out he isn't the only one who learnt the art. Hey Uraraka, if we don't leave now, the train will leave us, Ada announced, causing Uraraka to break out of her ender mode. Thanks Ada, I wouldn't know what to do without you, she replied, giving him a 1,000,000-watt smile. During the week of training for the sports festival, I returned to the dojo that I trained under. First it was all hugs and being welcoming. Then when it came down to my abilities, they didn't show me any mercy. By the end of the week, I collected black belt and even managed to hone my flames better. The day comes and all of Class 1A are in the waiting room, some sitting by themselves as they prepare their mental fortitude, and others talking in small groups to help relieve constantly building stress. Noticing Ida talking to Uraraka. Does Ida have a crush on Uraraka? Obviously. However, you should be focusing on the half-brother that's walking up to you. Tatsuma, Todoroki announced, catching everyone's attention. Yes, Todoroki, catching most people off due to me not stuttering. It's no question that you are the strongest in the class, Todoroki stated, as everyone nods in agreement. No, Bakugo and Momo is able to challenge me, with Momo needing to trust herself and her instincts. Everyone who wasn't sitting is now on the ground with shock. Also Momo looks down at her hands and clenches them. Todoroki slightly becomes annoyed by the fact that I don't consider him a threat. Now that you got everyone's attention, I should announce something to out peers. Everyone, right now we are a class. But when we walk out there we are enemies. To each other and to every student trying to take our place in the hero course. So my encouragement for all of you, besides Minda, is to do your best and show the world why we made it here. Except Minda and Todoroki. Everyone begins to pump themselves up. At that we hear Present Mike call out for us. It's show time. Ryuko's POV. Walking with Enko to our seats, we come across someone we wished we didn't. Ryuko, Endeavor. Man, I feel good adding this to my definitions. Spoke. Yes, Endeavor. Wanting your second position back. I questioned. Recently getting the number 2 position from him. I can easily get that back. He spoke only to be cut off by Enko. No, you couldn't. You are a literal dumpster fire. And now that Ryuko is showing the world how the number 2 hero should act, you gaining that position back is almost impossible for you. His flames flare a bit. Anyway, I wanted to know about your son. He is in the same year group as my masterpiece. I can tell Enko is getting annoyed by him treating his son as an object and not a person. My son is doing great, besides going to hell and returning, of course. I stated, knowing it's not the information he wants. Seeing how I know my son can easily defeat your son if he uses both sides of his quirk. Would you say that your son is strong enough to give him a good wake-up call? The beach questioned, unrealizing that my son crushed him in a combat class. Why does your son need a wake-up call? Enko questioned, trying to point out that he isn't an object. He refuses to use his fire side, and blames me for his scar that his mother done to his face. He stated like he was a no-brainer, grabbing onto Enko's hand to ensure she doesn't try and end him. Well, it seems he needs a talk from someone he can actually respect. That is something I can 100% certain my son is able to do. I stayed as both myself and Enko walk away. Also, if my son learns what you did to your son, and allows his emotions get the best of him, no matter where you go, he'll find you, and he'll painfully drag you to hell personally. After all, since the day his quirk manifested, he surpassed the both of us in raw power, releasing my bloodlust to truly show him how screwed he is, leaving a surprised Endeavor standing alone. After taking our seats, Enko asked a question. He's going to be an issue when he sees Izuku's power, won't he? Depends on how badly a first impression Endeavor makes with him. We should be preparing his funeral then. Izuku's POV. Walking out from the tunnel, I see a coliseum filled with people. Give a warm welcome to Class 1A. Present Mike announced to much of the dismay of Aizawa. The classes continue to enter one after another, while I scare Nito Monoma into silence for now. Now that's out of the way, let's our dominatrix of a chief referee, Midnight. As Midnight raises on a podium, as most of the guys woo at her. Masochist, I heard Enko said in the bleachers, as people like Gyro hearing her. I begin to massage my temples. Can the year representative Katsuki Bakugo please address the festival? She called out as he walks up. If you need me to give you some emotional speech to do your best, then you should walk out of here while you still have the chance. UA expects you to do your best. And that's the legacy I pledge to always do. A determined look fixed upon his face. Everyone remains silent, trying to comprehend what he meant. I begin slowly clapping, as a ripple effect occurs as everyone joins in. Not the speech that I expected, but that's the one we got, folks. Present Mike shouted. If you keep this up, I'll tie and gag you to the wall and take a nap. Aizawa stated, while scratching his eye bags. Present Mike huffs at this. I remember when you did that to me, honey, Ryuko whispered into Enko's ear, as I block my ears and try forget that I ever heard it. This has already became worse torture than when I was kidnapped. This has already became worse torture than when I was kidnapped, I said, hoping they can hear me. Oh, so that is coming from your parents then? Sucks to be you, Gyro states, twirling her earphones. Before I can counter, Midnight spoke up. Alrighty everyone, time to see what event we have for these new bloods. As she whips the air, then the screen began rapidly moving to see what we have in store. The first event is Obstacle Race. The rules are simple. You must go through the track and any obstacles in place. The first 42 students that finish will make it to the next event. If no one has any questions, please go to the starting line. Looking at the tunnel that everyone has to go through, I take my position at the back while building up heat as the computerized buzzer goes off. Using the high walls, I jump in between them, being unfazed by the mass mob grappling over each other. Launching out of the tunnel, I land on Todoroki's head. Well, this is awkward. Using him as a bounce pad, rocket myself into first place. Look here, folks. Shoto Todoroki used his quirk onto the ground, freezing the competition still. But that WAS ain't cool enough for Izuku Tatsuma as he burns his way through, landing on Todoroki and forcing him hot on his tail. Present Mike announced, "Why am I here again?" Aizawa clearly has given up on life. I have no idea, Mike responded. It looks like the majority of Class 1A was unfazed by Todoroki's move. Aizawa, what have you been teaching them? It wasn't me. My students faced a scenario where their death was possible. They have took the experience and made themselves better in the process, Aizawa stated while pulling out a sleeping bag. Sorry, Aizawa. Remember what the principal told you, Mike called out as Aizawa puts the sleeping bag away. Returning back to the race, the contestants have finally made it to the first obstacle, the Robo Inferno. Dodging all the 1-3 pointers, I look up to the 3 0-pointers, remembering the amount of destruction one of them made. I decided not to endanger others for a simple sports festival as I take a huge breath in. A massive shockwave of heat launches everything back, stopping every contestant in their tracks. The bellowing flames emitting from my mouth slowly fades away, showing everyone what remains of the 0-pointers. What the actual hell? Izuku Tatsuma completely evaporated all the 0-pointers. The only things that remain are their tracks. Present Mike reacted, basing off lethality. Tatsuma has surpassed Endeavor in firepower, Aizawa causally stated, as he begins to use eye drops out of instinct. Everyone is left speechless. ERASERHEADYISNT the year representative, Mike questioned, because Atenya Ida tried stopping him from what seemed like calming another examinee, and on instinct he implanted him into the ground. He still got second highest in the entire year group, even with the negatives placed on him for harming another examinee. Anyone who was around Endeavor at that moment felt a huge wave of heat emitting off of him. Will now that the contestants have passed the Robo Inferno. Now they must face the fall. Anyone that hits the bottom of the pit is instantly disqualified. Present Mike announced as I literally jump off into the pit. Izuku Tatsuma has jumped into the pit. It seems that he isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. What WS that for a racer hat. Just watch and see, Aizawa spoke, as I launch a flame grappling hook into a pillar, increasing my speed by creating fire boosters on my feet, arcing myself up into the sky. You were just about to call the one of smartest students in the year group dumb. Completely illogical. Thanks for the catch there. I knew you were a good friend. Mike changed the subject. What do we have here? Shoto Todoroki has been overtaken by Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. A explosive way to the top for sure. Aizawa groans at his puns. Izuku Tatsuma is going to land in the third and final upscale, the minefield. At the speed and rate of falling, he'll splat into the mines before they can explode, Sensei announced as people watch in horror. Stopping the boosters, I condense a ball of fire into the size of a marble, shooting it off on my landing zone. A earth-quaking explosion that'll make Katsuki proud erupts, altering my momentum, entering me into a roll then run. Look here folks, he created an explosion to take the brunt of the damage. Mike obviously shouting to torture Aizawa. Using the mines as booster pads, I run on them with allegiance and grace. Wait, I thought Principal Nedzu stated that it's impossible to do that. No, he said, it would be effectively impossible to do that, meaning that it is possible if they have the experience and skill to do so. The most likely to do this is Izuku Tatsuma and Katsuki Bakugo, basing on how they use their quirks, Aizawa corrected. Running the last stretch of the race, the sound of explosions far and near echo behind me as I pass the finish line. First place goes to Izuku Tatsuma. I hate loud blondes, he tiredly stated. Good job Izuku, you're doing great. Both mums said at the same time. Oh, you know that I can hear you guys then? I questioned, slightly ticked. I can, Inko. Not so much, Ryuko stated, as I just shake my head. Who are you talking to, Cinnamon Roll? Midnight questioned, slightly licking her lips. Oh, just my parents. I can hear them and one of them can hear me. Also, one of them has called you out as a masochist, I innocently stated, all knowing that it wasn't. Midnight slightly reels back at this. Time to wait and see what hell is next for me. Izuku's POV. As the rest of the contestants finishes the race, I patiently wait for the next event occur. Alrighty, now can the rest of the students please go to the seating area? Looking at the ones who made it, 2 students that are not from the hero course remain. The sleep-deprived purple-haired kid that walked away on that day, and a girl with pink hair and covered in gadgets with a smile of a mad scientist plastered onto her face. Now for the second event, Midnight announced whilst cracking her whip, as the screen begins to roll the possible outcomes. The next obstacle you will be facing is the cavalry battle, as everyone begins to roar. Now the rules are simple. In teams of 2 to 4, one of you will be designated as the leader. The leader will have a headband that is the total worth of the each member, as well if the leader falls onto the ground they are disqualified. Each member's worth as it increases by 5 based on your ranking from the obstacle race. Quirks are permitted, however if you use force that knocks a leader onto the ground your team is as well disqualified. She explained, so for me, I should get 210. Also in play is 4,515 points on the field, depending if the writer's calculations are correct. I stated without thinking. Uncaring stated without anyone noticing. Looking back at Midnight, she has a maniacal smile forming on her face. The only exception to this is first place, who is worth 1 million points. At that, everyone stares at me with a predatory hunger. You have 15 minutes to make your teams, so begin. Looking over to Katsuki. He looks back only for a second as he walks away. I sigh at this. Hey Izuku, let's team up, Uraraka enthusiastically announced, while jumping towards me. Thank you Uraraka, I really need you. Giving a bright smile, as Uraraka becomes a blushing mess. Hey, Million Boy, I'm joining your team, the pink-haired girl claimed. I need to use you to get my babies the spotlight that they deserve. The babies, both Uraraka and I questioned as she points to her gadgets. Oh okay then, we still need one more person. Oh, I know who, I proclaimed, jogging over to Takoyami. Hey Takoyami, do you know our quirks aren't suitable together? Takoyami completely shooting me down. Before I could get the chance to explain my reasoning, he walks away. Do you need a partner? Ribitsuyu asked. I can join, otherwise I'll be joining Minta. Shivers flow down her spine. Sure you can join. I was looking for my last member, I replied, looking at her as the rest of the team join in. Seeing how I couldn't get Takoyami, that leaves me as the omnidirectional defense. The combination of Uraraka's quirk and Hatsume's creations will allow us to boost our mobility. Sue, you will be attacking other teams by using your tongue to grab their headbands. Any questions? All of them shake their heads at this. Good, now, who wants to be the leader? I prefer it not being me on the basis that you guys will be carrying me. The girls look at each other, then points to me. Harem Dragon King Izuku, Tatsuma, Million Boy. All three commanded, as I sigh in defeat. Time's up. Everyone get into your positions, Midnight announced. Now that the teams have been made, let's see what they made. Present Mike shouted. From least amount of points to most, we have Team Suntory, Team Rin, Team Kodai, Team Kendo, Team Shinso, Team Monoma, Team Hagakure, Team Minta, Team Todoroki, Team Bakugo, and lastly Team Harem Dragon. Confused why my team name is like that. The majority of the team asked me to change the name for the team, so seeing how it's first place team, I went with it. Midnight answered, as everyone looks at my team, seeing me in a blushing mess on top of three girls who are smiling to my embarrassment. Midori, you bastard. I'm the one who is going to have a harem, not you. Minta screeched at me, as my blushing completely is destroyed at this as I stare down at him. Minoru Minta, if you even try to seduce a woman that has already refused you, I'll personally destroy all of your balls. And I mean all, I proclaimed, as a wave of protectiveness pulsates out of me. Every pervert in the area is in complete fear. With them only felt the seething bloodlust in every word. Oppositely, every woman feels secure in my presence, as Uraraka tightens her grip on me while rest head on my side. Hehe, as sorry for that outburst, as my shyness slightly plays up. Don't be sorry. Divided by you're amazing. Divided by we love you. All the females in the stadium began screaming out, as most of the guys are becoming jealous at this. We don't need to worry about grandbabies, do we? Inko questioned to Ryukyu, with a slight blush forming on my face. No, the harem dragon has been created, Ryukyu answered, all while I returned back into a blushing mess. Shoto, you better show that boy that you are far superior in every way. Endeavor shouted at Todoroki, as I give him a death stare that would in any other case send him into the hospital. Endeavor, it seems that Todoroki is under my son's protection, so if you don't want to die, then I suggest you sit down and keep your mouth shut. Inko told him off, as he just flaring away whilst waking. Izuku, I can't hear you, but I know you can hear me. Don't worry about anything else but the task in front of you. You have people relying on your performance, so don't let them down. Taking a deep breath, I look directly at both moms, nodding in silences as I turn my head back to the arena. Let's give it our all. Izuku's POV. Let's give it our all, I commanded, as my face tosses the blushing mess aside. All of them look towards me, feeling the determination floods into them. Hi, all three announced, whilst looking back towards the arena. Now that's all out of the way, are the teams ready? Midnight announced as everyone quietens down. Alrighty then. On my mark 3, 2 present Mike counted down only to be cut off. Go, Midnight commanded while giving the death stare at Mike. Everyone rushes towards me, creating a small ball of fire. I throw it onto the ground, stopping everyone in their tracks as the entire arena floor crackles in flames. Raising my hands and twisting them into a grip, the ground ripples slightly as it wraps around the legs. What is this? Izuku Tatsuma has manipulated the ground, capturing the feet of all in the area. Present Mike freaked out, along with every person watching this happen. I don't see a problem with this. Izuku Tatsuma has been through hell, compared to most pro heroes nowadays. It seems that he learned new abilities along the way. Aizawa called out most pros. They wanted to call him out but couldn't by the skeptical that I'm showing. Do you think that'll stop us? Minta proclaimed as him and Takoyami begin their assault. Minta throwing his sticky balls at us and Dark Shadow following suit. Looking at where they're coming from, Shoji is covering them with his arms. The perfect plan. I'll be the harem king who'll slay the dragon. You, I stated as white-hot flames erupt from the ground, burning the balls into nothing and pushing Dark Shadow. Sorry, Dark Shadow, I'm the superior being, Atlas bluntly stated, forming from the flame, pushing them back to their group. Atlas practically rips Shoji's arms out of the way, showing the birdman and the crying midget, who became so scared he fainted and plopped off of Shoji's back. Team Mind to have been eliminated due to their leader be a scaredy cat. Midnight rubbing salt to their wounds, as Atlas disappears along with the constraints on Shoji. Can you pick up your teammate and take him to recovery, girl? Turning my head back to the rest of the contestants, I see Todoroki using his eyes to make a path towards me and Bakugo who's flying towards me. It's time. Pressing a button, my entire team fly into the sky, completely shocking everyone, turning my attention to Tsu. How many? 3. Ribbit handing me 3 headbands. I grabbed Suntori's, Rin's and Minta's before they even knew it. So you are a lifesaver. Your babies are working amazingly. Achako, please tell me when you can't hold it for any longer, okay? I compliment all of them, as smiles form on their faces. The ground returns back to normal, as everyone becomes free while tying the new headbands on me. Looky here, listeners. The Harem Dragon, I can't believe I have to call a team that have boosted the amount they're leading by 645 points, making the total points they have now is 10,940. Are they aiming for a wipe? No, simply adding more pressure onto the other teams. Aizawa shot down Mike. DIKU, Katsuki shouted, as he flies towards me. I won't lose. He tried to challenge me, only to be whacked by a dragon tail straight back to his team. That's going to hurt. Present Mike commented. If you don't shut up, I'll throw you to him so that you can get first-hand experience. The sleep-deprived man threatened. Uraraka began tapping my leg, indicating her limit. Landing on the ground, no one dared to challenge us. That is no one besides Todoroki. Rushing towards me while covering the ground in ice, I send a wave of fire toward them as they try and defend themselves. The torrent of flame fades away with my fist clutched tight. Kaminari now, Todoroki shouted as Momo makes insulation for themselves from the wave of electricity emitted off of him. Red electricity covers the entire Colossum, as the only ones affected by this is Endeavor, Minta, and to a slight degree, flames pulse out of Kaminari as they flow back to me. Uraraka taps my leg again. Sorry, love to fight and chat, but my people need me. I spoke, confusing them as we fly back into the sky. Did you see how many points he had? I can say he has 1 less than before. Ribitsu stated as she hands a headband to me. I put it on, showing the world the newest edition. I can't believe it. Suyuasui has collected another headband for the Harem Dragon. Now they are up to 10,001,555. Second place is Team Bakugo with 1,295. Third place Shoto Todoroki with 870 and fourth being Team Shinso with 295. Present Mike announced, as my team lands. Damn it, I didn't refuel it. Oh well, Mei told herself off the stop caring. I thought I could handle another jump, but I was wrong. Uraraka putting herself down. It's okay, we just have to stay on the ground for the final countdown. As I begin to pat them on the head, Todoroki's team begins to grab onto Eda, noticing a massive increase in heat coming from his engines. Nope. On instinct, I lean back as Todoroki's hand completely misses me. Turning around, I notice that Eda's engines are fried. Let's go eliminate Todoroki's team. I informed my team as we charge at them, Tsuyu using her tongue defining any form of defensive movement. Now in grabbing range, I reach my hand for one of his headbands. Todoroki begins to emit fire out of his arm to counter as I flick it to the side. Todoroki enters into shock when he noticed that he was using his fire. I grab one of his headbands while we rush past him. Turning around for another push, Katsuki came out of nowhere and grabbed the 1,000,000-point headband off me. Tsuyu using her tongue to grab Todoroki's last headband, as I use my flames to get the 1,000,000-point. TTTTTTTTIIMME. And what a ending. Harem Dragon trying to wipe Team Todoroki out of the competition, only for Team Bakugo to steal the 1,000,000-point headband right underneath their noses. Present Mike announced. Tatsuma did not predict Bakugo to not use his explosions or for his team to change positions. Bakugo moved Mina Ashido to the front so that she used her quirk to lubricate the ground, as Hanada Zero to use his to catapult them at the same speed Bakugo could have done. Aizawa explained, as I begin to laugh at my mistake. That's crazy. Now for the rankings. First place goes to Team Bakugo with 10,001,295. Second goes the Harem Dragon with 2,260. Third goes to Team Shinso with 520 points, with fourth place being Team Todoroki with 165. Izuku's POV. Shoto, how can you fail that badly? Endeavor shouted, annoying my parents, Todoroki and myself. I trained you better than this. Endeavor, you failed to teach your son anything that'll help him to become a hero he desires. At this rate, Ray and your hero agency would have been better teachers than you. Allow UA to do their jobs and allow him to be a hero he want to be. Ryuko called out Endeavor, clearly about to fight. There is no need for fight. Why? Because I am here, All Might announced as he jumps in between them. Now Ryuko, please sit down with your wife. Endeavor, can I have a word with you, alone? As he walks away, with Mum compiling to his request. TCH, Endeavor scuffs as he walks to All Might. Well, this is the perfect time to announce a 30-minute break for the students and to prepare for the next event, so please check out the stalls that are outside while we wait for them. Midnight stated as we begin to move. Tatsuma, do you mind speaking with me alone? Todoroki questioned me. I simply nodded his request. As we both walk away, I turned my head to Katsuki and gave him, if you follow, I'll ensure you feel all the pain inflicted to me but 1,000 times worse. Look, walking down a hallway, we stop at the exit and lean back on opposite walls. I wanted to ask, why did Endeavor give his sperm to your mother? He questioned. He was drunk, I bluntly stated, surprising Todoroki but clearly not enough information. I'm a mistake. Both my mom and Endeavor got drunk celebrating the rankings that year. I would not be here if All Might didn't pull Endeavor to the party. Endeavor told my mom to abort me, but she didn't and told the media that it was planned by getting back together with her ex. That makes more sense for Endeavor. Todoroki clearly understanding this. Do you know what quirk marriages are? Yes, as well as quirk slaves. To create offspring with a better quirk from their parents. Both illegal, but the fine for quirk marriages can be paid off if you have the money. I answered, with Todoroki getting confused by the quirk slaves. Quirk slaves are people sold on the black market for their quirk, either for studying, forced labor or rape, the last and first one being the most common. This is a topic that I want to leave at that, please. But I assume Endeavor had a quirk marriage to create you. Todoroki shook his to kick himself out of his daze. Yes, that is correct. I was created to surpass All Might, so when my quirk manifested he forced me into harsh training. My mum tried stopping it. However, it drove her insane to the point she poured boiling hot onto my left. Because of that I refused to use my fire side. But during the cavalry battle you forced me to use it. I want to tell you that'll never happen again. Todoroki told his story to me. I want to end Endeavor. I won't let you end Endeavor. I'm going to end Endeavor. I won't allow you to end Endeavor. My job is to protect you and that is what I'm doing. Tatsuma, are you okay? I sigh in annoyance. No, Atlas is stopping me from ending Endeavor. Also that refusing to use something because of its origins is stupid, I informed, completely shocking him on both aspects. Do you know anything about World War II? The Nazis used the Jews as lab rats to massively improve their medical knowledge of the human body, and that research is still being used today to save lives. Todoroki remains silent. I won't tell you to use it. At the end of the day it's your decision, but I suggest you go talk to your mother if you've been staying away from her. She might have caused that scar on your face, but that does not mean she isn't guilty for it and fearing the worst for you. I walk away to go eat. After eating my lunch, I walk back to the main arena to see the girls in my class in cheerleaders' outfits. Look folks, the girls from Class 1A have to give some fan service to the audience. Present Mike announced. Ladies, what are you doing? I questioned. Denki and Minda stated that Class 1A girls have to cheerlead. Oh, we got played. Momo realizing what happened, along with the rest of the girls. Well, you all look amazing, but you should really talk to me before something like this. Now Minda and Kaminari. I look over to them as they begin to run, only to fail as two flame dragon claws grabs them by the head and pulls them towards me. Momo, please make two cheerleading outfits for these two. Momo complying as I use my flames to grab them, covering the perverts completely in flames. The fire disperses to show Minta and Kaminari both in cheerleading outfits. Oh, sorry, I might have destroyed your PE uniforms. Also, for lying about a formal event. You two are banned to go to get new PE uniforms till the end of the sports festival. Both of the perverts began covering themselves, as they were about to argue back. Do I make myself clear? Why, yes, sir. They comply, calming myself down. Thank you, Tats, Izuku, Tatsuma, Rep Ribbit divided by Flame Boy, Cinnamon Roll. The girls in unison stated, while hugging me. I instantly tensed up, and slightly shaking in fear. Beginning to realize what they're doing, I slowly calmed down. The Harem Dragon has claimed more girls to himself. Izuku's POV. The Harem Dragon has claimed more girls to himself. Present Mike commented. Whilst the audience begin to return to their seats. Welcome back everyone. Hope everyone has been enjoying today. Now back to Midnight. Everyone who did not make it to 4th place, please leave. Midnight stated, looking at the mass of girls hugging guys. Excuse me, can I give up my spot to someone who actually did something? Ajiro questioned. Me too. A guy in Class 1B I believe joined in. Very well. Tetsu and Ibara Shizaki will be taking your positions. Now can the remaining student please go to the stands? Midnight permitted and restated. Hagakura and Gyro reluctantly moves out of the hug and leaves to the stands. Ladies, is it really that comfortable to be hugging Tatsuma? All of the remaining girls just nod and pull deeper into the hug, thrown into a daze with the warmth of their bodies, touch of their skin and scents on them that are driving me insane. What is keeping me standing are the girls holding me up with the hug. Is this why dragons normally live alone? Well then, Tatsuma, are you alright? 1 to 3, I, 1 to 2, 1 to 1 to 3 to 4 to 1, 1 to 1 to 3 to 2 to 2 to 2 to 1 to 3, 2 to 3, 5, I, 1 to 1 to 1 to 2. I answered, with the majority of my mental capacity is going to hold back inner dragon. Seeing how you tried to answer means that you can still understand me, so it's all good then. Midnight waves off my suffering. Now, time to see what the next event is. The event wheel spins. The next event is 1v1 battles. Eraserhead, who do you think will win this? Present Mike announced. Depends on the brackets and if Tatsuma can live till his round. Aizawa answered, getting a few chuckles from the audience. Here are the brackets. Midnight whipped at the screen. 1. Izuku Tatsuma vs Hitoshi Shinso. 2. Shoto Todoroki vs Hanta Siro. 3. Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shizaki. 4. Meihatsum vs Tenya Ida. 5. Yuga Aoyama vs Mina Ashido. 6. Tsuyu Isui vs Momonye Arazu. 7. Tetsu vs Ijiro Kirishima. 8. Ochako Uraraka vs Katsuki Bakugo. Oh no, Uraraka said, letting go of the hug. With my slow regaining willpower, I look up to see who we both are fighting. Wah. I pull her back into the hug. This time I'm hugging her. There is a chance of you winning against him. I won't tell you how, but I will tell you to trust yourself and your abilities. Okay, I whispered into her ear, causing her to slightly blush. She slightly nods to my advice, grabbing both my arms and pulling them tighter around her. Being hugged by you feels far better than me hugging you. Uraraka stated out loud as the girls get slightly jealous. Now can everyone please go to the stands? Besides Tatsuma and Shinso, go to the waiting rooms till we call out for you. Midnight informed, as the hug is broken. Tatsuma, Ajiro walked up to me. Can the contestants please make their way onto the arena? Present Mike announced, as I walk away from Ajiro. On one side we have the class rep for 1A, son of the number 2 hero Ryuko, Izuku Tatsuma, also known as the Harem Dragon. I walk out to the arena, massaging the temples of my head. On the other side we have the underdog from class 1 degrees Celsius, Hitoshi Shinso. Purple Boy walks onto the stage. Are you two ready? Midnight questioned as we both nod. Very well. Begin. It must be great having a powerful quirk. Shinso spoke as I punch him in the face. With every time he spoke I punch. With any time he attacked I counter and then punch. Shinso jabs towards me, as I duck while twisting my body, landing a heavy kick to the gut, sending his ass out of the arena. Izuku Tatsuma wins. Midnight calls. I squat to his level. Shinso, I didn't use my quirk against you. Want to know why? Simple. Fighting is more than just relying on your quirk. There are quirks in the hero course that seemingly have no combat capability, but with technique and understanding your limits allows them to be better than most people in other classes. I informed him, not giving any room for challenging my words. I walk away, leaving him to his thoughts, taking my seat on the bleachers. Everyone in my class looks at me with confused look. Did I do something wrong? Huh? Monoma shouted as he pokes his head over the wall. I knew that class 1A are full of egoists. Or did you run out of steam? That's why. He shuts up as I destroy the wall, splitting the classes, leaving a pillar to hold the weight. It's called getting to a person's level. Something you should be familiar with, seeing how you need to rely on others for your quirk to be useful. Also, stop trying to make a gap between the classes. All it'll do is make cracks in trust for when we do work placement in the future. So sit down. I called out his bull. All while he complies. WOAH, what's happening in the stands for class 1A and 1B? Present Mike questioned. Just the class rep opening borders for the other class. Aizawa answered. Did Tatsuma destroy the wall separating the classes? Present Mike countered, while making pillars to hold the weight of the seats on top of them. That doesn't matter, we have the next match you need to commentate. Aizawa changing the subject. That's right. Next match we have on right is the son of the number 3 hero Endeavor, Shoto Todoroki. On the left we the one who can package you home with ease, Hanta Siro. Present Mike announced, as both of them walk onto the stage. Midnight looking at the two, with both of them nodding. Begin, she announced, instantly wrapping Todoroki with tape. Siro began throwing him out of the arena. A massive wave of ice erupts from Todoroki, completely freezing the tape boy. Midnight checks on Siro, seeing if he can escape. Todoroki wins, she declared, as he begins to melt the ice away. Well, that's sad. Denki, you're up, I said, looking at him while he's still in the cheerleading outfit. Come on, man. Please allow me to wear the normal PE uniform. Izuku's POV. Come on, man. Please allow me to wear the normal PE uniform. Kaminari begged. Let me think about. I spoke, plastering on the most comical thinking face I know. A second passes and I deadpanned at him. No, just think how the girls must have felt going on live television because of your act. Can the next contestants head to the arena? Present Mike called out, with Kaminari sighing in defeat as he grudgingly walks away. Who, you effers think will win match? A blonde girl with horns questioned brokenly. Definitely not the one teaching you Japanese. I spoke in English, catching her off guard. Ibara will win. Not even a challenge in a fair fight. Huh, even your rep says we are superior. Monoma shouted victoriously, with everyone besides Momo, Katsuki, Horn Girl and myself not knowing where this outburst came from. What did you mean by fair fight? Momo questioned. If I'm not mistaken, she's religious, I answered, with Monoma tell me off for bringing up something pointless. I focused back onto the arena. Let's give it up to one of the perverts of Class 1A, Denki Kaminari, Mike announces as he walks out, using his hands to keep the skirt down. Everyone trying their hardest not to laugh out loud. Heh. Now welcome the angel of Class 1B. Ibarashiozaki. The Lord has blessed us with a lovely day. The vine-haired girl spoke with a ray of sunlight shining down upon her. I look over to Denki while a confused expression forming on his face, only for it to change into a mischievous glint forming in his eyes. Are you ladies ready? Midnight questioned, with both of them nodding. Begin. You know Jesus dies for nothing if you don't sin. Kaminari seductively questioned, slightly riding up his skirt while licking his lips. Why don't we sin between the two of us? Don't you dare corrupt the words of the Lord with your agenda. Ibara shouted at the slowly approaching idiot. I'm sorry, tie me up and punish me for my sins. Master, he continued, lifting his wrists to her. Recoiling from him, Ibara smacks him with one of her vines. Yes master, punish me. Blood trickling down his face from the cut of the thorns of her vines. She begins to step away from the masochistic sinner. Don't run, master. I need your punishment. Kaminari begging for her. Please, Lord, give me strength against the wicked sinner. She prays. Yes, call me a sinner. I'm all yours. Kaminari panting while wiping and licking his blood. Only for him to stop abruptly. Denki Kaminari wins. Ibara Shizaki is out of bounds. Midnight announces, as everyone notices that she stepped out of bounds. And that, folks, is the power of bottoms. Present Mike commentates. You only said that because you are one. Aizawa exposes him. Kaminari used the scenario in front of him and turned an embarrassing event for him into an advantage for combat. That's what I meant. I stated to both the classes. You planned this. Monoma called out. 1B wouldn't use cheap tactics like that. If you were in this brackets, you would instantly break the rules. I countered, using your quirk before a match by copying the quirks of your classmates to win. Looking at him. Also, I made him wear that before the brackets, meaning this was simply dumb luck. Ibara walks into the benches. Hey, are you all right? Kendo questions. No, I sinned against my lord. She answered. I harmed someone, and I now have sinful thoughts in my mind. You are going down a path where you will hurt people for the sake of others. I got up and walked over to her. If I remember correctly, one of the Bible's teachings is to acceptance and forgiveness. Accept that what you did wrong, and do everything you can to forgive yourself. Stopping in front of her with open arms, she slowly walks into my embrace. Thank you, Ibara spoke while pulling herself away. Can the next contestants please make their way to the stage? Present Mike announced. Good luck, Ada. Uraraka expressed positivity as a slight blush forming on his face. A tightness began forming in my chest. She was only saying good luck to him, not anything else. Get a hold of yourself. Thank you, Uraraka. Ada stated while walking away. He does have a crush on her. Taking my seat. Noticing that all the girls besides Uraraka is staring at me with shipper eyes. Am I that transparent? Kaminari walks into the benches, wearing the PE uniform. Before I could speak, he cuts me off. Aizawa told me to wear this and to give this to you, handing me a note. For the sake of rules, he must wear the PE uniform while he is still in the brackets. Aizawa-sensei, what does it say? He asked, while I sniff it to confirm he wrote it. That you are required to wear the PE uniform while you are in the tournament. So unless you want to wear the cheerleading outfit again, I suggest you get the semifinals. I stated, turning to him seeing a massive smile on his face. Hope you realize that you will be facing Ida in the next round. And before you say that I don't know that, Hatsune will forfeit after showing her babies to the possible companies and heroes that'll buy them. Coming from the support course, we have Mei Hatsune. The pink-haired girl walks onto the stage. Versus the younger brother of Ingenium, Tenya Ida. What monstrosity is he wearing? Ada walking onto the stage with support equipment. I suggest you get comfy. This is going to take a while. Izuku's POV. Everyone slowly losing their souls to the advertisement from Hatsune. I continue making notes of possible support gear that my classmates might like. Where did you get the notebook, Tats? Mina questioned. What are you talking about? I countered, as in a blink of an eye the book disappears. Everyone on the bench began staring at me, combining all their mental capacity. Maybe it's plot armor. Denki pondered. Denki, shut up. We don't need negative brain power. Gyro told off, as I slightly sweat. Thank God Kaminari said it. Also, when did Gyro begin to call him by his first name? Thank you for your patience. Mei bowed as she walks off the stage. Mei Hatsum has forfeited. Tenya Ada is the winner. What am I doing here again? Midnight announced. I ask that question every time I wake up. Aizawa commented. Now that the advertisement nightmare is done, can the next contestants come down? Present Mike trying to return the mood. Do your best, guys, I commanded, as Mina gives a salute while Aoyama makes an offhand comment about himself. Your predictions for each match have been spot on. Who do you think will win this match, Izuku? Kendo questioned, as Uraraka makes a similar motion like Ida but with a fake knife. My class's alien queen, Mina Ashido. I answered with Ida walks in completely dejected. I was played. The powerless robot crumpled into his chair. It's okay, Ida. At least you get to go to the next round, meaning another chance to prove yourself. Uraraka consoled, with energy rebuilding within Ida. Thank you, Achako. I needed that. He thanked, while I subconsciously began cracking my knuckles. The next match is the Battle of Flamboyant Student in Class 1A. We have the Sparkle Master, Yuga Aoyama. Lastly but not least, the dancing alien Mina Ashido. Present Mike announced, as Mina walks onto the arena waving to the audience. Looking at the two, Midnight Karate chops the air. Begin. Aoyama making the first move, shooting his laser as Mina dodges while showing off her flexibility. Kirishima. I called out for him as he moves his ear next to me. If you ask Mina out, you'll get to experience that flexibility personally. I whisper to him, keeping an innocent expression on my face. Kirishima's face goes completely red, challenging the color of his hair. Returning to the match, Mina does a mid-air split with the laser going underneath her. Kirishima passes out from a bleeding nose. I know your weakness, Aoyama, Mina proclaimed as she sprays acid onto his belt. No, not my sparkling belt, he cried out, with Mina uppercutting him into unconsciousness. Go Mina, Kirishima shouted out to Mina as she waves back at him. Can you please clean up that blood? I can't stand the smell. Jiro to Shishida asked. Oh, that's right, the smell of blood. I'm so used to it that it doesn't affect me, I commentated, as Bakugo hugs me from behind the chair. Oh, do you guys know that human flesh tastes like pork? My classmates understanding why Katsuki is hugging me. No, and I didn't want to know. It just proves that you truly are a monster, Minda stated with a disgusted look on his face, as people in 1B agreeing to the first part. Mina Ashido wins, Midnight proclaims, with Aoyama being carted out with his pants down. What a way to end a round. WOULD, and you agree, Eraserhead? Mike making small talk. No comment, that's fine. Can the next contestants make their way to the stadium? Wait, did you draw eyes on your eyelids again, Aizawa? Sensei opening his eyes. Good luck, you two. I blessed them with a million-watt smile, both infected with the energy, leaving the benches with a smile. Hiroshima on the ground leaning his own blood, as Mina hopes in. Fortune teller Tats, tell us who will win this match. Mina began praying to me. Hiroshima will his battle between the blood stain on the ground by him from watch you, I stated, as Mina blushes while watching him on his elbows and knees. All honestly, this battle depending on if Momo having the confidence in herself. Alrighty folks, next up we have the Froggy Princess of Class 1A, TSUYUASUI. Mike called out Sue as she jumps on stage. Next we have the vice representative that has the smarts to make All Might cry for feeling like an inadequate teacher, Momo Yaoyorozu. Walking onto the stage, slightly concerned, all Yaoyorozu did was state a logical observation of her classmates' strategies and the flaws included. Also, she wasn't the only one. And he's just another loud blonde. Every All Might fan boos at Aizawa, taking all the flack from Momo. Are you two ready? Midnight checking them. Begin. Momo rushing towards Tsu, creating a shield to block the tongue attacks. A small glint forming in Momo's eyes. She creates a gun-like object out of her stomach. AIZAWA. Your student just made a gun. What is her quirk? Mike questioned, while Momo uses the gun as she freezes Tsu. Creation. The ability to create anything out of the fat in her body, as long as she knows how it's made. Aizawa informing the now murmuring crowd. Tsuyu collapsing to the ground shivering, barely being able to speak. My ISS surrender Ribbit. Momo Yaoyorozu win via forfeit, Midnight announced while Momo drops the gun, as she begins to try and warm Tsuyu up. I stand and walk to the railing. Momo, Tsu, here, I stated, throwing a small flame to Tsuyu, landing on her as all the ice evaporate off of Tsu, beginning to walk normally. Thank you, Rep. Ribbit, I smile while taking my seat. The harem dragon taking care of his girls. Anyways, can the next contestants please make their way to the arena? Izuku's POV. The harem dragon taking care of his girls. Anyways, can the next contestants please make their way to the arena? Present Mike announced. Mike, stop with that horrendous harem dragon joke. Polygamy is illegal. And I don't think Tatsuma can handle any more embarrassment. Aizawa ending the joke. ERASERHEAD, you're showing FAVOURITISM. Don't you tell me off for this. Mike countered. Yes, he is my favorite. He makes my job easier and gives me a chance to sleep. Aizawa leaned back into his chair as Tsuyu walks up to me. Tatsuma, do you mind hugging me? I'm still cold. Ribitsu questioned. I pull her onto my lap while giving her a hug, with the rest of the girls getting a bit jealous over it. Izuku, why does all the girls in your class so fixated over your hugs? Are you actually trying to build a harem? Kendo questioned. And no, I don't think I can handle having a harem. Also, you know how my quirk resonates with my emotions. Well, after the USJ incident, I've become a bit more protective of my classmates, and that has flows into the hugs I give, I answered, slightly using Tsu as a shield. Your class must be weak if one of you need to worry about them. Monoma shouted at me as I raised one hand to him. Monoma, try and copy my quirk, I stated, looking at him. He chuckles at this and touches me. Now use it. His cocky attitude slowly fades into one of pure confusion. Why isn't your quirk working? 1B's faces enter a state of shock while looking back at me. Why would it work for an inconsiderate brat that has an inferiority and superiority complex? It's a hero's job to care for others, and that includes fellow heroes. I trust my class would have my back during a villain attack, and they trust me to have theirs. Can you say the same thing? I scolded the vice rep of 1B, turning back to the arena. This next match will definitely be a hard one. From class 1B we have Tetsu. The silver-haired boy walks up with his fist in the sky. Next we have from class 1A, Eijirokirishima. The red-haired boy walks up with a smile on his face as he bashes his fists together. Are the two of you ready? Midnight questioned while looking at the boys. Begin. In an instant, both of them launch towards each other. Activating their quirks, they force each other into a slugfest. Hey Mina, I called for her as she leans to me. It wouldn't matter if our class cheers for Kirishima, just only you. Cheer for him, and it'll show you how much he cares for you. Mina walks up to the fence, watching the both of them hitting their limits. Ajiro, you got this, Mina shouted to him, with Kirishima slightly breaking out of the slugfest. What's wrong? At your limit, Tetsu taunted, launching a right haymaker at his face. Not even close, Kirishima roared, catching the metal wrist and twisting till it cracks under pressure. Taking one step forward, with his creating sparks from his fist entering a higher state of hardening. I always have beyond my limits, rocketing his fist into an uppercut. Tetsu's metal skin cracks all across his face. Rising off the ground, the metal boy collapses to the ground, with Kirishima dropping onto his knees to collect his breath. Midnight walks over to Tetsu before looking at the steaming red boy. Ajiro, Kirishima wins. Crowd explodes into roaring cheers. Mina turns to me with a slight flush on her face. Come here, I said as she complies, with me whispering in her ear. Did you like watching Kirishima getting harder for you? Mina's face goes 1,000 times redder. That match was absolutely hardening. Can the last contestants of the first round make their way to the arena? Present Mike announced. I watch Katsuki and Uraraka walk down. Uraraka, I called her as she turns to me. Trust yourself and do your best. That's all anyone could ask of you. Thank you, Izuku. I needed that. She almost murdered me with her bright, joyful smile as I begin to take deep breaths to evenly spread the flutter throughout my body. This next match will be difficult for you, Ribitsu stated while returning to her seat, leaving a confused expression adopted onto my face. Yeah, your best friend versus your crush. Mina begins to poke me in the face as a slight blush forms on me. Am I that obvious? I slightly enter back into my stuttering state, unaware of Ida's expression changing. You're not a stuttering mess when you're speaking with her, and you allowed only her to call you by your given name. Momo calling me out as my stuttering mess turns me into an inaudible nightmare. I think you guys have broke him, Setsuna commented. One of the strongest in Class 1A becomes a pathetic weakling who can't even. Monoma began talking shit about me, as I used the copied version inside him to feel literal, make him feel as if he's burning from the inside out. Unable to make any sound, he collapses onto the ground. I should have known that this idiot can't handle that power. Atlas landing on Monoma as he absorbs the flames out of him. At least your theory is correct, Izuku. Everyone watches at Atlas transforming into a humanoid form. How do you feel? I questioned. Besides looking like Natsu, great, let's add some of my style to him. Girls.exe have stopped working. Also, I just decided this at random, but it'll hopefully make sense. Using Monoma's copied version, Izuku boosted Atlas to a teenager form instead of the baby dragon form. Izuku's POV. Atlas, you broke the girls. I scolded him. It's your fault for not forming clothes on me. Atlas countered, as I click my fingers to form pants on him. No shirt. Always the first piece of clothing that gets destroyed is the shirt, so what's the point of wearing one? I answered. Everyone slowly boots back up. Kirishima walks in. Noticing Mina on the ground, he runs to her. Atlas, I suggest you return. With that, Atlas flows back into me. What happened? Monoma slowly wakes up. At his voice everyone returns back to normal. The copied version of my quirk overloaded within you, forcing me to absorb it out of your body. I offhandedly answered, catching everyone off. The transference of quirks is impossible, Momo inquisitively states, with Tsu becoming confused by that statement. There are quirks that defy all logic, and people have them. My own confusion forming on my face as everyone takes in all that information. Why do you think I learned how to fight without a quirk? I questioned, the now heavily processing Momo. Didn't you tell me that the villain that kidnapped you had the ability to steal quirks? Ribbit Tsuyu questioned, as I begin to hug my legs. How the hell do you still have your quirk? Kendo questioned, looking at me in fear. Quirks reacts and links to your consciousness, meaning that he needed to break mine to steal it. I answered with sympathetic looks on me. See, can we please focus on the match? Please. Nodding, everyone turns their heads to the arena. Let's give a warm welcome to the girl that can send you out of this world, Ochako Uraraka. I watch as she walks onto the stage with a determined expression. Versus Class 1AS Explosion Expert, Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki entering onto the stage while stretching his fingers. Are you two ready? Midnight checked on them. Begin. Those were the only words spoken for the majority of the match, as everyone watches the repetition of Uraraka rushing Katsuki and him launching her back. Finish her off. This is cruel. She doesn't even have a chance. One of the pro heroes shouted, as the audience joins in. It seems that this girl in Katsuki is smarter than most pros. Inko stated with Ryuko humming in agreeance. Tats, are you alright? This is painful to watch. Mina questioned, looking back at the arena. This is hard to watch. Can't Baku end this match with a single explosion? That'll end her. This is the strongest explosion he can do against her. I answered, with a smile forming on my face. One thing's for certain. Uraraka has earned Kaken's respect. Confusing Mina. If a pro said that, they should be quit and go to another profession. Aizawa laying down the law. Bakugo is treating her as a threat and respecting her capabilities. He knows better than underestimating his opponent. At that, Uraraka slides away from Katsuki, panting while wiping the sweat off her face. The scents of those two are making me hungry. Strawberry matcha with caramel dressing. Do you want to eat that on Ochako too? Atlas, hey, I'm a creation of your mind. Don't call her Ochako. She hasn't allowed us to call her that yet. That's what you're annoyed about. Now, release. Uraraka shouted with the massive rubble rockets down from the sky, as Katsuki prepares himself to launch a massive explosion. Uraraka removes gravity from herself, while launches towards Katsuki. Inches away, Katsuki releases his strongest orange explosion, incinerating all the debris and pushing Uraraka away. I can keep going. Turning around, Uraraka tries to launch back at Katsuki, only for her body to collapse on her. Midnight walks up to Uraraka with one hand to Katsuki, stopping him. Ochako Uraraka is unable to continue. Katsuki Bakugo wins, as two medic robots roll over and took her the nurse's office. Ida rushes out, waiting for the announcement for my match. The next matches are as followed. 1. Izuku Tatsuma vs Shoto Todoroki. 2. Denki Kaminari vs Tenya Ida. 3. Mina Ashido vs Momoge Arazu. 4. Ijiro Kirishima vs Katsuki Bakugo. We are going to take a small break to repair the arena, so go get a drink because it's going to get more epic. Present Mike announced as I get up and head to the nurse's office. Uraraka's POV. Laying in the nurse's office, I rest as much as I can to be able to see Izuku's next match. Moments later, Ida walks in. Hey Ida. I spoke with my defeat echoing in my voice. Hey Ochako, are you alright? Ida questioned, as I look at my hands. When did Ida begin to call me by my given name? Oh, I should allow Izuku to call me by my given name. Wait, no, people might think that we are together. This is too embarrassing, but I wouldn't mind people thinking that. Ochako, Ida breaking me out of my imagination. Oh, sorry, I just got caught in my head. I'm fine, thank you Ida, I answered, as he starts to tense up. Is there something wrong? Why yeah, I have something to tell you. Ida stuttered. He's stuttering. Is there something horribly wrong? He places one hand over mine. Ochako, I have feelings for you, and it's something that's been boiling in me for a while now, Ida confessed, leaving me in a state of shock. Before I could say anything, he kisses me on the lips, bolstering my shock. No, a quiet voice comes from the doorway. Breaking the kiss, I look over to see Izuku, completely broken with lifeless eyes, tears forming as he runs away. Izuku, I called for him as Ida stops me. You don't need to worry about him, you're with me. Ida states what he believes. No, you're just a friend, and you effed that up. Leave, I hate you, I screamed at Ida, as he walks dejected himself away from me, leaving me in my tears. Why did this happen? My flip phone rings as I pick it up. Hello. Hey princess, it's your parents. Dad spoke. Hey, why are you crying? You did amazing against that explosion guy. Mom spoke, trying to comfort me. It's not that. My friend confessed to me and kissed me in front of my crush. who I think has a crush on me, I answered, with tears flowing down harder. He got hurt by a lot of people in his past, and I don't think I can fix it. The sound of the phone moving around before Mum spoke. Achako, sorry I had to stop your dad from ending someone. My advice for you is to tell your feelings to him and be there for him until his feelings to heal. If he finds someone else, then you must accept that. Okay, sweetie. Oh, okay, Mum, I answered as I hang up, leaning back onto the bed, with tears still flowing down my face. Did I do something wrong to deserve this? Izuku's POV. No, the only words that could escape my lips while I watch Uraraka kissing Ida. As she breaks out of the kiss, I run out of there with tears flowing down my face. No, internally screaming in my head, as Atlas forms in front of me and forces me into a hug. Calm down, it isn't the end of the world, he stated as I try and push myself out of the hug, absolutely failing with every attempt. Curling into his arms, a torrent of tears excrete from my eyes. Why? Why does it hurt so much? I've been through torture and literal hell, and it's nothing to this, I questioned, as Atlas remained strong for me. You became used to torture. This is the feeling of trust breaking, something you've never felt before. We stayed in this position for a few minutes, as I slowly calmed down. Can the contestants make their way to the arena? Present Mike called out, as Atlas burns the tears away. It's time for you to focus on the fights ahead. Todoroki is who you're fighting next, Atlas informs me, as I regain my composure. Atlas, I want to run something with you. Katsuki effing Bakugo's POV. Seating on the stands waiting for the matches to start up again, Four Eyes walks in saddened, which piqued my curiosity. Oi, Four Eyes, what the F is wrong with you? I politely questioned. None of your concern, ruffian, he answered, causing me to stretch finger into a chalking motion. He's probably sad because your rocker rejected him. Ada, you did have a crush on her, right? Mina informed me as the asshole stiffens. Too bad she continuously friend-zoned you. And don't forget about having a massive crush on the cinnamon roll. Visa Beach continued, with most of the girls in my class nodding in agreement, starting the quarterfinals with a blaze. Both contestants sharing the genetics of endeavor running through their veins. First going down the power of a dragon, Izuku Tatsuma. The screeching blonde announced as Izuku walks onto the arena, while I instantly standing up in fury. Who made Izuku cry? I enter into a demonic laughter with the orange aura emitting off of me. Debeka bro, calm down. It could be tears of joy. Kirishima trying to hold me back, as the rest of the Deku protection squad begins to clamp me down. Are you two ready? Midnight announced, just realizing that I forgot about Izuku. The sex-crazed teacher looks at the two. Begin, she shouted, as a mountain of ice launches towards Izuku. Countering, he punches the ice, sending a gust of frost towards us from the remains of the first attack. Izuku is standing there with both his arms completely covered in scales. This cycle continues to happen multiple times. I spoke too soon. Neither of them are using fire. Eraserhead, do you know why? The earache questioned. I haven't seen Todoroki ever use his fire side. Tatsuma, I have no idea. The sleep-deprived teacher answered, as Uraraka walks into the benches. Oi, round face, why does it look like you've been crying? I questioned, as Four Eyes stiffens. Ada confessed to me, Uraraka stated, with everyone nodding looking at her. And he kissed me in front of Izuku. The entire class and some of the other class death glares at the privileged bastard. I thought I'll be cleaning up endeavor, however there is someone else that is dying today, I stated as my fists crack into position, with Four Eyes gulping at his scenario. Why aren't you using your fire? Todoroki shouted, capturing our attention. Why aren't you? You are getting the effects of hyperthermia, Izuku countered, pissing off Todoroki to launch another ice mountain, clearly hitting his limit. Did Endeavor put you up to this? Izuku questioned, making Izuku sarcastically laugh. Do you think he'll be standing there if he came near me? It's just you and me, pointing to the flaming dumpster of the number 3 hero. I won't use his quirk. The burnt frozen chicken nugget was cut off by Izuku. It's your quirk, not his. The dragon roared while punching his gut. In a matter of seconds, an explosion of fire erupts from Todoroki, catching everyone from the heat. Endeavor was about to shout something. However, a death glare from Auntie and Co shuts him up. Thank you, Tatsuma. But I have to end this, Izuku proclaims by launching a torment of ice larger than any other at him. Izuku breaking it in half as Todoroki continues his assault, erupting ball of fire at Tatsuma. Before the fire hits, Izuku relaxes his body. What the hell are you thinking, Deku? The sound of the attack exploding on contact freezes everyone in fear of watching the death of a kid. Itadakamasu, Izuku shouted while eating the flames, with jaws dropping throughout the world. At the flames get consumed, what remains is a completely naked. Girls.exe has stopped work from Big Boy. Boys.exe stopped working from jealousy. With a single punch to the gut, Izuku knocks out Todoroki. Big D Izuku Tatsuma wins. Midnight tries to look away. As he walks away, Tatsuma head to the changing rooms for replacement clothing. as he walks away, unfazed that he's naked. Why does he beat me and everything? Ida whispered to himself, with nobody giving him attention. Izuku's POV. Replacing the clothes that got destroyed in the match, I return to the benches where everyone is sitting. Izuku, can I talk to you? Uraraka asked, as a feeling unrestrained heat bubbles within me. After the sports festival, I don't have the emotional fortitude at the moment, I answered, with her nodding and taking her seat. Taking my seat as the next match has already begun. Tenya Ida is the winner, Midnight announced as a smile forms on my face. Deku, why are you smiling? Katsuki questioned, catching everyone's attention. He kissed your crush in front of you, and you're happy that he's moving to the next rounds. Wait, the next effing rounds. A maniacal grin forming on his face, with the rest slowly realizing who he's fighting next. This, folks, is the definition of brains over brawn, Present Mike announced, before continuing. Can the next contestants make their way to the arena? Both Mina and Momo begin to make their way to the arena. Good luck, you two, I stated, with them smiling back at me while walking away. Thanks, Tatsuma, they shouted back, with Ida walking into the benches. I remain silent as I pull one of my legs into a hug. Now let's welcome Class 1A's dancing queen, Mina Ashido, Mike proclaimed, as Mina does a small bit of break dancing against the vice rep and goddess of creation, Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo walking on the arena, creating 2 fireworks that fly into the sky, the crowd enjoying every second. Are you kittens ready? Midnight questions while looking at the two. Begin. Instantly Momo creates Aizawa's capture scarf, wrapping Mina up and tossing her out of the arena. Momo Yaoyorozu is the winner. Eraserhead, what have you been teaching your students? Mike questioned. Can they all use your capture? Being cut off by Momo accidentally wrapping herself with the capture scarf, trying to unravel it from Mina. No, I did not teach my students how to use my capture equipment. Yaoyorozu must be teaching herself, and clearly trying to take favorite student title from Tatsuma. Izuku stated with a grin that you can hear, while I jumped down and helped them removing the capture device. First releasing Mina, then using the manipulating the capture gear to pull Momo towards me, keeping her tied up while jumping back to the benches in hand. But that seems to be more difficult than it appears. Placing Momo into her chair, much to her dismay. What a dedicated students. Can the last of the quarterfinals contestants make their way to the arena? Present Mike announced with the crowd roaring in excitement. See, can you please untie me? Momo trying to wiggle out of the binds. You wanted to use it, you need to free yourself, I answered, causing her to pout. Then tell me how you managed to free Mina from the bindings. Momo pleaded. Picture how Aizawa used it during the USJ. Oh wait, you were in the mountain zone, meaning you didn't see him use it. I begin to scratch my head. Relax yourself. Following the suggestion, the binding cloth unfurls. That's one design flaw, Momo commented. Well, you can just tie it into a knot, canceling the flaw, I stated, realizing that Kirishima and Katsuki have left. How doth youth know how doth useth Aizawa-sensei's scarf? Minda shouted awake. From his use during classes, Momo answered. While I boosted that method from limited knowledge online, I continued, with Momo being caught off guard. You actually found information on Aizawa-sensei during hero work? She questioned. I found pre-Quirk era series online. Aizawa-sensei is nothing compared to that. Everyone learning I'm an internet junkie. To end the quarterfinals, welcome the only student in Class 1A that has an excuse to go hard. EIJIROKIRISHIMA. Present Mike proclaimed as the audience cringe at that. Versus the student that always has an explosive ending. KATSUKIBAKUGO. Groaning at these horrible puns while both the boys walk onto the stage. Are you two puppies ready? Midnight questioned, confusing me. What's with these choices? I know Katsuki is a Pomeranian. And Kirishima. Mina, would you consider Kirishima a Labrador? I asked, with Ashido nodding frantically. Okay, thank you, alien puppy. Begin, Midnight announced, as Katsuki forces Kirishima onto the defensive. Using his skill in Northern Shaolin Kung Fu, Bakugo launches Kirishima out of the ring. Katsuki Bakugo wins, she declared. What a match. The sword is mightier than the shield for this match, Present Mike claimed, making Aizawa roll his eyes. The saying of the immovable object versus the unstoppable object is literally the same thing based on different perspectives. Aizawa confusing the masses of people around the world. Either way, here are the rankings for the semifinals. Present Mike announces, with the list flickering on the screen. 1. Izuku Tatsuma versus Tenya Ida. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu versus Katsuki Bakugo. The second match will the most interesting out of the two, Aizawa stated, catching Present Mike off guard. From what I can tell, Izuku Tatsuma, Katsuki Bakugo, and Momo Yaoyorozu are students with the most skill in their year group this year. ERASERHEAD. Are you saying that these students are the big three of their year group? Present Mike slightly surprised that he'll make this comment. Yaoyorozu could be replaced with Shoto Todoroki, but yes, if I'm not mistaken, Tatsuma has one up on Neji Hato that is a part of the big three of UA, Aizawa stated, causing me to remember almost squashing her head with my fist. Momo placing her hand on my shoulder, confronting me. Not once, but twice, Neji managing to enter the commentator's box. He was able to see a mistake I did. It was for my makeup at Ryuko's agency. The audience laughed at this, but I got to see his baby photos, so I'm the true winner, she stated while leaving the box. Well, that happened. Now can the first match contestants make their way to the arena? Izuku's POV. Well, that happened. Now can the first match contestants make their way to the arena? Present Mike announced while I walked down shaking my head, stopping it for a moment to look over to my parents' seats. Where did they go? Did something took their attention? Alright folks, welcome the student that outclasses most students in UA, Izuku Tatsuma. The audience roaring as I walk onto the arena. Against the speed freak of 1A, TNYA. Are you two ready? Midnight questioned, checking up on us before continuing. Begin. Recipro burst. Ada proclaims, rushing towards me with a kick to the head. Without flinching, I catch the leg with ease. Wah. Ada spoke only to get punched in the balls, as every guy instinctively covers theirs. I'm a girl and I felt that. Midnight squirmed while the engine for brains crumples on the ground. Silently, I launch him into the air, only to roundhouse kick Ida in the gut. Everyone shields themselves from the sudden wind pressure, recovering as they notice an indented robot in the block of concrete that Cementos sits upon. Midnight turning around to the other pro hero, as the concrete flows away from the now twitching boy. Izuku Tatsuma wins. Without any mercy, Tatsuma takes his spot in the finals. Eraserhead, do you have an idea why Tatsuma decided to act like this? Present Mike commentated, while I take a shortcut and jump up to the benches. Most likely Izuku Tatsuma has had enough of Tenya Ida's constant challenging of leadership, along with a trigger that could have happened behind the scenes. Aizawa theorizing the most likely outcome. While I take my seat, hey, Tatsuma, Kendo called out to me. Are you okay? I've never seen you be that ruthless before. A concerned expression adorned on her. To be honest, not really. Sigh. Today is emotionally draining, and I'm hitting my limit, I answered, as Momo wraps me with a furry blanket that she just created. Thanks, Momo. Good luck in your next match. A smile forming on her face. Don't worry it. Just protecting myself when I face you in the finals, she countered, making me chuckle a little. Not if I have anything to say about it. Oh yeah, I effing do, Katsuki announced while walking to presumably the arena. Momo pats my head before leaving as well. I snuggle deeper into the blanket. This blanket smells like lavender, just like her. Wait, is she flexing by wearing perfume that relates nobility? Tatsuma showing a Rouge member his pecking order in the class. Present Mike being the chaotic loudmouth he is. Without delaying us any further, let's welcome onto the arena the second student on the pecking order, Vice Rep Momo Yaoyorozu. She walks up, waving to the crowd, against the student that has the prowess to claim the top of the year, Katsuki Bakugo. Both of them look at Midnight and nodding to her. Begin. The contestants launch towards each other, with Momo landing the first hit by creating a stun baton. Katsuki countering with an explosion that she dodged to the side, countering with another strike. This match favoring Momo, due to her technical skill and the read she has on her opponent, in desperate move to change the outcome. Katsuki jumps into the air while releasing a blue explosion, rocketing him up in the air, as a dust cloud covers the entire arena, fading away with Bakugo on the ground. Momo is completely unharmed with a blast shield protecting her. Katsuki Bakugo wins, Midnight announced as everyone realizes the ripped concrete on the ground, leading to Momo being out of bounds. Looking at Bakugo's hand, it's slightly red but no blisters. The finals is going to be fun. Man, what a turn of events. Momo Yaoyorozu holding onto the advantage for the majority of the round, only for Katsuki Bakugo to take the win with a secret technique that he hasn't shown throughout the entire festival. Present Mike commentated with the audience loving every second, as both of them walks up to the benches. Now we are heading to the finals. Someone getting the attention of Mike before he continued. We just got 2 messages from above. One is that due to the last fight, Tenya Ida is unable to continue to the next round, giving Momo Yaoyorozu the automatic win. But don't worry, we have another fight to take that spot. As the second message is that 2 parents are in a disagreement, so they will be fighting in the arena instead. I wonder those parents are heightened. Minda questioned. Can someone translate? Satsuna asked with Pony nodding frantically. I wonder whose parents are fighting. That is what he said, I stated while looking at Todoroki returning the gaze. Alright, Cementos is finished and now the parents are now allowed to walk onto the arena. Wait, one of the parents is Endeavor. Present Mike announced as Inko and Endeavor walks up. This match is the wife of Ryuko versus the number 3 hero Endeavor. Eraserhead, who do you think will win? Watch and find out. Aizawa seating up properly for this match. You two know the rules. Both of them nod, then entering into a death glare. Well, if you're ready, begin. Prominence burn. Endeavor launching a massive amount of fire, with the entire crowd fearing that they watched a murder. Pathetic, Mum stated as the flames dissipate, untouched and not even sweating. I live with dragons. Do you think a little heat would stop me? Everyone goes silent after hearing this, as a green blur occurs with a fist deep in Endeavor's gut, collapsing onto his knees. Inko kicks straight through the walls of the stadium walls. Funny how when I was born, she could only move small objects with her quirk. I stated as everyone in the benches looks straight at me. What? Izuku's POV. What? The class screams at me, as Gyro and I flinch from the loudness. Who do you think trained him when Ryuko is working? Bakugo stated for me, while shock floods both classes. Inko Tatsuma dominates Endeavor, taking the win. Midnight announced, with Mum walking away. The crowd is left silent to process what happened. The wife of the dragon hero taking the win. Why did she become a pro hero with that power? Present Mike questioned along with the audience. If I had to guess, she doesn't want to be a hero. Aizawa stated, making people roll their eyes. There is more to life than being a hero. And that is the path she went. Well then, can someone collect what remains of Endeavor as we go to the final round? Contestants please make their way down to the arena. Present Mike giving the crowd something else to think about instead. Here you go, Momo, I informed, while wrapping her up in the blanket. Thank you, but it's fairly hot today. Momo challenged. Really, I think it's fairly cold. Maybe you're just hot, I stated while walking away. Momo enters a blushing mess as the girls get jealous of her. Can Izuku move on that quickly? Uraraka whispered to herself. Nope, just collecting data on people who has a crush on her. Todoroki and Yosuawace has a crush on her? Huh. ERASERHEAD. While we wait for the contestants get into position, what are your predictions for this match? Mike trying to make small take. Everyone dies or it'll end in a draw, Aizawa stated, as the everyone screams at him. Izuku Tatsuma and Katsuki Bakugo are childhood rivals, meaning they have been fighting each other for years. Unlike the rest of the matches where this might be their first combat with one another, making this one of the most dangerous matchups. I suggest to Midnight and Cementos down there to treat this match like a match for third years. Is it really going to be that dangerous? They are first years. Panic forming in Present Mike's voice. From what I've seen so far, this is a battle between the secret love children of a dragon and a demon. I'm tempted to contact Nedzu to cancel this match. Aizawa answered. Didn't you say that like making a deal with the devil? Oh, it's going to be that bad. Present Mike freaked out, while the sound of him crawling under the commentator's desk can be heard from the microphone. Well, now I have to do this now. Sigh, everyone please give a warm welcome to the dragon child. Izuku Tatsuma. Aizawa taking Mike's spot, against the demon child with a personality similar to his quirk. Katsuki Bakugo. Both of us walk onto the arena. The tension of all the audience can be cut with a butter knife. Alright, we will be adding a rule for this match, Midnight stated with some of her mist seeping out of her hero suit. There is now a 5-minute timer. If that timer hits 0, the match is over and will be considered a tie. Do you two understand this new rule? Yep. Condense what could be a 5 hours of destruction into 5 minutes. Katsuki and I said in unison. Fear can be seen in the eyes of everyone. You're joking, right? Cementos questions. Or we can condense it to 1 minute. I pondered, completely ignoring Cementos by mistake. Do you want to nuke the nation while you're at it? Katsuki stated, going through his stretches. Seeing how Present Mike having a mental breakdown, I'll be taking his spot. Ryuko spoke into the microphone that Mike doesn't use but on. Now Izuku, Katsuki, treat this match as if you are using the gym at home, or both of you will be doing community service for the foreseeable future. In unison, we groan to the joy of everyone. Why does your mum always drags me through your punishment? Katsuki questions me. Because she knows the attitude you give to your mother, so she easily get permission from her. I answered, as Katsuki simply teaches. Are you two ready? Midnight checked on us. Begin. Instantly, a orange hue surrounds Katsuki as scales forms across my skin. This is new for the Boom Boom Boy. Atlas commented in my head. It's time, Atlas. An explosion of heat occurs as a dragon forms behind me, flying in the air. Can we survive 5 minutes? Launching towards each other, our clashes echo throughout stadium with everyone feeling the heat or explosive force. One clash sending us to the edge of the arena. Both of us deciding to end this with a single attack. The dragon deforming and fusing into my fists, crackling with blue flames. Katsuki places both his hands together, while they begin to glow blue. Before we release our attacks, concrete covers the both of us to our confusion. The smell of lavender and bergamot floods my breathing. Time is up. This match is a tie, was all I heard as I fall asleep, slowly waking up to the sounds of cheering around me, as the feeling of Momo's blanket wrapped around and Aizawa-sensei's sleeping bag over it. Opening my eyes to see that I'm on the podium with Momo on the opposite side of a chain. Katsuki to me. I watch as All Might walks up to third place. Young Yaoyorozu, you have shown great skill and determination throughout the entire festival. Yes, you did lose your last match, but that just means you have something to strive towards. You have the potential, so don't stop moving forward, he encouraged while placing the third medal on her, walking over to me, slightly surprised that I'm awake. Ah, Izuku Tatsuma, you're finally awake. We thought you were crossing over the border to the afterlife. All Might joked. I needed to see why Kaken is chained up, I stated while stretching awake, unintentionally moaning the end of the sentence. Every girl begins cooing at the view and sound. We decided for the tiebreaker that whoever woke up first will be the winner. Midnight answered before All Might. Anyway, here is your second place medal, All Might announced as he putting the medal on me. Even though you could have won without the limitations, he cursed under his breath. Lastly but not least, Katsuki Bakugo interrupted the cackling of the restraints as he removes the muzzle. I refuse to take this sheet piece of metal. This isn't a true win, Katsuki screeched. Katsuki Bakugo, I commanded, as fear floods the prideful demon. We can settle who's the true winner when we are doing community service that my mum will force on us either way. So hush, Izuku's POV. So hush. A presses of pure bloodlust floods the stadium as All Might puts the medal on Katsuki. See, that kid on second place should be the one chained up, one of the humans stated, with fear clearly in their voice. He is. Do you have any idea what Eraserhead would do if he destroyed his sleeping bag? A female nearby the person countered. Let's congratulate this year's winners of the sport festival, All Might announced with everyone cheering. Now, everyone say it with me. Plus Ultra, divided by thank you for your dedication. Everyone besides All Might saying the same thing, as everyone boos at him. I am sorry, the top hero pleaded. After changing out of the PE uniform, I walked to the car in hopes that I can escape Uraraka. Izuku, Uraraka catching me at the last moment, turning to face her. You said we can talk after sports festival. Why yes I did, I answered, with her slightly saddening to hear the stutter. What do you want? To explain to you what happened, and how I feel about you. Uraraka takes a step towards me, looking into my eyes. Please tell me what you think happened. Ida asked you out and you two kissed in front of me. There isn't much to think about, I answered, with the image flickering back into my mind. I didn't want to kiss him. Yes, he asked me out. But before I could process what happened, he kissed me, Uraraka explained, taking another step towards, slowly placing one hand on my cheek, before locking her eyes with mine as she continuing. I know you've been through a lot in your life, so I'll understand that you need some time to process your emotions. But I want to make this clear to you. I have feelings for you, and you alone. Caressing my cheek, we hesitantly pull into a kiss. Going deeper into it, I wrap my arm around her waist and positioning my other hand on the nape of her neck. The moment seemed endless, with the only things that mattered is the warmth of her body, the smell of her skin, the taste of her lips, the feeling of an empty void in my chest releasing me from what felt like heaven, breaking apart from the kiss and regaining our breath while still each other's embrace. Uraraka, please give me time to think about all of this, I informed while turning and walk away from her. I understand, but you can call me Ochako, Uraraka answered, holding back her tears. Okay, Ochako. I'll see you back in class, I replied, causing a small smile forming on her lips. Bakugo's POV. I wonder what's taking Izuku so long. He should have been here by now, Ryuko impatiently questioned. He's most likely talking to his crush, I nonchalantly answered as both of Izuku's parents look at each other. Yeah, grandbaby's closer than expected, Auntie and Co excitedly proclaimed. I wouldn't say that. Another guy kissed her in front of him, and I believe she trying to fix up any issues between them, I countered, deflating the greenie. Who's the guy? A death aura emits from Auntie Ryuko, freaking me out slightly. 4 eyes. The one that he completely humiliated in the semifinals, I shouted while cowering from her as she calms down. Great. That's the match we missed because of that flaming dumpster, Ryuko annoyingly stated, while Izuku walks towards us playing with his lips. Hey, Izuku, are you alright? We just heard that your crush. Why do you smell like strawberry matcha? Ochako smells like that, and she just kissed me, Izuku stated in a daze. Matcha face smells like matcha. I begin to laugh as Auntie and Co inflates again. Since when did start calling round face by her first name, exposing Izuku to his parents? Just now. Can we go home now, please? He answered before curling into the back of the car. Izuku's POV time skip early in the morning. Waking up to the sound of crashing waves, I open my eyes to see Ryuko, Katsuki and Neji looking over a beach filled with junk. Let me guess, we will be doing community service here, I groggily questioned, with them turning towards me. I think that's what you guys are doing, but I have no idea why I was called here, Neji responded, causing Katsuki to roll his eyes. And I thought the big three are supposed to be the best of UA. You leaked private effing information. This is your effing punishment as well. the angry demon informed, causing the Nejire to gasp and look at Ryuko. Wait, I should be resting for the sports festival tomorrow. Can't I do it after that? Senpai pleaded, as a small but noticeable grin forming on Ryuko's face. You should have thought about that before you actually did that. Ryuko scolded, only to continue speaking. However, I'm here to watch over so that you can use your quirks. Well, that is if answer one question each. As Mum's smile becomes maniacal, with the three of us groaning in response. Now seeing how you spoke against this. Nejire, who does the big three have a crush on? Nejire rolling her eyes at this. Daisy, Mirio, who is the most flirtatious out of us, is completely obvious to love. Tamaki has a huge crush Mirio, but because of his nature he doesn't come out. And for me, I could list hundreds of people that I found cute or hot. But I don't actually have a crush. Surprisingly honest and way too easy. Very well. Mum accepting that answer while turning to Katsuki. Now, Katsuki Bakugo, what is the most embarrassing thing you did in your opinion? F that sheet. I'm doing it effing quirkless. He howled before turning to the mountains of trash. Just remember the question when you decide to accept. She replied, as now it's only Mum, Nejire and myself here. Now for you. Explain the best you can about your first kiss. Nejire eyes light up with the sight of tea. Absolutely disgusting. The feeling of my lips being forced open as blood and human flesh is forced down my throat. Thanks for bringing that up. Now if you excuse me, I have trash to clean up. Ryuko's POV. Absolutely disgusting. The feeling of my lips being forced open as blood and human flesh is forced down my throat. Thanks for bringing that up. If you excuse me, I have trash to clean up. Izuku bluntly informed, before walking to the beach. What did his crush do to him? Nejire commented, while trying to hold back from puking. That was the method his torturer fed him during the 3 years being kidnapped. Not what I meant, but I should have phrased the question better. I corrected, causing her to look at him saddened at his past. It's the reason why you are truly here. What is, and what do you mean? Nejire inquired, turning her gaze at me. Those childhood photos are the link to his past. Before the kidnapping and what he desperately tried to return back to. Then you just used them as a way to intentionally or not set your dominance over him. I explained as Nejire looks down upon herself. I didn't think about it like that. She quietly spoke. You wouldn't have. Most people have forgotten about the incident. I answered, lifting her head slightly. Now go down there and help them clean the beach. You can call the other big three to talk to while you work. Nejire nodded, grabbing her phone and sending a text before flying down to the beach. Nejire's POV. After the talk with Ryuko, I've been on complete autopilot. Obvious that Bakugo began using his quirk. Or that Tamaki and Mirio are here and talking to each other. Wait, when did you guys get here? I shockingly shouted, watching them taking a bite of their food, looking around, noticing that the beach is completely cleaned and that Bakugo, Tatsuma and Ryuko are seating to the side of Tamaki and Mirio. Having fun? Ryuko questioned. You've been carrying that tire back and forth for an hour now, collapsing onto the ground, using the tire as a support for my completely drained body. An hour? I questioned groggily, as a flame entity picks up me and the tire separately. The flame entity taking form into a pink-haired guy. You should really take care of yourself. He spoke to me. Oh God, this guy is hot. Why isn't he wearing a shirt? Those tattoos look amazing. Wait, he's carrying me and the tire at once. He's strong too. Who is he? I thought, as he places me down. Taking the tire to an open black barrel, he engulfs the tire with fire and pulverizing it before funneling into the barrel. Done. Now nape time. Then much to my dismay, he is absorbed into Izuku's body. Nuo, the hot guy is gone. I cried to the world, causing everyone to laugh. It seems that Tatsuma gets the win this time. Mirio commented. So, Nejire, why are you here anyway? Shouldn't you be resting for the sports festival? This was my punishment for telling the world about Tatsuma's baby photos. I dazedly answered, completely drained of stamina. Well, have fun trying to recover your stamina for tomorrow. Tamaki shyly stated. Nejire, pass me your hand, Tatsuma commanded, as I groggily crawl over to him. Grabbing my hand, a golden red flame covers his grip with a golden glow emits from my body. Unprepared for the massive energy boost, I rocket into the sky for a minute before returning to the ground. You can restore stamina, I energetically questioned, shaking him for the answers. Nejire, he can't answer if you shake him like that. Ryuko stated, only for him to launch me into the sea. Walking out of the water, he sighs and completely drying me. Yes, I can restore stamina and heal wounds as well, but it doesn't work on me however. Tatsuma answered, leaving me and the rest of the big three shocked. How many abilities do you have? It's like you have multiple quirks. Mirio questioned as Tatsuma just stares blankly at him. Wait, you actually have multiple quirks? Yep. Long story short, the villain that kidnapped me and tortured me did it all to get my original quirk, but doing so he damages it, so he fused other quirks to repair it. Tatsuma informed us. Speaking about your quirk, why does it seem stronger than before? Ryuko turning to her son. A effing idiot from 1B copied his quirk. And not surprising he couldn't effing handle it. So Deku absorbed it from him. Bakugo answered for him. So now you can take quirks? I freakily questioned. No, he copied my quirk with Atlas along with it. Atlas hates his personality, to the point of transferring the entire copied quirk factor to me. Also, the copied quirk broke down after 5 minutes. But what it broke down to filled in and repaired the damaged parts of my quirk, permanently boosting my quirk, he informed, catching Ryuko off guard. Who's Atlas? Tamaki Kitten questioned. I am, the smoking hot pink-haired guy stated before flaring away. Anyway, we need to take this trash to their respective areas, Ryuko stated while looking the mass amount of broken trash. Do you think UA might want it? With it being broken down like this, the support and Cementos can use this as raw materials. Tatsuma questions, as the pro hero begins to call someone on the phone. I'll take that as a solid maybe. Do you guys know what the time is? I pondered. It's almost 11 a.m. Mirio answered. So 5.5 hours for a 2-kilometer beach filled of sheet. Bakugo continued, leaving me in a state of shock. It does help to have a walking effing processing factory helping you. Alright, Principal Nedzu stated that'll look at the quality of the materials before agreeing to anything. Ryuko informed the group. Big 3, do you guys mind waiting here with the rest of the materials, as Mum, Katsuki and I take some of them? Tatsuma taking leadership, with everyone else nodding in agreement. Alright, let's go. Izuku's POV. The day comes to an end, with Nedzu accepting of the materials and the media finding out that we cleaned up Takoba Municipal Beach Park, besides being haunted by my emotions. The rest of the break went uneventful. Checking my phone of the latest news, I scroll onto Hero's Telegraph story of the Hero Ender Stain. The pro-hero Ingenium has fallen victim to the Hero Ender in Hasu City, thankfully surviving the incident, however left in a state that'll undoubtedly lead to his retirement. Wait, isn't it the younger brother to Ingenium? I thought looking to the next story. All might see net, turning my phone off, knowing that I'm caught up. Sir, we have arrived at UA, Wally stated, parking the car. Thank you, Jarvis, I sarcastically replied. I always thought I'll be Alfred, he countered, causing me to chuckle. Anyways, have a lovely day at school. I'll try Wally's, I answered, before walking into UA. Inside the class, I see Momo and Todoroki at their seats. Taking mine, we wait in silence as the rest of the class walks in. Hey Tats, I heard that you and Baka completely cleaned the Takoba Municipal Beach Park, is that true? Mina questions, hoping over to my desk. Why yes, but Nejire of the Big 3 also helped. I stutter to answer, Mina slightly deflating from the stuttering. So how's Kirishima and you doing? I can smell his scent on you. Mina and Kirishima enter into a blushing messes, as the class stares the two down. Alright, everyone shut up. Class is starting now, Aizawa commanded. I have news that'll massively affect your future as heroes. The class tenses up at this unnecessarily long wait. You'll be doing internships. The class sighing in relief. Now this isn't something we normally do for first years. However, because of the obstacles that you've faced, we opened up requests for your year. Pressing a button to show the list of amount of requests per student. 1. Izuku Tatsuma 101,420. 2. Katsuki Bakugo 4,123. 2. Shoto Todoroki 3,556. 4. Momoye Arazu 360. 20. Minoru Minta 1. Sweet, we all got internships, Kirishima commented. Yeah, look how many Tatsuma got. If we added all of our requests together, we still won't come close, Kaminari exclaimed, causing Aizawa to use his quirk to quieten the class. Before you decide which agency you'll be going, you will need to pick out your hero names, Aizawa stated as Midnight makes her entrance. Which is why I'll be taking the class. Eraserhead here is horrible at deciding names. Midnight taking over, with Aizawa entering his sleeping bag. Now come and grab a whiteboard and write your hero names. Remember, these could be the ones that'll be with till the end of your career. Minutes pass in complete silence, till Asui raises her hand. Suyu, come up, present your hero name. I came up with Rainy Season Hero, Froppy, Sue announced, instantly gaining the approval of Midnight. The class stress fades, as everyone goes up one by one to show their hero names. Almost everyone managing to get approved by Midnight, besides Katsuki and Ishido who went up multiple times. Tatsuma, come up and show the class what you have so far. Midnight calling me out, as I get and walk to the front. Let me effing guess. The Hellflame Dragon hero, Atlas, Katsuki teased, only to get whacked in the back of the head by Atlas. That's my name, Boom Boom Pomeranian. Atlas insults Katsuki, with Midnight enjoying the gun show. Seeing how I can't think of a good hero name, I decided to just go with the Eternal Flame hero, Deku. I present my title. What does Deku mean? Mina questioned. I know Baka over there calls him that, but you guys never said what it meant. Originally meant useless, but after returning from the kidnapping, it changed to you can do anything. Atlas informs the class, confusing everyone. The useless becoming the unstoppable effing force of nature, poetic. Bakugo commented, as everyone realizes the impactful messaging to that. Accepted. Now Ada, do you mind showing the class your chosen hero name? Midnight stated as I take my seat, with Atlas returning into me. Ada walking up and showing the class the whiteboard. Tenya, not very interesting but it'll work. Seriously, you're equally boring to Todoroki. Mina told off Ada. Well, a majority of engine and speed names have already been taken. B, but I'm surprised that you aren't taking the Ingenium title, seeing how your brother will most likely not going use it. I stated, as Ada death stares at me. Why is he staring at me like this? Does he still have a grudge from the sports festival? Most likely he believes that you'll stop him from revenging his brother. That realization occurring in my head as Aizawa beginning to rise from his sleeping bag. Aizawa-sensei. Yes, Tatsuma, Aizawa stated looking towards me, along with the class. May I request that all choices in the Hasu area be cancelled due to the hero ender? I requested, directing to Ada. I'll take your issue to the principal. Till he decides, all of you will be given these lists of pros that'll you choose to have your internship with. You have 2 days to decide, and if you fail to choose you'll be with me in class. Aizawa stated, with everyone nodding besides Ida who's looking down at his desk. Reps, you have a meeting after this, so when the bell goes head to 3 a classroom. Taking a cursory look at my list, I tick Ryuko's agency and Burn Endeavor's agency, handing it to Aizawa as the bell rings, walking next to Momo while she continues to look at her list. Who are you going to choose for your internship? I asked Momo, catching her off guard. I narrowed down to Fat Gum or Uobami, but I'm leaning towards the latter. She answered, confusing me. Why, are you planning to become a model on the side of your hero career? I questioned, with her shaking her head. What's pushing you away from Fat Gum? Honestly, I have no real knowledge on the hero, besides that he has a fat-based quirk. Momo conceded, looking at the list. Then allow me to fill in some knowledge. He is a respected hero in the community that he patrols in, and by both UA and the Hero Commission allowing him to have work placements. One example is Sun Eater, one of the big 3. I informed, as Kendo walks up to us. Hey Kendo, do you have an internship? Yeah, it's with Uobami. She answered, looking at the both of us. Can't wait to see what commercial that you'll be in. Izuku's POV. Everyone, shut up. This is one of the few times as your homeroom teacher where I can get away from you problem children without losing my job. Aizawa announces to the class, gaining our attention. On the day, you all will come to school 2 hours early to collect your hero suits. Besides Tatsuma and Todoroki who live with their internship, you'll be permitted to take your hero suit home after school. Remember, at your internship, you cannot repair your suit properly. Tatsuma, your request to ban the Hasu City area has been revoked, due to, and I quote, if the student is idiotic enough to go after the hero ender without the permission of the pro-hero, then they must accept whatever fate they are forced onto themselves. Meaning, Ada, your first choice for internship is the one you'll be going to. The class turns to Ida, knowing that the last sentence was directed. Now that's out of the way, remain quiet till the next teacher arrives. He states before entering into his sleeping bag. H.K. Kaken. What hero are you interning with? I questioned, as he turns around to me. I did my research on the majority of these extras, and I learned that got the number 5th hero best genist and the mentor of All Might Gran Torino. So I obviously went with Gran effing Torino. Katsuki answered. If I remember correctly, Gran Torino was one of the other heroes that were a part of the heist that saved me. I stated, making Katsuki grin even louder. Mans, I can't believe Thath MTHL30 sent that request Father M. Mind a prayed to the sky. It's definitely not for your looks or your speaking ability. I bluntly dissed the baller. Saith's Mr. Esthelth Yorth Gerthel. Mind countered. Oh, wait. That's Ida. Ida stole my first kiss, but I still got Izuku's. Uraraka stated, catching everyone off guard. Can I be the one to tell her? Katsuki turns to Uraraka's now confused expression as I begin to massage my temples. His first kiss was a monster that grinds up useless victims into flesh that then is fed to other victims. Uraraka becomes absolutely disgusted. So we both lost our first kiss to someone that doesn't understand consent. I compared, annoying the engine robot. Okay. I think we are forgetting a slight detail. When did you guys kiss? I have acid, and I'm not afraid to use it. Mina questions. After the sports festival. But Tatsuma, would you compare my kiss to that experience? Uraraka worryingly looked at me. If I did, it'll be comparing heaven to hell. I answered bluntly, catching everyone off guard. Now I need this cleared up. Tatsuma, are interested with the girls you flirt with, or do you flirt with people for fun? Momo questions, confusing me. As sometimes I flirt with girls to figure out who has a crush on them, but that's about it. I looked at Momo with a smile. Kaken states that I also unintentionally flirt with girls, and if did that to any of you, I'm sorry. So when you flirted with me during the sports festival, that was Momo trying to figure me out. Why? I thought you had a crush on Todoroki, I bluntly stated, causing the two either create Russian dolls or being burned and freeze. Does that answer your question? Wait, why did you flirt with me for Kirishima? Mina, slightly insulted by the implication. Aizawa-sensei presses a button as the screen on the board turns on. It shows her clearly worried about Kirishima's health. Ouch, outclassed by a sleeping teacher. Everyone laughs as ectoplasm walks into the class. Waking up, I feel unnatural warmth around me. Opening my eyes, I see Neji hugging me and brushing my hair on the couch in Ryuko's agency. Did you know that you purr? She cooed, as I noticed that other people who work here cooing at me as well. Did you know that you smell like rosemary? I questioned, grabbing her wrist and pulling it to my nose. You use a citrus-based perfume to complement your natural scent. Are you trying to wake me up? But it does suit me, right? Neji continued the questioning without answer, as Atlas forms hugging her. I don't know, does it? Atlas whispered into her ear, as a massive blush explodes onto her face. Where did that guy come from? One of the psychics gets caught off guard, entering into a fighting stance. Stand down. This is Atlas, my son's flame elemental. Ryuko walks into the common area, with everyone calming down. Atlas, I thought you were supposed to protect me from threats. Why didn't you protect me from her? I questioned, directing towards the blushing brunette. Because you stopped considering her as a threat, Atlas answered, breaking Neji out of her blushing. Whoa. I can finally tease you without almost dying, Neji proclaims, pulling me tighter into the hug. But don't forget that you can easily return back onto the list, Atlas informed with venom in each word. Neji politely nods, making Atlas flow back into me. And now that's over. See, can I go get changed now? Izuku's POV. See, can I go get changed now? I questioned while still in my pajamas. Sure, Mum stated, handing my hero suit in the process. We're patrolling in 5. Wait, what? I haven't done my makeup yet. Neji freaked, rushing towards the changing rooms before me. Welp, time to time who takes the longest? Spoiler, it's probably me, I stated, heading the same direction as Neji. Katsuki's POV. Walking up to the address given to me, I stop in front of a decrepit old building with a brick walling surround the complex. Don't effing tell me that this is the location. I cursed to myself, while pulling out my phone and checking the address on maps. This is the effing place. Walking up to the door, I decide to knock on the door, remembering the teachings that Auntie and Co instilled within me. Becoming tired of waiting, I reach to the handle. Oi, it's Katsuki Bakugo from UA. Your door is open. Stopping my announcement as I rush towards the elderly man in a hero suit, first checking his pulse while realizing that he's laying in tomato sauce. Oh, don't worry, I'm not dead, the elderly bastard informed me with a goofy, punchable smile. Sorry, I didn't get your name. It's Katsuki Bakugo from UA. And don't forget it, I politely answered, standing up away from him. Sorry, I didn't get that. What's your name? The elderly man questioned again, annoying the hell out of me. It's Katsuki Bakugo F this sheet. I'd rather train with Aizawa-sensei, I shouted in fury, turning to the door. Before leaving the complex, I'm launched back inside as I slide into the spilled sauce. Your attitude is explosive and unacceptable for a future pro hero, the elderly man stated while resting on top of the door entrance, closing it in the process. At least you didn't scream like a little child when faced with a possible dead body. Get changed into your hero suit. A grin forming on my face as go change into my suit. Opening up the case, the first thing that I notice is that someone made changes to my boots and gauntlets without my permission. Who in the hell dares to F around with my suit? I seethed in anger as I read the letter. Dear Katsuki Bakugo, the support course have noticed that your equipment is limiting your possible productivity. We have added a similar system to your boots, however having a consistent second explosion after the first, assisting with mobility and a boost in explosive damage to your opponent. This function has been added to your gauntlets, but it must hit the max storage before that function would work. There is a switch in the gauntlets to change it into mobility mode. This change has been done by redacted by Aizawa-sensei in Common Sense. Looking at the changes, I notice the vents that surround the sole of the boots and on the gauntlets. That won't stop me eyebags from finding this dipshit, but I'll be the deciding factor to these changes. What's taking you so long? Are you doing your makeup? Gran Torino called out, almost making me destroy my suit. No, the support course made changes to my suit, I answered as I walk out wearing my suit. Tell me, Gramps, you're the teacher and master of all might, so why the hell do you live in this dump? If you manage to get a hit on me, I'll tell you, the retired pro challenged, as a massive grin forms while I launch towards him. With a gust of wind, the elderly man crashes me back into the ground. Switching my gauntlets to mobility mode, I dodge his next attack. Before I could counterattack, he jumps away and enters into a rapidly pattern across the room. Trying to jump to where I predict he'll be, I instantly get kicked off my feet and back onto my ass. Too slow. This scenario constantly repeats itself, annoying me to death. Taking a chance, I jump under the couch. What do you think you're doing? Catching him off guard as I explode the couch towards him. Launching into the air, I create another explosion behind me to rocket my other fist his face. Dodging the attack, he countered by double kicking me in the gut and knocking me out from the impact on the wall. Unaware that I grazed him with my attack. Momo's POV. Walking into Fat Gum's agency, I see two guys in hero suits with one clearly too large for him and the other trying to cover himself even more in front of a massive platter of food. Excuse me, I'm Momo Yaoyorozu from Class 1A of UA. I'm wondering where the pro hero Fat Gum is. I politely questioned, as the baggy pro stands and cleans up his face before walking up to me. Tatsuma, I'm a Fat Gum, pleased to meet ya. The baggy hero introduced himself. Sorry that I might be rude, but if I did my research correctly then you are not Fat Gum, I stated with an inquisitive expression adorns my face. That's because we just came back from dealing with a group of T-thugs. The hooded guy answered, while shyly taking his hood off. I am Tamaki Amajiki, as I slightly bow to him. Pleasure to meet you, Amajiki-senpai, I politely stated as he hides in the corner of the room. Came on, Sun-Eater. You'll be facing far worse when you become pro, Fat Gum answered, as the fat bludges up into the form I'm familiar with. Also, before you apologies. No worries. You were just trusting the information that was available to you. I nod in understanding. Anyway, it's time to work. Izuku's POV. Shocking. You finished before me, I sarcastically stated while looking at Nejire, rolling her eyes in the process. Guys complain when girls takes too long. And now you're complaining that I finished too quickly, Nejire complained, making some of the sidekicks snort. Children, stop fighting between each other. Mum scolded the both of us, catching our attention in the process, especially seeing how both of you will be working together. What will we be doing? I questioned, as Mum hands a file to both Nejire and I. Hiro understand. Are you sure you want Tatsuma? Nejire began questioning only to be cut off by Ryuko. Yes, I want Izuku to be joining you on patrols in Hasu City. Also start calling him Deku. After all, it's his hero name. Mum informed, as I audibly sigh. Problem? Yes, if any of my classmates are in that area, then they could see me as a hypocrite, I answered, deflating slightly. I tried banning any internships that are in the Hasu area because of the hero ender. Well, at least I can keep an eye on it so that he doesn't do something stupid. That reminds me, Endeavor will also be on site, so there might be a chance that you'll come across the Todorokis, Mum stated annoyingly. Also, seeing how Nejire still needs to go to school, some of the sidekicks will be joining you during that time, seeing how you are not permitted to fight villains, quirkless or otherwise. At the rate this is going with all the bad news, Hasu will be attacked by the League of Villains. I shouted with frustration. Am I just going to will out any civilians and heal pros or Nejire's stamina? Yes, Mum bluntly answered. At least I'm on the same page, I countered, leaving a whiplashed Nejire. So what information do we have on Stain? Nejire questioned, looking through the file. We have only the autopsy reports and Ingenium's report of the event along with his medical report, Mum stated, looking at her own file. He states that before I knew, I was completely paralyzed, unable to move as he plunges his sword into my back, meaning that Stain has some form of paralyzing quirk, but we don't know how this is done. Basing off of the tox screen and blood testing, it's not something introduced into the opponent, meaning we can rule out any emitter quirks that produce a chemical or pathogen, Nejire commented. Also, basing off the images collected of him, he doesn't clean or wash himself, meaning that the smell of previous victims would be on him. All the victims have small cuts on their bodies, besides the ending blow. Ingenium also has a small cut as well, but he wears armor making this deliberate, I informed, surprising the majority of the sidekicks. Also, why a sword? Why not guns, or even a sniper rifle? If the paralyzes is a field on a person, then range doesn't matter to a degree. From what both of you said, Stain has a quirk that allows him to paralyze someone that is in close combat, that requires cutting the target, not by releasing a foreign element within the body, but withdrawing bodily fluids like blood. Mum spoke out aloud, before texting someone. After a while, the person texted back. I just texted Detective Naomasa with this information, and he came back with some information. There used to be a vigilante that went by Stental who ended possible villains, and people who survived his judgment described his quirk in a similar fashion, primarily focusing on the consumption of blood. However, maybe if this is Stental, then we can catch him off guard by calling him that. And even though I hate saying this, we should inform Endeavor about this, I stated while handing the file back to Mum. Well, we will tell him if one of us walks up to him, seeing how we're separating to cover more ground, Mum informed, catching the attention of one of the receptionists. Excuse me, Miss Ryuko, are you sure you won't leave teenagers alone with each other? She questions, making me look over to her. What are you fantasying about us? I innocently questioned, causing the receptionist to massively blush. Illegal, 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 illegal. she answered, crawling under the desk. Anyways, seeing how I'll be joining you, let's do this then. Placing my hand onto Nejire's back, as my flames fuse with her, moving my hand away, the slight glow of a dragon tattoo formed onto her back. Ooh, I feel so full of energy. Besides the slight burning feeling on my back, this is amazing, Nejire proclaims while beginning to fly around the agency. Her spiral energy has sparks of reddish-black within it. That's just the feeling of me being inside you, Nejire, Atlas states, causing Nejire to squirm a little and fall out of the air. Wait, I just heard Atlas but I can't see him. Nejire begins to freak out as the everyone besides Mum and I look at her as if she's crazy. What? I'm not crazy. I heard Atlas. Well, I said, before thinking. It's not that you heard him physically, but more like he's in your mind speaking to you, also allowing me to speak to you mentally. Nejire enters into a state of shock looking at me. Good thing I'm not transferring your thoughts about me. Too bad Izuku only sees you as a sister. This is going to be an experience, Nejire stated while covering her mouth. Think about Tamaki. Think about Tamaki. Not about Atlas effing me. OMG kitty Tamaki. Can Tamaki eat cats and become a literal cat boy? I think it's time to go on to patrol, I proclaimed while looking back at Mum. First and worst mistake, entering into the mind of a teenager. Izuku's POV. Ooh, if Tamaki is able to become anything he eats, does that mean if he literally eats people could he transform into them of copy their quirk? Nejire's mind blaring possible theories about anything that catches her mind. Oh, a lovely young couple that are protecting people with their love, a old lady stated, catching the attention of the people surrounding us. Sorry ma'am, we aren't a couple. I see her as a sister, I informed, causing everyone to laugh at the burn to Nejire. At least I didn't kiss a monster. No, but you allowed me inside you, Atlas replied, causing her to blush and began thinking about censored. OMG, it's Endeavor, one of the humans announced, rushing over to him. Endeavor, how did it feel being absolutely humiliated on live television? TCH, he answered, while not stopping at all. Hello Tatsuma, Todoroki spoke to me as we walk along with their group. Why are you in Hasu? Because Ryuko is mission to defeat Stain, like how Endeavor here is, I answered, with Todoroki's father's flames flaring up. Also, have you guys figured out what Stain's quirk is? If so, Endeavor hasn't informed me, Todoroki commented, while I hand him a file. What's this? That is all the information we have on Stain, and our theories of his quirk based on the medical reports and a possible step to his identity, I informed, as Endeavor snatched it from him and began reading it. Polite people tend to ask for permission, but then again a lot of things you do isn't polite. Finishing reading the file, Endeavor incinerates into ash before turning to me. And a foolish child would only walk around with sensitive information, Endeavor scolded me, as I use my flames to reform the ash back into a file. I hope that you don't burn all of your sensitive information, because there are quirks that can reverse it, I shot back, before turning it back into ash and into a container in my pocket. Good luck with the flaming trash can, Shoto, leaving the Todorokis shocked. The look on Endeavor's face was priceless. You really don't like Endeavor. Why? Nejire questioned, as the images of Mums informing me of the story of how Endeavor effectively telling them to end me. Oh, damn, I didn't expect this. Then again, if she was going to choose a sperm donor, Endeavor is not the first choice for her. If Izuku wanted to have more reasons to hate him, then he can always blame him for the abduction because of the fire portion of his quirk. Atlas continued, making Nejire nod. And what? Being petty over something that I couldn't change. That's Endeavor's job, not mine, I countered, sighing in the process. Well, we are at our time for today, so we should be meeting up Ryuko at the location. Then time for some hentai. Oh god, I forgot you can hear my thoughts, Nejire thought, as I begin to massage my temples. Katsuki's POV. Waking up to the burning and aching across my body, I open my eyes to see Gran Torino eating something like fish-shaped biscuits. Good, you're not dead. I thought that over the years I might have lost my control to ensure that wouldn't happen. I train with someone who's effing practically a dragon anyway, I countered, as he whacked me in the head. What was that you? For constantly using vulgar language in front of me. He shot back with another whack to the head. That one was because I felt like it, beginning to fume, as he returns to his seat and begin eating. Now, you wanted to know why my agency is in a rundown complex. Yeah, it doesn't sense. You are the master and teacher of the #1 hero, I announced, while he deadpans me. The easiest place to end a hero is when their guard is down. The place where that is most likely is at their agencies, the retired pro answered, confusing me slightly. While I was still an active pro, the technology was not as nearly as advanced compared to today, meaning the best way to keep safe when recovering is in places that people won't look for you. That doesn't explain why you are still here, I bluntly stated, causing the senile old man to roll his eyes. Over the years of seeing people die in your arms, places that make you feel safe is something you will cherish for your final days, the Yoda knockoff informed, before turning to me. Now that you are awake, it's time to teach you a thing or two. I begin hyping myself up for the training. After we eat and rest your body, instantly deflating an annoyance. Kendo's POV. After being forced into a dress, I'm now assisting Uebami in a promotion for a perfume that I absolutely hate the smell of. TATSUMA help me. Bakugo's POV. Did you learn anything? Gran Torino questions, looking down at my twitching body. I barely responded, as he takes a seat on the new couch that he made me build. This new couch is far better than my old one. I even found an Allen key in between the cushions, he announced, as all tension in my body releases. This bastard made me build that couch without it, and now he's waving it in front of me like a effing trophy. Fuo. I started to give him a piece of my mind, only for the pain to take hold. What have you learned from this experience today? The Sith Yoda looked towards me, besides swearing in front of me. Equals pain. That I should have taken best genus offer for my internship, I answered, before he whacked me on the head with his cane. Wrong. Acting like a spoiled brat will leave you only pain at the end of the day, he countered, taking a deep breath in before continuing. Allow me to play out the events that led to you on the floor right now. The new couch got delivered, and deciding that we'll build it before proper training. Then you began shouting at me, to the point where I allowed you to do it yourself. Then you misplaced the Allen key, and instantly accused me for taking it without proof. Deciding that this would be a good training opportunity, I put you into a position where you needed to dodge me while building the couch. Now tell me what you learned today, without the attitude. Eliminate the threat before doing the required task. I answered again, this time as a cane whack into the gut. What was that for? Wrong, Gran Torino shouted, before walking to the kitchen to make himself something. You turned your ally into the enemy, returning with a plate of those fish biscuits again. And because of that, you failed your task. With one tap of his cane, the entire couch falls apart. Now do it properly, but this time, I'm distracted with another task. Taking a seat on a chair, eating those fish biscuits things. This is effing hell. Izuku's POV. Ready for the night shift, mini-boss? One of Mum's sidekicks questioned towards me. I was about to ask the same thing for you five, I countered, looking towards one that's still eating. It's for the causal look, he defended himself. That might work in the area that you normally patrol, but not in Hasu where you are practically a foreign hero. No, you are just making us look lazy, I bluntly informed, causing him to huff and put his food away. Now that's over, let's head out. The what seems to be the leader of this group of sidekicks commands, as we all head back onto patrol. Do you guys go onto patrol together often? Or is this a first-time stitch? I questioned, walking on the streets on Hasu. No, we've been teamed up for years now, and all we get is, Ryukyu's sidekick stopped a robbery in action. So most people forget about us, and including you apparently as well. The leader answered, causing me to nod. However, I think I know why this team was formed. One of the other sidekicks answered. Ryukyu doesn't like us, probably because we have something that she doesn't. Wait, now I remember why I've forgotten about you guys, I announced, getting their attention. You guys are on the predator list that my mum has. Predator list? Why are we on that list? The one that was planning on eating during the patrol questioned. Because of how you acted around me when I was younger, I answered, catching them off guard. Thinking about it, most people on that list have either tagged with redeemed or has left the agency. And us, the last sidekick questioned. None of you have been tagged with redeemed, I informed, deflating them all. It's probably why my mum placed you guys with me, to see if you can be redeemed. So we have been forgotten because of how we treated this brat. The now fat gum wannabe announced in annoyance. He at the very least will not getting the redeemed tag probably. Momo's POV. Now, that's the basics of all gun safety, Fat Gum announced, placing the minigun down onto the stand. Honestly, I didn't expect learning about actual guns at my internship. I quietly spoke in my shock, as I finished cleaning a Glock that Fat Gum gave me. While I used to work with the police to eliminate a majority of gangs throughout Japan, actually all of the guns here were used against me during those times, he casually stated. Then I looked down at the gun he made me clean. They may have been used to end people, but they are tools at the end of the day. Tools that can be useful in the right scenario, and smart to at least be capable to counter. I didn't see concept either, but he is alright, Tamaki answered, looking at me while firing a revolver down the shooting range. Pressing a button on the wall, the target pulls forward to show near bullseyes for every shot. Also the skills F from learning F from guns C can transfer to L long range T targeting. Besides Tamaki not following safety regulations. He is right, Fat Gum proclaimed with a smile. Also, when you run out of fuel for your quirk, the only option for a reliable long-range offense is guns. And there are multiple different types of bullets like tranquilizers that can be used instead of live ammunition. Sigh okay. What's next? I announced with determination returning into my eyes, with a slight smirk forming on Fat Gum's face. That's the spirit, especially seeing how we are going on to patrol. Izuku's POV. So Izuku, how was the sidekicks? Mom questioned, looking at me as the sidekicks take a break. Definitely an experience, I answered, drinking a bottle of water. One's prideful about the team and what they consider their accomplishments. Another one constantly eats, and when he isn't, he's complaining about being a sidekick to you. Next one is absolutely envious of your fame and perceived fortune. The same goes for the another, but he wants to claim it for himself. The last one flirts with girls so much that I'm worried that it'll destroy your image. And to wrap it into a nice bow on top, most of them have the drive to reach their dreams. You manage to create a team that resonates with the 7 deadly sins. Mum sighs at my observation. Which one has the drive to reach their dreams? Mum began debriefing me. The prideful one. If you remove him from the team, after at least a month you'll have a reason to fire them all, I informed, throwing my empty bottle into the recycling bin. Thank you for telling me, Izuku. Mum began thanking me, only to be cut off by an explosion further into the city. Izuku, follow me, she commanded as we began flying to the incident site, while the sidekicks took a few seconds before rushing to the site. Mum, I called out while sniffing the air, only to point a direction. Blood, and it's fresh. An Endeavor is already on site at the explosion. Nodding, Mum follows me to the incident. Looking down into the alleyway, I watch Ada almost about to be stabbed by Stain, as Ryuko rushed down and implant Stain into a wall. I seriously, Tanya, where is Manuel? I spoke to my classmate, while I pick up an indigenous rip-off looking hero as Atlas infuses himself into Mum. Reddish gold scales begin forming on her, with a small wisp of flame emits out of her breath. Picking up Ida, as I rush out of the alleyway. Deku. Katsuki rushes towards us at speeds faster than he normally goes. There is the FR. Manuel was searching for your sorry ass. He begins to scold the engine Quirk user as Mum walks out of alleyway with an unconscious Stain. Izuku, contact the police to our area for pickup, Ryuko commanded, as Bakugo passes a pair of handcuffs to Ryuko. Thank you, Katsuki. Why are you here? Namu attack is occurring in the center of Hasu, and a Namu launched a hero into the train I was on with Gran Torino. He was explaining the situation, only for Gran Torino knock him onto the ground. I told you to stay on the train. Torino scolded him before looking to Ryuko, finishing handcuffing Stain. There is a Namu that escaped this direction. He began, warned, only for a Namu with wings flies down and grabs me, flying away with me as more pro heroes run after the Namu. Mum just stands and watches this happen. Rude, I spoke, breaking out of the grip and flipping into my own. Crashing into the ground, I pinned the creature onto the ground. I was just about to scold my classmates for being idiots, and yet you have the audacity to grab me, you mindless mass of a pathetic creature. Tsubasa. Bloodlust ripples throughout the area, causing the weak-willed pro-heroes to collapse onto the ground. Wait, Tsubasa. I looked down at the now unconscious Namu. What happened to you? Our Ryukyu's child is a monster. One of Mum's sidekicks who came over announced on the ground. Quirk usage on villains is illegal, kid. One of the pro-heroes told me off. That wasn't a quirk. Stain spoke out, catching the attention of everyone. Such bloodlust for a future hero is unacceptable. Oops, I woke up Stendhal, who thinks ending heroes will change the system. I shot back, while pulling the Namu over to the group. Stain freezes after hearing someone call him that. If you excuse my attitude, I just found out that one of my childhood friends was turned into this. Pointing the Namu, confusing Katsuki slightly. Which, Tsubasa, flying pig, Katsuki deducted, as police officers rush over here. Ida finally begins to stand. So after almost getting yourself ended, you wait till now to get up when all the sheet's done. Gran Torino whacks him in the head, with the police adding more cuffing to both captured villains. Oh, I'm not wrong on this one. He was most likely affected by Stendhal's quirk, a form of paralysis from consumption of blood. You assumed and almost made your possible ally an enemy again. The retired hero scolded Katsuki again. He already made himself an enemy to the entire class. An ally that you cannot trust isn't an ally. Would you agree? Boom Boom Boy challenged. Atlas, I swear, don't mess with my thinking process. No, Atlas rejected my command. Do I need to give you two some space with each other? Mum thought, freaking me out. God, I forgot you can hear my thoughts because of Atlas. I mentally screamed, causing both Mum and Atlas to laugh, confusing the people that are with us. It's been a long day. Let's head home now. Katsuki's POV. F.O. I shouted, crashing into a pile of trash. Again, the gremlin commanded, as I get up. Do you know why you are doing this training? Nope, I announced, jumping from wall to wall. Before I could reach the roof, Gran Torino launches me straight back into the garbage. Why am I doing this? Why did you jump out of the train? He countered, as I get up. Again, the same scenario replays on loop, like a horrible sitcom. What is this supposed to effing teach me? I shouted at the retired old man. This is a punishment for not listening to me. What do you think would happen if I had to go to your parents' home and tell them you died because you didn't listen to my instructions? Gran Torino questions me while looking into my eyes, like they would effing care. All they want me to do is achieve high school results. I barked back, only for him to kick my head back into the garbage and stand onto my chest. They do care. If you don't believe me, then talk to them about how you feel. If I'm wrong, you can cuss and shout in front of me as much as you like. He told me off, looking me straight in the eyes. How can your parents properly raise you if you keep bottling up your emotions? Then picture the emotions that they feel about you, unable to express it because of your explosive personality. So they too bottle it up and force higher expectations on you. All of the energy that I've put up for all these years finally drains away as I look away from the old man. Good, now let's do this again. This time, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Jumping off me and landing on top of the roof. Getting up from the garbage, I look at the walls before beginning to jump between them again. At that moment, Gran Torino launches towards me again, taking the hit, allowing it to roll off the attack and landing onto the roof. Looking around, I see a letter with it directed to me. Opening it up as I begin to read it. You did it. You managed to pass me to get here. Learn to accept yourself and the ones that are with you. Then the mountainous peak of All Might will be far closer to you than compared to being by yourself. Gran Torino walking to the edge. I see the retired old man just standing on the ground looking up to me. Come on, time for lunch. Before walking to the entrance, I decide to take the roof entrance down. Tenya Ida's POV. Do you know why I am here? The chief of police questioned, as the doctor leaves after bandaging my wounds. Because I went after Stain. I answered, before someone cuts me off, and almost got yourself ended. Tensei shouted while rolling into the room. You went after the villain who almost ended me for what? Revenge. I remained silent the entire time. Tenya, you are not a hero, and this could easily ruin any chances in the future. I know. Jay, just seeing you like that, it just filled me up with so much. I spoke, clenching onto the bed rest. Sai, seeing how you did no damage on Stain and there is no information of you using your quirk, we will let you off with a warning. However, we have informed UA about the incident, and they might have their own punishment for you. Do you understand? The dog mutation quirk user stated. Yes, sir, I answered. Very well. If something like this happens again, the full force of the government will be on you. Have a lovely remainder of the day. The chief of police informed before leaving. Tenya, Tensei called out, as I turned to see him looking at his legs. You know I can't protect you anymore, so you must protect yourself now, meaning that you need to start using that head of yours. I'm sorry. I began apologizing, only for him to cut me off. You can't fix anything with sorry, brother countered, silencing me again. Actions and placing validity into your words will only make those words mean anything. Actions have consequences, and the fact that you don't know that tells me that you are not ready to be Ingenium. Once you have proven to me that you are ready, then you'll be given the title. Leaving me in shock as he rolls away, leaving me alone with my tears. Am I really that much of a failure? Izuku's POV. Hey guys, what did you guys do during your internships? Mina proclaimed, looking at the class. All I did was paperwork. Well, I assisted Death Arms with a hostage situation, Gyro stated, catching Mina's attention. I assisted with a drug smuggling case. Ribitsuyu continued, becoming pumped up. Lucky, my internship was a complete dud. After the first day, they completely forgot about me. Hagakure complained, slightly stomping her foot on the ground. Hey Uraraka, yeah Momo, how was your experience at your internships? Mina questioned while turning to the two. Enlightened, the two said in unison. Achako continually practicing her martial arts, as Momo cleans, assembles and disassembles a modeled Glock at her seat. Them two changed a lot, Denki commented, causing Minda to pull him down to his level. No, all women are like that. Complete evil. Minda's paranoia can be heard throughout the class. What happened to us is nothing compared to the experience Todoroki, Bakugo, Tatsuma and Ida got from the Hasu city. Momo interjects, while shooting Minda with a sleep dart. They're evil. Minda spoke his final words. Yeah, Tatsuma, why were you in that area? Isn't that hippo? Mina began questioning me, only to be stuck with a word. H hypocritical. And my internship W was in Tokyo. B but the Hero Commission requested her assistance in eliminating Stain. I answered, causing them to nod. Also, if I wasn't there, Ida would be dead. What? How? The class shouted, looking towards me. I am here, All Might announced, rushing into the class. The class silences themselves looking at the symbol of peace. Everyone please take your seats. Excuse me, All Might. Where is Aizawa-sensei? Momo questions, getting the nods from a majority of the class. He's sleeping in the teacher's lounge, due to large amounts of paperwork. The number one hero stated. So we have decided to flip homeroom and foundational hero studies course for the day. Now go get changed into your hero suits and meet me at Field Gamma. Young Ada, please head to the teacher's lounge before changing into your hero suit. Hi, all of us announces, before grabbing our suits and head to the changing room. What do you guys think is going to happen to Ada? Denki questions as we begin changing. most likely being punished for not only leaving the pro his interned with, but also for hunting and attacking Stain. Bakugo spoke calmly, catching everyone off guard. The world is actually ending, I proclaimed, finishing getting changed as I rush out. You overreacting bastard, Bakugo shouted, returning balance to the world. Thank God. Eda's POV. Taking a deep breath in, moving my fist to knock onto the door. Before I could, the door opened and Aizawa's scarf pulls me into the office. What were you thinking? Aizawa begins scolding me. Not only you almost got yourself ended, but lived and caused me a hell of paperwork because of it. I understand the fault of my actions, and take full responsibility for said actions, I replied, causing Aizawa to untie me. Is that so? Aizawa questions, using his quirk on me. The feeling of my engines just stopping, and the inability to move overwhelms me as tears flow down my face. Aizawa, please stop scaring the student, Principal Nedzu requested, taking a sip of tea on the couch. Complying, he deactivated his quirk and take a seat next to the bear creature. Please take a seat, directing to the seat opposite of them as I follow the instruction. Now for your punishment. Besides after-school detention for the rest of the year, you must pass all exams and get a minimum of 90% in foundational hero studies to remain in the hero course. Is there any issues? No, sir. May I request that the detentions happen before school instead? I answered. Denied. You are lucky that you aren't being expelled, Aizawa bluntly stated, sighing into a nod and understanding. That's all. Dismissed. At that, I stand and walk to the door. I almost forgot. If something like this happens again, I'll personally ensure that you'll get experience of being kicked out of the school by me. Why, yes, sir, I stuttered, before rushing to the changing rooms. Entering into the changing room, I noticed Minta changing in the room. I thought that everyone has already changed, Minta questioned as I rushed to get change. I had to speak with Aizawa-sensei and the principal first, I answered as he finishes getting changed. Did you know what they did for me? Put a sticky note on my balls and left me on the ground, Minta complained as I finish and rush away from me. Rude. Izuku's POV. Today, you'll be racing one another to a random location within this literal maze of pipes, which cannot be badly damaged. To ensure that it's not too hectic, we will be doing 4 matches of 5 as the rest wait here. Questions? All Might announced, with Momo raising her hand. Yes, young Yaoyorozu. How will we be separating the class, and how would we know where the location is? Momo questioned, as everyone nods in agreement. I'll be at the location sending a distress beacon for each match. The matches will be computer-generated. All Might answered, pressing a button as a screen shows the matchups. 1. Izuku Tatsuma, Hantashiro, Tenya Ida, Mina Ashido, Masaru Ajiro. 2. Yuga Aoyama, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Toru Hagakure, Ochako Uraraka. 3. Kyoka Jiro, Fumikage Takoyami, Shoto Todoroki, Denki Kaminari, Ijiro Kirishima. 4. Minoru Minta, Momo Yaoyorozu, Katsuki Bakugo, Tsuyu Asui, Mizo Shoji. Seeing how young Ida is not here yet, let's swap someone from the last match with him, All Might stated as the computer swaps Ida with Momo. There we go. Now, one thing I forgot to mention. Whoever has the fastest time will be joining me on a trip to I Island. Hearing this, the entire class pumps up at the challenge. Let's get this race ready. At that, everyone heads to the designated areas. Katsuki's POV. Who do you guys think will win this match, besides Izuku? Hagakure questions. Most likely Zero. He has the highest advantage, due to his quirk having the advantage in this field. Jiro deduce, causing the extras to nod. For certain, Ajiro and Momo has the disadvantage, Denki stated, as I whack him in the head. Oh, what was that for? For saying something stupid, I answered, causing the Pikachu to huff. Out of everyone in our class, never underestimate the ones that can challenge me. Begin. All Might announces, starting the race. Izuku in a matter of a second makes it to All Might, scaring the pro in the process. Good golly. Looking towards the second place winner, Zero is seemingly next to win. That is till Momo passes him using Aizawa's capture scarf with tremendous speeds, claiming second place. Zero claiming third, Mina claiming fourth and Ajiro claiming fifth. Young Tatsuma, you did shockingly amazingly, collecting the first place position and possible chance to claim a trip with me. I encourage everyone to try their hardest to challenge my score. Dragon Boy spoke, continually pumping the class. Challenge accepted, I announced with a flaming aura around me. Sorry for being late. Engine for Brains called out, rushing towards the group. What have I missed? Also a warning that Minta is coming shortly. Though I'm right here, Grapehead proclaimed on Ida's back, freaking the Sonic ripoff out. We are doing a race to All Might, and whoever gets the fastest time gets to head to I Island with him. Izuku just went and got 1.208 seconds, which is the fastest at the moment. Ribbit Tsuyu answered. Then point to the board. The board on the top left-hand side has the order of when we try. Thank you, Ada stated as Minta pulls himself off. Now, are the next racers ready? All Might questions as the first match racers make their way over. Hi, the next group announced, as All Might activates the beacon. Start, the number 1 hero commanded. Unlike the previous match, this race is far slower. Sparkly Beach is unable to rocket himself because of the no damage rule. The animal lover has no actual capability to boost his speed, along with having a bulky form making traversing more difficult. Sugar for Brain started out poorly already, taking a full dose of sugar causing him to fail in skillful movements. Invisible Beach doesn't have a quirk for boosting mobility, however she's thin, skilled, and acrobatic to move through the maze with precision. Uraraka being obviously the winner, capable of completely bypassing the environment. Girl power. Mina screamed to the world. Shut it, Grapist, I commanded, looking at the midget. I didn't say anything. He tried speaking. But picked your thorough knacked waif. Tatsuma, what area youth dothing? Momo, please create a note and a pen. Zero, please help me with taping him. Izuku stated as they comply. After writing something onto the note, he tapes it onto the Grapist and tosses him over to All Might. Looking at the screen, we watch as he bounces on the concrete ground and then caught by All Might. Young Minta, why are you here? All Might questions, grabbing the note before sighing. Young Minta, do not sexualize your classmates. If I learn you have done that again, I'll personally ensure that you are expelled. Young Tatsuma, catch. The pro scolded, only to throw him back to the rest of the class. Tatsuma catches the midget, only to drop him as everyone just stares at the class rep. What? Look at me and say that you wouldn't do that. Izuku's POV. What? Look at me and say that you wouldn't do that. I defended, causing them to shrug and look at the next race. Todoroki easily winning with his superior mobility. Only 0.01 seconds from beating Momo's time. Second place was surprisingly Gyro, due to Kirishima and Denki being idiots, while Takoyami, as noticeable, began doubting his abilities and limiting himself in the process. Why are all the powerful classmates ever had something limiting them? Momo and Kaken managing to break free from their limiters, myself constantly entering into shy weakling after my job is done, Todoroki's habit of not using his fire side, and now Takoyami's self-doubt about his abilities. What, don't you think the rest of us are powerful? Mina huffed, causing the rest of the class that wasn't listed joins in. Look me straight in the eyes and tell me you can defeat one of the people I listed if they don't have their limiting mindset. I countered, looking straight at them. I think I can beat Takoyami at full strength. Sato proclaimed. He'll crush you. He has the intelligence and power to defeat you with his limits. Katsuki stated, causing everyone to nod. It's not bad to be less powerful. Either villains will underestimate you, or you will find unique ways to become stronger. I spoke, catching their attention. Also, who doesn't like an underdog? Doing a slight smile, everyone calms down as the last match contestants walk up. Can the last match contestants please make their way to the starting line? All Might announced, with them walking away. I honestly thought that I'll be somewhere last. Gyro proclaimed, using Denki as something to lean on. Couple goals. Mina teased the two, making Gyro use her quirk and fry Denki's brain. We are not a couple, Mina. Gyro shouted. I'm just teasing. She defended as the race starts. Ada taking the lead for the beginning by sliding on the pipes, only for Katsuki to rocket past him at tremendous speeds. What the hell kind of training did he do during the internship? He went to the retired pro hero Gran Torino. He's the homeroom teacher for All Might, and has a quirk called Jet. It grants extremely high mobility in the right hands. I inform, shocking everyone in the process. To think, this is the same teacher that All Might was afraid of. Everyone stares at the screen as Katsuki claims first place for the race, Ada claiming second barely, as Tsu uses the environment to her advantage by jumping pipe to claim third. Shoji unfortunately got last due to stepping on one of Minta's balls, failing to finish the race and handing Minta fourth. Alrighty, let's head with the rest of the class and show the results. Young Minta, please remove your balls off of young Shoji. All Might announced as everyone joins back into the main group. Now here is the leaderboard. 1. Izuku Tatsuma. 2. Katsuki Bakugo. 3. Momo Yairazu. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 17. Fumikage Takoyami. 18. Yuga Aoyama. 19. Rikido Sato. 20. Mizo Shoji. Congratulations, young Tatsuma. You have claimed fastest in a trip with me to Godai Island. All Might proclaimed as the class claps. Thank why you All Might. My shy nature retaking control as I spoke. Well, that is all for today. So you are all now dismissed, the teacher stated, causing us to leave towards the changing room. During the walk there I slow down and pull Takoyami to the side. What's bothering you? I spoke softly, looking at him with concern. Nothing. Takoyami begun lying, as I stare into his eyes. Sigh, after my internship with the number 4th Hero Hawks, I've begun questioning my capabilities as a future hero. All I did was assist in cleaning up after rescue missions and informed him about the USJ incident. I got nothing out of it. Let me tell you something. These feelings are common, but mostly unfounded, I stated, catching his attention. You are smart and powerful. From someone who also has two minds inside of them, you just need to learn to accept all of yourself. Remember, I'm always here for you when you need help. Okay, how? Takoyami muttered. My quirk becomes stronger in the darkness, to the point I can't control dark shadow. It can harm the ones I care for and civilians I'm protecting, so how can I control it? You don't. Atlas manifests himself next to me. Dark shadow is a part of you, not an untamable creature within you. Like how people who haven't even met you will eventually expect that you to protect them. Trust yourself, because trying to control yourself without trusting yourself is impossible. The reason why dark shadow is a demon within you is because that's how you see it. Perspective can be both your greatest weapon and your worst nightmare. Either way, you have friends that are willing to be there and support you. I continued as Atlas flows back into me, while I begin to walk into the changing room. Even in a world of absolute light, there will always be shadows that exist, and I trust you to be there. I'm home, I announced, walking into the main living area. Welcome home, sweetie, Inko proclaimed with a smile as she finishes wiping the kitchen table. How's school? Same old. Well, besides that I managed to win a ticket to Island with All Might, I informed, while Mum nods along. What? Ryuko shouted, rushing down the stairs. Are you telling me that you are going with All Might? I already booked the tickets for us. Sorry, I apologized to my deflating mother. Are you able to refund my ticket? It's non-refundable, she cried out on the ground. I was planning this trip to be a bonding time for us. Do you want me to see if one of my classmates wants the ticket? I questioned, as she looks up to me with puppy dog eyes. Only if it's the girl classmate you kissed, Ryuko ordered, causing me to huff as I grab my phone. Me, hey Ochako, strawberry matcha. Hey, Izuku, what's up? Me, my mum has a ticket for Island, but I'm going with All Might. Do you want the ticket? Note, you will be with my mum. Strawberry matcha. Yes, I would love to. Just give me the time and place. I'll be there. She willing to deal with you? I spoke, as a smirk forms on her face. Just wants to know the where and when. 5 a.m. here, week out from now, Ryuko announced in joy. May, 5 a.m. at X Street, week from now. Note, you will be with my parents, Strawberry matcha. If they are anything like you, it won't be an issue. May, typing, please be careful. With them, delete. See you at school tomorrow. Strawberry matcha. Same to you. Sighing, I turn off my phone. You lied to me so that you can have a talk with her, didn't you? Yep, the tickets are actually refundable, Ryuko proclaimed, as Inko chuckles in the kitchen. Also, I had a feeling that All Might would do something like that with your class, so you lied and manipulated my trust. What a mother, I overdramatically announced, as Ryuko simply pulls me into a hug. Do you like her? Mum asked, as my expression dulls. I don't know. I softly spoke, with Ryuko slowly patting my head, and my emotions feel so conflicted. Tell us how it felt when you kissed her, Inko stated, guiding us to couch to seat down. Why? I questioned while pulling out of the hug, taking end of the couch and begin hugging my legs in the process. It'll help, Ryuko shot back, leaving me dead silent. Expressing yourself to someone helps with figuring out those feelings that are conflicting with one another. Inko continued, slightly whacking Ryuko's arm in the process. Sigh, the kiss itself wasn't really special, I stated, while I tightened my grip on my legs. Yet the feeling of wrapping my arms around her, as the warmth pulsates out of her, the smell of all of her unrestrained aroma flooding me, as the taste of her soft lips completely numbing me to just the sound of her heart beating rapidly. At that moment, everything felt like it surrounded her simple existence, a small smirk forming on their lips, unnoticed from becoming lost in my daze. Yet the image of him kissing her keeps popping into my head, as the idea that this taste was originally tainted by him. I go completely silent as a burning rage bubbles inside of me. Izuku, Inko tried shaking me out, as my heat emits off of me. Izuku, Ryuko commands, breaking me out of my trance. Yeah, what were we talking about? I questioned, with all the heat instantly disappears. Stretching, I look to my hands that are now completely draconic and covered in scales. Oh, yeah. We were talking about my feelings. Let's put a pin on this conversation, so that I can get dinner started. Izuku, go get changed and come down when I call for you, Inko instructed, as I nod and walk to my room. Also, I suggest you aerate the house, especially if you're going to bring your playtime out into the kitchen, I suggested, leaving the two blushing in shock. Why does he keep catching us? Shouldn't that be the parents' job to catch the kid? Thank you for the opportunity, All Might, I exclaimed, turning to see a leaner and shorter version of the pro hero. So what I saw all those years was not an illusion of my mind. Yes, I completely forgot that the winner of the race would learn this secret of mine. The deflated hero states while rubbing the back of his neck. Doesn't really matter now, look out of the window. Complying, I turn my gaze to the window. We are in view of Island, meaning the most annoying part is coming up. Attention passengers. We will soon begin our descent to Island, the pilot announced, as All Might finishes entering into his form and costume. I must maintain being in this form for the entire time we are in public, the pro hero complained before turning to me. Now, it's time for you to change as well. UA allowed you to have your hero costume, correct? Hi, I answered, with a flash of light. I'm completely changed into my hero suit. How long can you last in that form anyway? Before the incident with AFO I can last for a week, however it's been slowly decreasing. Now I can only last for 2 hours. All Might states, causing me to lower my head. It's technically my fault, isn't it? I questioned, as All Might stares at me. No, it isn't your fault. The hero states, taking a seat next to me. If it's anyone's fault, it's my own. I should have waited until your mother and fellow heroes, instead of rushing in and challenge AFO immediately. Placing a hand onto my shoulder, I turned to look at him. You saved my life that day. By healing my wounds and shielding us from any more harm, you are most likely the only reason why I'm here today. A small smirk forms on my face as the plane lands on the artificial land mass, remaining making idle chatter during the immigration process, and barely managing to escape the horde of fans stamping over me for All Might. I didn't expect to get stopped for so long. At this rate, we will be terribly late. Terribly late to what? I questioned, watching All Might wiping away the multiple colored lipsticks on his face. Oh, I forgot to mention this to you, but I wanted to drop in with an old friend of mine. Hope you don't mind. All Might explained before the sound of pogo stick echoes towards us. Uncle Might, the blonde female announced, jumping off her transportation and into his arms. It's been so long since the last time we met. Melissa, who have grown up so much. All Might commented. Well, I am 17 now, you know. Much heavier than the last time we met. She stated. Really, I can't tell the difference, the pro proclaimed while raising her higher into the air, causing the two to laugh with each other. How has David been doing? He's been extremely busy with a project that's extremely confidential, the blonde female informed. He actually doesn't know that you are here. This is a surprise for him. Scientists and their secrets, All Might announced before turning to me. Before I forget, young Tatsuma, I would like to introduce you to my friend's daughter. Hello, I'm Melissa Shield. She introduced herself, moving her hand out to shake mine. Pleasure to meet you. I am Izuku Tatsuma, a S student of All Might's, I informed, shakily reaching out to shake her hand. Smooth, a student of All Might. So you are a part of the hero course in UA. Melissa deduced, looking at All Might slightly. Besides what he may seem like, he's one of the strongest students and class representative. All Might informed, slightly confusing her as he continues. Young Tatsuma, mind introducing her to Atlas? You don't need to tell me twice, Atlas proclaimed, forming next to me, scarring her with the fire. Hello, I'm Atlas, the flame elemental that lives within Tatsuma. And don't worry about the fire. It won't harm you unless you do something to us. A sentient quirk. Interesting. Melissa instantly begins studying the half-naked elemental. If you want to study me, we should wait till we're alone. Then you can touch me all you want, Atlas teased, causing her to blush and step away from him. Atlas, I spoke, as the elemental begins to sweat while turning to me. Return, instantly complying, slightly scarring All Might. As sorry about that. Atlas S seems to have a thing for 17-year-old old ladies. Well, we should leave. Don't want to miss David. All Might changed the subject, breaking Melissa out of her blushing mess. Why yeah, this way. She spoke before grabbing her pogo stick and collapsing it away, before we walk away. Atlas, why are you causing us more trouble? Fun. Seeing how you completed the first stage of your research, I've invited someone here to celebrate with us, Melissa announced while we hide behind the door. Who would that be? What I assume is her father questioned. A person you dearly love, she countered, as All Might walks into the room. Yes, I am here, the pro hero proclaimed, shaking with emotion for our heartfelt reunion. Toshia All Might, the brown-haired man with glasses stuttered. Is that really him? A bald-headed guy questioned. I've came all this way just to see you, Dave old buddy, All Might announced, picking up the brown-haired guy up like a toy. Before long they begin to make small chatter with one another. Young Tatsuma, I would like you to introduce my dear friend David Shield. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Izuku Tatsuma. I introduced. Tatsuma, where have I heard that name before? David thought to himself, only for him to click his fingers. Ryuko Tatsuma, the dragon hero, Ryuko and number 2 hero next to All Might. Are you somehow related to her? As she's my mother, I shyly stated, while scratching my neck. A mother that can defeat me if someone dares touch you of harm in front of her. All Might continued, silencing everyone in the room. That means you're the kid that knocked out a male nurse as a quirkless newborn, David stated, as I chuckled slightly. How is that even possible? Melissa questioned, stuck in a state of shock. I was born out of an dragon egg, I informed. Why do I feel like an omelet now? The bald guy questioned himself, as everyone turns to face him. Sam, you should take your break, David stated, before turning back to us. Anyways, Melissa, do you mind showing Tatsuma around the island? I want to catch up with All Might alone, if you don't mind. Sure thing, Papa. It sounds like fun, Melissa proclaimed. I don't want tea to be a burden, I defended. It's not a problem. I have nothing else to do anyways, so right this way, she countered as I follow her. So, what do you want me to call you? By your real name, or do you have a hero one already? I do have a hero name. It's Deku, I stated, small amount of confidence. Deku, that doesn't have anything related to fire or dragons, Melissa countered, causing me to chuckle a bit. It's a nickname from when I was younger, meaning useless, I informed, confusing her. However, after surviving something that is impossible, it changed to the meaning of Dekaru, which is capable of anything. The useless becoming the greatest. What did you go though which caused that to happen? Melissa inquired. Wait, that was rude of me to push so much in your past. I'm so sorry. The information is already out in the world. I was kidnapped and tortured for my quirk, spanning over 3 years. I waved, leaving her in complete silence. Anyways, this place is amazing. Even though the residence is unable to move, they ensured that life can be enjoyable to compensate for that issue. It seems that you've done your research, Melissa stuttered. Oh, I have to show you this place, grabbing my arm while pulling to a building. Within is various different support items on display, as she explains how each and every one of them had at least one part that her father had patterned. My father is my role model, and I want to be a scientist as great as him. Toshi, your quirk levels are degenerating more rapidly than I expected. At this rate, you'll be unable to your quirk by the end of the year, David exclaimed, as I rise from the scanning device. And that's not including your habit of pushing yourself too far. We're unable to change that. And if we could, it wouldn't do that much in the long run, I stated, causing him to turn to me. I've been a hero for a long time now, and my age is gaining on me to much of my dismay. At this rate, the symbol of peace would be disappear faster than anyone would imagine, David calculated, while clenching his fist tighter. Japan has the lowest crime rates because of you, at 6%, whereas other countries are at 20% or worse. Honestly, a part of me wished that you never left America. Come on, Dave. Stop being so pessimistic. There are multiple good heroes out in the world that can take my place, and they have you to support them. I comforted him, placing my hand on his shoulder. Plus, I inspired many future heroes that will surpass myself. Have faith in the next generation. Besides the beeping from multiple devices in the room, it remained completely silent. Dave, have I told you about how I found out about my quirk? No, but I don't see where this is going, David answered with a confused tone of voice. Well, for the majority of my life till middle school, I thought that I was quirkless, I stated, catching him off guard. My pinky toes aren't fused together and the device that you created didn't exist. Yet I still wanted to be the symbol of peace. Even though I was told that it would be impossible, I still continued. One day I met a hero that most people forgot, named Nana Shimura. I told her my beliefs and my goal, and instead of laughing that a quirkless kid was saying this, she instead took me under her wing and trained me, meeting Gran Torino in the process. In one of the training sessions, I sparred with her. Being completely drained and filled with pain, I pushed through till the form took hold and still got completely swamped, but found out that I had a quirk. Are you saying that Melissa has a hidden quirk that I don't know about? David questioned, causing me to chuckle. No, I'm telling you this to make you realize something I've known for so long. Judging something that hasn't pushed itself beyond its limits is a great mistake. The next generation hasn't been pushed yet, and still have managed to surpass Endeavor with power, I informed, finishing putting on my hero suit before entering into my buff form. The symbol of peace will not disappear, but will be passed on like a torch. The torch might dull but never burn out. Tats, looks like you're having fun, Mina proclaimed, forcing us to turn around. Hey Mina, I answered, before looking to the side. Also, hey Momo and Gyro, do you know them? Melissa questioned, looking at them. Yes, we are a part of his harem, Mina announced, causing the blonde to blush. Harem. Melissa left in state of shock, while I facepalmed to cover my own blush. Melissa, these are my classmates from UA. The pink alien queen is Mina Ashido. The one that looks like she can rock your soul and absolutely your world is Kyoka Gyro. Last but not least, Momo Yaoyorozu is my vice rep for the class and being extremely skilled. I introduced them, allowing her to calm down slightly. You three, I like to introduce you to Melissa Shield, daughter of All Might's friend, and is a student of the academy here. You must be extremely talented to be a part of one of such a prestigious school, Momo commented. Oh no, I still have a lot to learn. Melissa waved the compliment off. I know a cafe that we can go for some tea. We can talk there. Everyone agreeing, we head over to the cafe, ordering drinks and talking about our experiences. Wow, I can't believe that you guys have already worked with pro heroes. It's nothing too special. Well, besides Tatsuma, that is, Gyro stated while pointing at me. He assisted with the capture of the hero killer stain, saved a classmate from dying by his hands and captured a Namu. A fusion of shock, admiration, and confusion from the last feat I did. A Namu is a bioengineered creature, superhuman strength and multiple quirks, Momo informed, causing Melissa to stare at me. To be fair, Namus are effectively mindless, only following commands by its creator. I played devil's advocate. I'm curious if my dad is able to get one of the captured creatures to study on. Melissa thought out loud. If that is possible, it could open up multiple studying opportunities in both quirk manipulation and reversal of the process of creating one. Here are your drinks, Denki announced, while handing our drinks. Idiot, why are you here? Gyro questioned, with Minda walking out with the rest. We wanted to go to the expo, but we didn't have the money. Thankfully, they needed more work staff, so here we are. Kaminari explained. It's ingenious. We work and get paid, and on our breaks we get to check out the expo. Especially because we get to meet some extremely hot babes. Minda continued, only to stop after looking at Melissa. Don't you even think about it, Grapehead. She is under the protection of Tats's harem, Mina proclaimed, slightly shielding her in the process. Minda and Denki curses under their breath. Are they also from your school? Melissa questioned. Unfortunately, Gyro stated. Why are you two slacking off? You should be working. You wanted the money, didn't you too? Ida proclaimed while running, scarring the two workers. So Ida, you are also here as well. Mina huffed as he turns to face us. Yes, I am from a hero family, so of course I would get an invitation. The engine quirk user stated, with the butlers running away. Unfortunately, it's just me. My family are investors for Island, so naturally I would get an invitation as well. Momo countered, before the sounds of explosions can be heard from afar. What was that? At that we all rushed to the source of the sound. A clearance time of 33 seconds. He is in 8th place. The announcer informed with a holo screen showing Kirishima at the top of the mountain. Kiri's here too. Mina began freaking, while checking up on her looks. So he's also from UA. Melissa connected the dots, with them nodding in response. Please welcome our next challenger. The announcer called out, as Katsuki walks out. Kaken, I stated, the villainy test field has been reset. Ready, go. The round starts, with the explosion demon rocketing through the course. I can't believe this. He has gained first place with a time of 10 seconds. The crowd roars at his skill, while Katsuki walks up to Kirishima. Hey, isn't that Tatsuma in the stands? The hardening quirk user states, as Katsuki launches up to me. Deku, get yourself in here. Boom Boom Boy challenged. Oh, okay. I submissively answered, as I walk into the course. It looks like we have a challenger at the last minute. Will he make it to the top or fail in front of the entire expo? She proclaimed, while I take a deep breath in. The attack course is set. Ready, go. A devastating launch, everyone back, purging every target at once. Are you okay? I questioned after catching the announcer in my arms. I hope I didn't hurt you. F this guy's ho, I can't believe it. This hunk has got a time of less than 1 second. She announced, silencing everyone. How old are you? 16. I answered, walking away from the now cursing announcer lady. Don't you think that was a little overkill? Ryuko questioned, as Inko, Achako and herself walk up. Oh no, Mom has given Uraraka perfume that's boost the potency of her natural scent. Izuku, are you okay? Achako questions, stepping closer to me. Oh, can you smell the perfume your mother gave me? I'm unable to for some reason. Hi, I'm Melissa. She introduced herself, while grabbing my arm. Oh no, I was just showing Deku around this place. Hello Melissa, I'm Achako Uraraka. Machai face replicating what she did with my other arm. I'm Izuku's dear friend and first loving kiss. Help me. No. Hey, Deku, do you mind if I show you something? Melissa called out, as I turn and nod. Time passes, walking to a room before she turns to face me. This place is the Island Academy, where I spend most of my time. And your left is my own personal laboratory, opening the door and allowing us to walk in. Sorry it's such a mess. You were not lying when you said that you spend most of your time here. Your scent is overwhelming in this room. I commented. Is it really that bad? Melissa questioned, entering into a storage area. No, you smell like cinnamon and vanilla. Not bad at all. I waved off her worry, inspecting her trophies at the same time. You must be really talented. You have so multiple trophies. Actually, not too long ago, I was getting horrible grades. That's why I've been studying so hard. She informed while pulling out a machine. Got to be a good student if I want to become a hero. Do you mean like a pro? I questioned, before she turns to face me. No, I gave up on that dream a while ago. After all, I am quirkless, Melissa stated, catching me off guard. So you're becoming a scientist to indirectly being a hero instead. I countered, causing her to smile. Yep, even though the shock of not having a quirk hit me hard, my father has always been a role model to me, she announced, leaving in silence for a few seconds. Anyways, I brought you here to see the difference between your body This device scans the body and checks for any irregularities. You can keep your clothes on, but it works better with less. Without missing a beat, I begin removing my clothes. Left in just my boxers, I look at the now blushing Melissa. I didn't expect you to never mind. Please stand in this machine. Complying, she begins to run system checks. This is insane. Everything about your body is 3 greater than what could be considered for peak human conditioning. Wait, how would that even fit in a WOM? You have multiple quirks. Yes, I answered. A majority of them were forced onto me during my torture. Does that mean you are kind of like a Namu? Melissa questioned, as my memories of the Namu force feeding flashes into my head. Instantly, I exit out of the machine and get dressed. I'm sorry if that might have hurt you. It's not your fault, but I need to get ready for the pee party. See you then, I hastily replied, before leaving the lab and jogging back to my hotel room. Sorry that I am late, where is everyone? I questioned, walking up to Kaminari, Minta, Ida and Todoroki. They're not here yet. Does a proper meeting time mean nothing to you? Ida questioned, while robotically attacking the air. Sorry that I'm late. It took me a while to get ready, Uraraka stated while walking out of the elevator. Best night ever, the 2 idiots exclaimed in front of me. Oh shit, instantly hiding and using Ida as a shield. Sorry for the tardiness, Momo apologized, with Mina and Gyro alongside her. Gyro is acting shy, probably because Denki is here. Mina teased, while dodging Gyro's attacks. Damn Tats, you're looking hella hot. Besides Mina and Izuku, everyone else is in the same formal wear. This is my first time in formal wear. Your mothers chose something out for me, Uraraka stated, while walking up to me. You look amazing, Achako, I replied, grabbing onto both of her hands, sniffing her slightly as I pull her into a hug, rubbing my nose at the nape of her neck. What is this scent? Izuku. Oh, our classmates are watching, Uraraka blushingly informed, while she watches them stare at us. Is this the effect of the perfume they gave me? Instantly letting go and launching myself to the other side of the room. Dragon Nip, I miffly stated, confusing them in the process. Hey, I thought that I might have missed you guys. Let's head down to the party, Melissa announced, jogging up to me. Deku, you left your phone in my laboratory. Hehe. Tatsuma was in her laboratory, Minta stated, only to be inflicted huge amounts of pain from Gyro. What? Are you jealous that he wasn't in yours? Only to be electrocuted by Denki. I was betrayed. Thank you, I said to Melissa, before grabbing my phone, instantly checking my phone for any missed messages, so no one is going to question what happened to Tatsuma and Uraraka. Todoroki stated. What happened? Melissa questioned. Tats began hugging a sniffing Yura when she got close to him, Mina informed. When he broke himself off of her, he said Dragon Nip while covering his mouth. Gyro continued, causing Melissa to sniff Uraraka. Your perfume smells like lime, garlic and cut grass. It's nice but nothing really special, Melissa stated. Well, Izuku does have a dragon quirk, so maybe Dragon Nip works similar to catnip, Denki deduced, shocking the majority of us. What? I can be smart. Though you can't. Gyro counters. So Tatsuma's mums are trying to get Achako and him torture. Minta questioned. Why can't my parents do that? Torture is a war crime, Todoroki answered, causing everyone to laugh at Minta's pain. This is an announcement from the Island's security system. We have received and report that an explosive device was discovered somewhere on the Expo grounds. Island will now be in high alert mode. Your safety is our top priority. Residents and tourists should return to their lodgings. Anyone remaining on the streets will be in violation of the law. Please clear out of any public areas. As a precautionary measure, most of the main island buildings will now be sealed off. I repeat, we have received a report. I'm not getting any signal. It looks like my service is completely blocked, Todoroki informed, while Minta begins to freak out slightly. The elevator isn't working either, Gyro fueling Minta's fear. It's strange that the system would go on high alert. That's not the protocol for when explosives has been discovered. Melissa ponders aloud. Guys, let's head to the party, I ordered, catching everyone's attention. Remember, All Might and Ryuko will be there. That's right, we're safe. Minta calmed down, along with the stress of the others. Melissa, do you know any way that we can head to the party? I questioned. Yeah, sure, we can use the emergency staircase. It'll get us close, Melissa responded. Then, we're following your lead then, I informed, as we begin our trek. Somewhere on this island, you'll hear a pretty little blonde scream. A guy threatened, confusing the hell out of me. Fine, lead the way, David Shield hesitantly answered, with them walking away. Gyro, set up your earphone jack. 2 ears are better than 1. I instructed, showing a thumbs when she's in place. Grabbing my phone, I begin to signal to All Might, trying to break free. He notices and look at me. Instantly I motion for him to stop straining himself, then point to the guard watching him. Young Tatsuma, All Might muttered. You are unfortunately right at the moment. Izuku, please stay safe. Ryuko quietly spoke. villains have taken over the security system and placed the entire island as their hostage. That includes every hero at this party. This scenario is too dangerous. Get away from here as soon as you can. All Might commanded, after noticing Ryuko speaking. This scenario is not good, Gyro stated, as we leave to group up with the others. After informing them of the situation, everyone goes completely quiet. We've received All Might's orders loud and clear. He's our teacher. I suggest we follow his instructions and escape this place. Ada spoke first. Otherwise we will be going against his will. I'm afraid that I would have to agree with what Ada is saying. We are still only students. We can't fight these villains if we don't have our hero licenses. Momo blustered Ada's argument. Though, why don't we get out of here and tell the heroes outside? Denki questioned. It's not going to be easy to escape. The security system here is on the same level as the one on Tartarus Prison, which is where they hold the most dangerous villains in the world. Melissa countered. Then all we can do is sit here and wait till everything is over, Denki stated, causing Gyro to stand up. Are you really okay with that, Kaminari? Gyro challenged. What choice do we have? Denki questioned. Don't you think we should at least try and stop them? Gyro countered with her own question. Come on, those villains got All Might and Ryuko trapped. Minda complained with facts. There is no way we can stop them ourselves, if even the pros are stuck. Aren't we trying to be pros ourselves? Todoroki questioned, causing everyone to look at him. Well yes, but we are not allowed to work as heroes. You know that. Momo rebuttal. Does that mean that it's right to do nothing at all? Todoroki questioningly challenged. Well, it's complicated, Momo stated, clenching her fist in the process. I want to help, I announced, shocking everyone. Really, Izuku? Uraraka questioned, as I look up to the group. I want to save them, I continued. You want to fight those villains? Did you learn anything from the USJ? Minda screamed into my face. Clearly you didn't, I countered, silencing him. Anyway, this is totally different than the USJ. The fact that they haven't located us means that they don't have full control over the system. Meaning that if we think before we do, then we can avoid fighting. If we get to the control room, then we can regain control over the system. At that point the island would be safe, and the heroes will instantly hop into action. The issue is, we don't know where the security room is, and the last time I checked, the security systems are classified and not on the internet. Denki challenged. The old system for Tartarus is, and now is being used by privately owned enterprises. I countered, silencing the Pikachu. Fun fact, UA has a modified version of it. I know where the security system is. It's on the top levels of the tower, Melissa announced, catching everyone's attention. The fact that these villains managed to gain control means that they must have disabled the authentication locks and passwords. We should be able to reset the system ourselves. We just have to stay off the villains' radar. I'm in, Uraraka proclaimed, jumping up instantly. I can't wait here when there is something that we can do. I feel the same way, I stated by jumping up as well. Slowly everyone agrees to assist. Tatsuma, as long as you promise that we won't go too far, I'll join you too, Ada requested, causing me to nod at his terms. Are you all lost your mind? Minda shouted with tears flowing down his face. If you wanted sanity, then you should quit becoming a hero, Atlas countered, while forming into the world. To ensure safety, I'll be out and protecting Melissa for the entire trip up. Thank you, Atlas, Melissa stated before kissing him on the cheek. Fine, I'll be going, Minda announced in rage. I can't allow a Quirk to get a harem before me. Nejire and now Melissa. Atlas has technically already have a harem, I informed, crushing the grape. Now let's go. The route's blocked, Ada announced, as we just passed the 80th floor. What do we do? Break through it? Todoroki questioned, heavily breathing from running upstairs. If we do that, I'm sure the security system would alert the villains that someone is in here. Melissa interjected while being piggybacked on Atlas. Why don't we go through here? Minda questioned, opening the door to much of our disapproval. Use the barriers to trap them on the 80th floor, the boss guy with a metal mask commanded, directing 2 lackeys to go after them. Don't let those kids escape. They didn't listen, All Might silently complained, before he slightly chuckles to himself. Though, they wouldn't be inspiring heroes if they didn't do anything. Ryuko, do you think Izu is alright? Inko quietly questioned, as I simply nod. I hope so at least. Please be safe, Izuku. Is there another way to get up? Todoroki questioned, while we run through the hallways. There should be another emergency staircase down on the other end of the hall, Melissa informed, riding Atlas in his dragon form that's slightly bigger than a horse. Then we should hurry, Ada suggested, only for a blast doors begin to close. The ones behind us too, Momo exclaimed. Todoroki, I commanded, as Shoto freezes the closing gate while Ada kicks down a door on the side. Quickly, we can cross through here, Ada announced, everyone following him into a massive room filled with plants. What is this place? Mina questions in awe. It's a plant factory. Here's where they do research on the effects of quirks on fauna. Melissa informs. Shouldn't it be flora not fauna? Atlas mutters to himself, only for Gyro to cut him off. Hold on. Look, the elevator is going up, Gyro announced, pointing to the rising number. Don't tell me that the villains have already found us. Minta begins to panic. If they already have, because of you, Minta. Everyone, we should hide and let them pass, I ordered, as we all enter the bushes. I wonder if we can use that elevator? Denki questioned. No, only authorized people can use the controls, unfortunately. And it's built like a bomb shelter, so we couldn't if we even tried, Melissa countered, working up Minta in the process. Of course we can't go the easy way, Minta complained, only for the ding of the elevator to frighten him. The clothes are the same as the ones from the party, I thought to myself, while they continue to walk further. So they said the kids came in here. Of course they picked the place with so many hiding spots, the lanky human complained, causing some of us to hold our breaths. Hey, we see you, you stupid kids. Why do I smell caramel? Am I really that hungry? What did you say, you Slender Man wannabe? Bakugo challenged, causing me to tap Momo's arm. What are you two doing here? The chubby human questioned both Kirishima and Bakugo. That's what I want to know, Katsuki countered, death-eyeing Ijiro. Come on man, let me handle this, Redhead countered, walking in front of Bakugo. We kind of got lost, looking for this party. Can you point us in the right direction? Don't lie to me. The lanky villain began his attack, only to be countered by 50 calories sniper rifle shot through his arms and legs. Without missing a beat, his partner transforms into a purple monster, only to be pinned down by a flaming dragon stopping his movements. What the hell? Purple Man shouted, as Momo walks up and tranquilizes him. What the hell is happening here? Katsuki commanded, as I point to the elevator. Destroy it. Villains have hijacked island security system, I answered, while Atlas melts all the mechanical parts. Why, you brats? The lanky human shouted, beginning to activate his quirk. Quiet, I countered, releasing a wave of flames at him, sealing the bullet wounds and knocking him out with pure heat. We need to get to the top, so that the pros can do their job. Let's go up there, Todoroki stated while pointing to a walkway above us. Nodding, we all stand near him as he creates a pillar upwards. Boss, the brats easily took down the guys you sent, and also destroyed the elevator, a guy on the other side of the earpiece informed. Damn, those kids must be trained. Start searching for them on the system. I'll make my way up now and lure them into a spot where the security drones can take them, the metal mask villain ordered, while working to the door. Also, lose the chatter. We don't know if one of them has a quirk that could spy on us. With the door closing behind him, annoying to replace, but destroying the elevator is a good call, Izuku. Looking over to All Might, I noticed slight steam emitting off of him. Come on, Izuku. I don't know how much longer All Might has. Damn, this way's blocked as well, Ada announced, after kicking through the door. Great, what are we supposed to do? Minta complained, while looking up to us. We're like helpless mice stuck in a fancy cage. We need a plan, Denki yelled to the heavens. Deku, why don't we just blast through all these pathetic gates? Katsuki suggested, creating small explosions. We're trying to keep the damage to a minimum, Kaken. Melissa, where does that vent lead to? I countered, while pointing to the vent on the ceiling. I think it runs right underneath the maintenance room for the sunlight system, Melissa informs, forming smiles on our faces. There's probably an emergency ladder in the maintenance room, right? Ada predicted. Well, yeah, there is, but it's a manual release, so someone will have to be inside to let us inside, Melissa informed, while everyone slightly deflates. Is this as far as we go? Uraraka questioned, looking down at our shortcomings. Time to destroy the tower. No, there's still a possibility, Momo announced before throwing an explosive onto the vent. If somebody climbs through the vent into the exterior wall, they can get into the maintenance room. Right, there must be another vent leading inside, Uraraka joyfully proclaimed. You're lucky today, tower. So we need a person that can fit into a cramped vent, and capable of climbing up the exterior wall, Todoroki calculates, as we all turn to Minta. You can't be serious. No, I can't. Why not Atlas? Minta cried out. Because they would have installed anti-fire system would activate if I went, Atlas states, while grabbing the grape's head. But I can do this. At that, Atlas fuses himself with Minta as flowing red cracks emit off his body. I'll be back, before rushing through the vent. Wait, Atlas is able to fuse himself with other people? Melissa questioned, in a state of awe. Atlas can also transfer Izuku's quirk factor to others as well, Uraraka informed, as I hug her from behind. Izuku W, what are you doing? I can't hold back any longer, I whispered into her, only to continue sniffing her neck. What's wrong with Tatsu bro? Kirishima questioned, while Katsuki begins cackling. Do you know Baku bro? Dragon nip, Katsuki announced, as I begin nibbling at her neck. It's Auntie Inko's favorite herb, and it drove her to hide and lock it away from dragon quirk users. Izuku, Uraraka called out. Should we try and pull her away? Todoroki questions, as my eyes dot up to him. A deep growl echoes out of my mouth, with a fully scaled dragon tail forms out of me. If you want to live, I suggest you do nothing. Katsuki informs them, only for a fireball to be shot at Uraraka and myself. Darting my eyes to my next victim, I see Atlas with his hand out. The ladder's down. You can try and kill me after we stop the villains, Atlas exclaims, only for me to realize that he destroyed the herb perfume. Keeping hold of Uraraka, I jump straight into the maintenance room. I was used, Minta shouted at himself, while being curled into a ball at the corner of the room. Izuku, see, can you please let go of me? Machai girl pleaded, as my consciousness slowly returns to me. As sorry, I shyly muttered, before stepping away from her in a blushing mess. Okay. It's my fault to trust your mother with perfume, Uraraka countered, while Atlas helps up the people climbing the ladder. Are you too good? Mina questions, at the two blushing messes. Who cares? Let's go. At that, everyone nods and runs out of the room. So many robots, Mina whispered. The villains aren't trying to block us in. Now they seem to be trying to capture us then. Ada contemplated. We caught them with their pants down, and now they're annoyed, I stated before turning to Denki. Denki, Ada, you're up. Momo, don't bother creating anything at the moment. And Atlas. Got it. Atlas complied, fusing into Denki. Man, this feels incredible, Kaminari proclaims, with small shocks of red electricity emitting off him. And you have the mental fortitude to realize that it happened, I countered, deflating the electric quirk user. Wait, why did that happen to me? Minta complained. I would have preferred killing myself than keeping your mind open, I answered. At least Denki only thinks about one girl. Ready, Kaminari? Ada questions, as he grabs onto Denki's arm. Open the door. Spinning in a circle, I open the door while he throws the Pikachu into the center of the robot mass. 1.3 million volts, Kaminari announced, with an explosion of sparking red electricity courses through the entire room. The energy fades, leaving the mass destruction of robots around a yellow-haired butler. All of them should be destroyed. However, Denki fried himself, so I'm in control now. Of course he did that. Gyro sighed in defeat. Atlas, stay in Denki's body, otherwise he would just be a liability, I commanded, causing Denki to nod in affirmance. Guys, more robots are coming from the left, Gyro informed. Then let's head right, Todoroki countered, as we all run that way. Ryuko, do you think that Izuku is having fun with Uraraka? Enko quietly questioned, confusing me slightly. I allowed her to wear the perfume that I wore during our honeymoon. Oh no, worst time ever. You know I could have been affected by that as well, if they actually came here, I countered, causing her to realize the issue she just created. Please don't allow the dragon nip control you, Izuku. Great, now I feel like some dragon nip. I hear a lot of the security machines below us, Gyro informs, while still plugged into the wall. Any above us? Momo questioned. No, it should be clear, Gyro countered, as we move up the stairs, making our way through a room filled with black and red towers, only for the door on the opposite side of the room to open up to a wave of awakening robots. It's a trap, Ida proclaimed, while getting into a stance. Finally, I've been itching for a fight, Katsuki announced, with his maniacal grin adorned on his face. Wait a sec, Melissa called out, catching everyone's attention. We can't damage these servers. It could affect the island security system. At that point, more robots jumped down from the second level of this room, scarring Minta in the process. We can handle these machines without damaging the servers, Momo exclaimed, as Ida, Todoroki, Mina, Gyro, Kirishima and Atlas backs her up. Got it. Melissa, Ochako and Kakin, come with me. Atlas, make sure Minta helps, I commanded, as we run the opposite direction. Why do I have to come? I could be helping them fight, Uraraka questions, causing me to turn my gaze at her. Because Deku is weaker right now, Katsuki politely answered, catching the both of us off guard. When Deku is separated from Atlas, his literal firepower is weakened. Didn't you realize that during the sports festival, he always absorbs the flames back into himself? I thought that he was just conserving energy, Uraraka answered, before hearing the sounds of explosions from the room behind us. Everyone, please be safe. I have an idea. Let's go this way, Melissa announced, taking the lead of the group. Stalled, Ida shouted, as robots come at all angles. Damn, more robots are coming from behind us, Todoroki announced, freezing the door we entered. Yamomo, ammo, Yamomo, Gyro exclaimed, grabbing onto the collapsing vice rep. My scalp's telling me that's my limit, Minta informed, waving his arms around before planting on the ground. I can't go any longer, Mina states, with her feet and hands being covered with blisters. 1.3 million volts, I announced, destroying a majority of robots in the process. Denki's body is far beyond his limit. Denki's body twists and collapses to the ground. Guys, I kind of already got caught by the robots, Kirishima informs, completely surrounded robots. Come on guys, we can still. Todoroki tried motivating everyone, only for the robots to wrap around his arms and the rest of his body. Damn it. As more robots rolls in, capturing the rest of us, diffusing out of Denki as a small wisp of flame, I float and fuse into Todoroki. Sorry, I needed to fuse with you. I spoke to him through his mind. If you're in me right now, then you could help me by ensuring the safety of the servers. Shoto thought, preparing to fight again. I can't at the moment. I need to restore my energy storage before anything else. I countered, causing him to stop. That's why I fused with you, to slowly absorb your flames so I can help Izuku when they restore the security system. Fine, let's hope that they can pull it off, Shoto thought, increasing his heat output for me. You better eat fast. Where are we? I questioned, looking at the mass array of fans. This place is the wind power generator, Melissa informed, without turning to face us. I know there are more robots within the tower, probably just wait there for a chance to ambush us. But if we climb to the top from here, we will avoid them. There is an emergency exit that we can enter. Melissa, I called out, causing her to turn around. Breathe, grabbing her shaking hands, taking a few deep breaths with her. Achako, make Melissa and yourself weightless. Kaken, fly up with Achako on your back. I'll carry Melissa on mine. Calming down, Melissa climbs onto my back while I reform my tail to wrap around us. After one touch of Uraraka, I rocket the two of us towards the top. Only being able to make it 3/4 of the way, I claw onto the metal pillar and begin climbing the way up. Thank you, Melissa spoke into my ear, for calming me down, that is. Don't mention it. I understand the feeling of being scared, and the feeling as though you're powerless. I countered, taking a deep breath in before continuing. It's the same reason why I reacted that way in your lab. Namu and their creator are connected to my suffering, fear and my unwavering feeling of powerlessness. Sorry if that came out of nowhere. It's fine. Actually, it speaks a lot about you as a person, Melissa countered, feeling her trying to shake her head while holding on tight. I can see why Achako likes you, not just for having a women destroyer. We both chuckle as we climb onto the walkway. Release, Uraraka announced before puking over the rails of the walkway. Wait, Achako with the nausea, and me with the powers we together equals a true dragon slayer. What floor is this? Katsuki commanded, remaining on high alert. 195th floor. 5 more and we'll be at the top, Melissa answered, causing Katsuki to open the emergency exit. Let's go, Uraraka announced, after fixing herself up. Running up the staircase, Katsuki and I eliminate the ground thugs with guns. 200th floor, Katsuki announced, only for his arm to be slashed by a guy with a sword. Quirk, you shouldn't have come here, the villain shouted, forming his other arm into a sword as Uraraka takes steps to intercept him. You shouldn't be playing hero's little girl. Launching towards her, Uraraka dodges to the side while grabbing his wrist and the back of his neck. Using his higher mass and momentum, she flings him off his feet and slams the villain's head into the concrete ground. Sorry, I didn't get that, Uraraka states, picking his unconscious head up to see a bleeding nose. Bakugo, are you okay? No, this slash hurts like hell and is still bleeding, Katsuki answers, gripping tightly on the wound while I freeze from the smell. Deku, snapping me out of my mind, as I rush over to him. This is going to hurt like hell, I warned, engulfing his arm with fire. What are you doing? Melissa began freaking out, only to see Katsuki's skin restitches itself back together. After burning all the blood away, I begin to heavily pant. I didn't know you can heal Izuku, Uraraka exclaims, walking over to my side and helps me up. Just not himself, Katsuki states while getting up. Anyways, let's head to the security room. Alright, the control room is located in front of the center elevator, Melissa informed, as we sneak our way through the halls. Someone's in there, I stated, causing everyone to look towards the room. Papa, why is he up here? Melissa informs. Maybe the villains wanted him to get something. Uraraka ponders. We have to help him, Melissa announced, causing everyone to nod and sneak in. I've unlocked it. Block 1147. David exclaims. Wonderful, Sam energetically announced, rushing over to the wall as one of the panels opens. You did it, Professor, opening the case to present its contents. Look, everything is here, it's perfect. Finally, I've gotten it back. All my research, and they just took my device away. David monologued, clenching his fist tightly. But now it's mine. Just how we planned, Sam continued, before walking down the stairs. And it looks like the villains are holding things. Thank you, David stated, while walking up to Sam. I couldn't have done any of this without you, Papa, Melissa announced, catching the two grown-ups off guard. Melissa, David countered in shock. What are you doing here? Sam questioned. What does he mean by just how we planned it? Melissa shyly questioned. Don't tell me that, you're the one behind this. David remained silent, as she walks forward. This was all you, just to steal something? No, it can't be true. Yes it is, her father answered, causing the rest of us to rush up to Melissa. Papa, how could you? She interrogated. The professor was only trying to get back what was stolen. The invention inside this briefcase can amplify someone's quirk, Sam explained, shocking everyone besides the professor and myself. That device is dangerous, if that's the case, I stated as everyone turns to me. The drug trigger became illegal for the fact that it amplifies the quirk factor. It being dangerous to both the mind and body put the last nail in the coffin. Why are you stealing a device that would instantly be illegal if mass public learns about it? David remained silent for a few seconds, only to softly spoke. I head to for All Might. Our group takes a step back hearing his name, as a determined glare forms in his eyes. You guys are probably unaware of this, but his quirk is disappearing. However, this device will allow him to be his old self. No, his abilities will even be stronger. This device does affect the mind or body, meaning there will be no effect. Enough, I shouted, cutting him off. That device reacts to just the quirk factor, meaning it'll burn away his quirk even faster. You are so narrow-minded that you didn't come across the idea of quirk repairing, transfer, and storage. That's imp. Sam tried countering. It's not impossible. An example is myself, I exclaimed, catching the adults off guard. The villain's name is All for One. The same villain that kidnapped me for my quirk, and fused other quirks to repair mine when he damages it too much. And after that incident, I found out that a copy quirks have the potential of repairing quirks. What? David deflates massively at the prospect, collapsing onto his knees. What have I done? You dirtied your hands, Professor. The man with a metal mask announces himself, as Sam runs over to him with the case. Sam, what are you doing? Why are you running over to the fake villains? David questioned, causing the masked villain to laugh. The only fake here was you, Professor. I've been your assistant for all these years, and you let them take our work. We could have had fame and fortune, but no. I deserve more. I need to be rewarded. Otherwise my entire career would be a complete waste of time, Sam announced, blustering my hatred for this guy. Thinking about eating eggs after telling them I was born in one? And now this. If this guy doesn't get shot, I'll. At that moment, the masked villain shoots the blob of a human. Here's the payment I promised you, the villain states with the smoking gun, as Katsuki and I launch towards the villain. Nope, touching the metal wall. Both of us becomes imprisoned in metal. Wait, this wasn't part of the plan, Sam shouted, gripping onto the bullet wound. Funny it was a part of mine. The gunman pondered, shooting again as David took the bullet for him. Papa, Melissa shouted, rushing over to her father. Stay back, David commanded, only for her to backhanded by the villain. Melissa, trying to play the hero after all this. Too late for that. No matter what your real reasons were, you planned and committed an actual crime here. You are exactly the same as we are. You can no longer remain a respected scientist. Your life will always be tainted by the darkness of villainy. The masked villain monologued, while picking up the professor. And if you want a future at all, you'll be a good scientist and mass-produce this device so that I can sell it. Whacking the back of David's neck, knocking him out. Hey, take him to the roof. And no, Melissa cried out, catching the villain's attention. Please no, give him back. That reminds me. This will be a lot easier if I get rid of the professor's attachments. Metal Man spoke, aiming his gun towards her. No you won't, Katsuki and I proclaim, literally exploding from our binds, instantly launching towards the villain, dropping the professor and places his hand onto the ground creating a metal wall to take our attack. I turned to look at a frozen Uraraka, clearly still in a state of shock from hearing about All Might's condition. Achako, I called out, causing her dazedly turn and look at me. Please, focus for me. After a few blinks, she realizes the scenario and runs over to Melissa while rushing her to the control room. Stop those girls, don't let them escape, the leader commanded, only for the both of us break through the wall he created. You brats don't know when to give up. Launching 2 pillars at us, I dodged the pillars as Katsuki was unfortunate and takes both pillars into a wall. I won't let you pass me, I announced, jumping through the room and landing in front of the lackey. Don't make threats that you can't live up to, kid. The masked villain shouted, before pinning me down with metal pillars. Moments later the sound of a low buzz echoes through the vault, causing him to stop his assault. They got control of the security system. Island's security system is now operating in normal mode. The system's designated response announced, while all the restraints deactivate and break off all the heroes. Hey, what's going? One of the thugs questions, as he and his friends instantly get bashed by other famous heroes around the world. You did it, Izuku. Just wait till I can get up there, I thought, with all might and I instantly rushing out of the room. Look, the security sentries have deactivated. They must have made it to the top then, Ada proclaims, as Todoroki instantly gets up. Come on everyone. They might have fixed the security system, but that does not mean that the villains have been defeated. They can still be in danger, Momo countered, causing everyone else to nod and rise up. Hold out long enough for me to return to you, Izuku. Is it here? The masked man questioned, walking away with David on his back. It just landed. The lackey responded. Good, then we're leaving. the masked villain proclaimed, speeding up their pace. Shine, Katsuki roared, exploding all the pillars on him. Where are those FRs? Your swearing habit has finally returned, I announced, breaking the pillars on me. Come on, they are going this way. Beginning our chase, while checking ourselves for any notable damage. Moments later, we slowly make our way to the roof of the tower. Boss, what about everyone else? A new lackey questioned, walking to the leader from a helicopter. We're going before the entire security system is put back online, the masked leader commanded, without changing his pace. Yes, sir, the two stated, before running to the helicopter. Kill me, David painfully begged. Just do it. I'll add a few more sins to your heart first, but then I'll make your wish come true, he stated, throwing David and the case into the helicopter. Stop, Katsuki and I announced, standing at the doorway of the tower. You give the professor back right now, I commanded, shocking the Melissa's father. I wonder, did you come back so that he can pay for his crimes? The masked villain questioned, causing Katsuki to grit his teeth. Of course not. We are here to rescue David's shield from the likes of you, I proclaimed, causing the both of us to rush towards the villain. Even though he's a criminal, the villain countered, launching more pillars to us. You effing watch. We are going to save everyone, and that includes the effing professor, Katsuki exclaimed as we dodged the pillars. It doesn't look like that to me, he shouted, increasing the speeds of the pillars. Shut up, Katsuki cursed, dodging to the left. This is what heroes do. They help people who are in trouble, I preached, dodging to the right. How exactly? The villain questioned, pointing the gun at the professor. Save yourselves, David croakily begged, causing us to stop in our tracks. Geez, being a hero is really inconvenient. I haven't used much of my power, and you both are helpless, the villain announced, hitting us with 2 pillars and slamming us together and up with 3 more. It doesn't sound like a smart way to live if you asked me. Climbing into the helicopter, with the both of us collapsed on the floor. Take off. As the helicopter rises off the helipad, looking over to Katsuki, we both nod at each other and rush at the vehicle. Grabbing onto the side of the helicopter, we send it into an uncontrollable spiral. Izuku, Deku, Uraraka and Melissa screamed out to me as Katsuki grabs and pulls David out. You brats, the masked villain shouted, shooting the gun at me. Getting hit in the shoulder, I let go of the helicopter, causing me to fall all the way down the tower. No, Katsuki screamed, landing next to Melissa with David in tow. Is this how I die? No, I roared at the top of my lungs as tears tricked down my face. He can't be dead. He can survive a 200+ floor drop, right? Izuku, Machai face muttered, collapsing onto her knees. Don't you dare lose hope, young heroes, a familiar voice commanded, only for All Might to rocket up into the sky. Why? Because I am here. Flying behind him is a fully transformed Ryuko, carrying a seemingly unconscious Izuku between her claws. I'll personally stop you myself, you fiend. Clashing with the helicopter, it explodes into a fireball, crashing onto the end of the tower. Uncle Might, Melissa proclaimed, whilst the 2 pros landing beside us. Is Izuku all right? Machai questioned, running up to him to check on the now-released body of Tatsuma. To the sea case, Tatsuma croaked out, confusing the pros and shocking the rest of us that he's still awake. Young Tats, All Might begun, only to be interrupted by a pillar crashing into him, as wires and solid metal entraps Auntie Ryuko, as the professor gets pulled away by cables. Papa, Uncle Might, Melissa cried out, as a mass of metal forms where the ball of fire once was. I heard the professor. All Might's quirk is failing him. He doesn't have the same unstoppable power he once did, the masked asshat proclaimed, and Ryuko doesn't have full control over her power that challenges All Might himself. That bastard is using the effing professor's invention. That's what was in the case Deku tried to warn, I announced, catching the pro's attention. You don't know when to give up now, do you? All Might exclaimed, launching himself forward. Texas's smash, waving his hand. The villain effortlessly waved off the attack with a block of metal. Is that all you got? The villain taunted, instantly sending smaller pillars out of the shield at All Might. Without saying another word, the tower shakes as the mass of metal rips apart more of the surroundings to bluster itself. David's shield's genius lives up to its reputation. I can tell my quirk is becoming more powerful. It feels amazing. I'm never taking this off. Dave, what in the world have you made? The #1 hero cursed to himself. I had no idea that he created something so powerful, Melissa stated in complete shock, as Ryuko breaks free. Now, I think I know the best way to raise the price of this device. I can charge whatever I want to kill the 2 strongest heroes in the world, the bastard thought out loud, while sending attacks at the both of them, with 2 pillars pinning the both of them down, as Machai and I moved Tatsuma and Melissa away. Deku called out, catching the pro's attention. Condense, confusing the both of us, as he pains himself by changing his arm into a dragon talon, then crunching it into a human-sized fist. I've never tried that, Ryuko growled, whilst she shrinks in size with Tatsuma's arm returns back to normal. Just die already. The villain slams more pillars into the pros. Ryuko, divided by Uncle Might. All Might. The three of us screamed out, only for Ice to stop the attack. We will do what we can. We'll help you, Todoroki announced, with the rest of the group standing behind him. Taking the chance, Machai and I take Melissa and Tatsuma over there. Ada, let's take those hunks of metal out of the sky, Sheedy Hair announced, with 4 eyes preparing to rocket off. I'll take care of things here. Go, Momo commanded, landing next to them and resting Tatsuma with them. Tatsuma, what happened to you? Falling for God knows how many floors after being shot, I informed, scarring everyone. A bellowing war cry destroy all the pillars on Ryuko, showing her in a humanoid form besides the completely draconic arms, wings, tail and scales covering her skin. You want full control? Here, take it. While All Might breaks free, the dragon heroine rockets at extreme speeds, breaking through the metal and out on the opposite end with David's shield in tow. Everyone's so motivated to go beyond their limits. I should not be limited by something so trivial as a limit, All Might proclaimed, launching himself forward while dodging and destroying every attack sent at him. Carolina Smash, blinding mostly everyone with pure wind pressure, continuing his track towards the villain. Prepare yourself, villain, launching a fist forward, only to be caught in a web of cables. Nice trick, but the villain grabbing his throat, as glows and grows in size. Prepare myself. Take your own advice. The villain's skin begins to glow red hot, as some of the fabric he's wearing burns away. You've underestimated me. Ryuko crashes to us with the professor, as her body forces her out of the new form. While All Might contemplates, the villain slightly crushes his throat and digs into the side of torso. All Might releases a small cry in pain, to the amount of pain he's inflicting. No wait, it couldn't be. All Might shockingly stated, oh yes, when we were planning this little plot, I received an intriguing phone call from the man himself. He said he wanted to work with me to help. When I asked him why he'd bother, he said he wanted to help in the downfall of your friend. The only thing AFO regrets is that he couldn't be here to see your suffering when you discover the truth about the professor. The villain monologued. AFO is behind this. All Might twisted in pain. What the matter? It looks like you stopped smiling. The villain tormented, only for an overwhelming heatwave shuts him up. Hell Dragon's domain. Dragon Force. Tatsuma roared back into the fight, walking towards the villain in the same form as Ryuko besides his scales fading into blackish red flames. You want to know why that potato of a villain didn't show up? Because I would have turned him and everything he knows into ash, literally ripping away the metal and sending All Might behind to us. Tatsuma rockets forward, grabbing his neck only to throw him back onto the tower. What the hell is this kid? The villain screamed, trying to manipulate the metal ground with no effect. You should not have pissed off a dragon. Tatsuma lands right in front of him, causing the villain to throw a punch at him. Even when boosted, you are pathetic. Catching the fist, he forces the villain onto his knees while moving to his ear. You wanted unstoppable power, didn't you? Biting his neck, Tatsuma absorbs all the heat energy out of the now skeleton-like body of the broken villain. This should never have existed. Crushing the amplification device, while waving his hand to cause all the metal to reform all structural points of the tower. I really feel like Dragon Nip now, he stated before collapsing to the ground asleep. He's a monster. Melissa and David stared at the sleeping Tatsuma. Izuku isn't a monster. He's a dragon. How was your time at Island? Wally's questioned, while driving us to UA. It was more annoying than I thought. A group of villains attacked and I got shot, I complained, whacking my head on the passenger's side seat. And it had the potential to be an amazing time. That's unfortunate. Wolfram can be such an annoying person. The driver tried comforting me, while instantly bolstering my guard. How do you know what the leader's name? I interrogated, causing him to chuckle. It's my quirk. It's called Fourth Wall. It allows me to see everything in my lifetime as either a movie or script, depending on my choice and what type of information I'm looking for. Wally's informs, catching me off guard. It also allows me to read and watch other universes respectively, allowing me to effectively communicate with myself in those universes. Why aren't you a pro hero? You can literally save so many lives with that type of quirk, I exclaimed, as he drives into UA. If an actor doesn't follow the script, they either get fired and replaced or killed off from the story. That's the downside of my quirk. Wally's dampers the mood massively, stopping the car at the drop-off zone. Anyways, have a nice day at school. Same to you, I sincerely spoke, placing a hand on his shoulder. And thank you. Go, you're going to be late. Wally shooed me away, causing me to chuckle and head to my class. Good morning, Izuku, Uraraka proclaimed while skipping towards me. Everyone, head to your seats now, Aizawa commanded, with everyone complying. Even though you all had a slight break from school, but one of your greatest challenges of your time here. The majority of the class freezes, fearing the possibility of more villains. Your final exams for this semester. If you fail the exams, you will not be going to summer camp with the rest of your class. The pressure within the class fades slightly. You can speak with one another until Present Mike show his loud mouth. Without any questions, Aizawa hops into his sleeping bag. Oh no, Denki announces, slamming his head onto the desk. I've completely forgot to study because of all the crazy stuff that has happened. Me too, man, Mina cried out, causing them to hug themselves for comfort. To be fair, this has been a crazy, probably more crazy than previous years, Takoyami commented, with a majority agreeing. Yet the midterms exams would be nothing compared to the ones coming up, Sato concluded, as the life drains from the failing students. Heh, there's also an exercise test as well, that'll be though. Minta sarcastically remarked, annoying the failing the students. It would be for you, grape FR. Katsuki called out, causing Pop-Off Quirk to look at him. He failed Aizawa's quirk apprehension test, even getting below Envi's beach. And her quirk doesn't even affect her mobility like yours does. Hagakure huffing at his remark, completely unhappy about the nickname. I suggest you do your best, Eda encourages, making Mina and Denki to turn to him. You two managed to enter one of the most prestigious schools in the country. You have potential, you just need to put the effort in. Oh my god, Ida is actually not being annoying. Mina and Denki cried out, causing me to facepalm and Gyro to pierce them with her earphone jacks. Oh, you two are idiots, Gyro commented, causing both of them to huff. You know, if I attended class normally, I would have not gotten such lower grades. Todoroki spoke, annoying the failing students. If you guys wish, I could help you guys with your studies, Momo offered, becoming a shining hope to the students with low grades. However, I don't think I'll be any help for the exercise exam. It doesn't really matter what the practical is, as long as you're capable of seeing and improving your downcomings, I countered, with a soft smile formed on my face. Also, if you want, I am willing to help in the study session. Thank you, please guide us to from damnation. Denki and Mina begged on their knees to us. I'm curious, Tatsuma, where do you rank in the class? 0 questions, catching everyone's attention. He shares first with Raven Hair at the back, and all he does is draw fan art of a dead manga series. Katsuki outs me, while freaking everyone out. And not entirely true. I teach myself German during English class, I countered, silencing the room. Oh, are you doing that for the same reason why I'm learning Latin in the same class? Momo questions. English lexica derives from German and Latin roots to a degree, I bluntly answered, with spark of enjoy ignites in her eyes. Hey Klein Zuhor, et Paulo Audientibus. Present Mike announces himself into the room, confusing the majority of the class. Salve Domine, main quem 2ms. 0. Momo and myself spoke back, causing the other two to look at me. What? Is it a crime to be multilingual? Hello Momo, I exclaimed, giving her a slight hug while the rest of the study group are in awe of her house. Why, you have a lovely home. Thank you, however I have no say in the matter. Momo waves off the compliment. Oh, I thought Kirishima will be here as well. Yes, but Kaken got his hands on him, so now he's studying with him, I informed, gaining an understanding nod from the hostess. Tats, why aren't you in complete amazement? Mina questions, with Siro, Ajiro, Denki and Gyro begun sussing me out. I have been in houses like this before, mainly for fundraisers, I answered, with the dumbass begun surrounding me. Mainly, Denki targeted my wording, like he's discovering a earth-shattering conspiracy. The rest of the times was when other families try and arrange a marriage with their daughters, I countered, catching them off guard. Wait, and your parents were willing for it to happen? Gyro exclaimed dumbfoundedly, noticing that Momo is becoming uncomfortable. Momo, you too. Yes, but I'm thankful that my parents accepted that I wanted to work in on my hero career before anything relating to marriage, Momo informs, before looking at me. If they didn't, they would probably try to arrange us together. Then I would have given your parents an earful, I announced, while chuckling to myself. I take threatening someone's safety and security seriously, and forcing their children into said marriages is something I do not accept. Turning my attention to Gyro before I continue to talk. That's the reason why my parents humored the idea. And if I did find a girl that I liked, then it's a win-win for my parents. Wait, aren't those illegal? Denki dumbly questioned, causing everyone to facepalm. No, Denki, quirk marriages are, however. Momo corrected the electric quirk user. Let's continue to speak in the dining room, where we will be having our study season. Complying, we all begin to follow the raven-haired vice rep. Denki, just in case. A quirk marriage is when people get married on the purpose of creating a stronger quirk offspring, Gyro explained, gaining a thumbs up from him. Ha, you idiot. Wait, could Todoroki be a product of a quirk marriage? Denki thought aloud, causing everyone to pause in realization. It would explain his hatred to his father, Ajiro commented, gaining a few nods in agreement. No, Endeavor is just a sheet person in general. I waved it off, catching their attention. And if it was the case, he shouldn't be treated any differently. As long as it's not Quirk slavery, it shouldn't be given much time. Everyone stares at me in confusion for my last statement. Are you seriously telling me that none of you have heard of Quirk slavery? No, but I can tell that it's a sensitive topic for you, so let's drop this and start the study session. Zero hesitantly spoke, as I nod and take a few breaths in. That's good for now, let's take a break for a while, Momo suggested, causing them to lean backwards into their chairs. Tats, Mina calls out, causing me to turn to the pink bean. No offense, yeah, Momo, but how did you manage to translate what she was saying for us? Yeah, the rest called out to bluster her point, while Momo waving it off while she leaves the room. Why, you three are internet junkies similar to me, so just sprinkle few memes about here and bits of interesting factoids, I explained, pointing towards Zero, Denki and Mina. As for Ajiro and Gyro, they are more structured based with the consistent flow and rhythm that comes from martial arts and musical background. The best way to learn is by creating tricks that you can use and teach someone else. Why couldn't they teach us that? Denki complained. Pre-Quirk era had private educational programs around the world that tried teaching this to students. But Quirks happened and I think you know the rest, I informed, everyone nodding as Momo rolls in with cart of tea and cakes. Please help yourself, Momo announces, pouring tea for all of us. Thank you, we all exclaimed, taking a plate and cup of tea each. Anyways, while we have our break, do you guys want to talk about possible way to improve your fighting abilities? I questioned, causing everyone to nod frantically. Okay, should we start with the easiest first? Denki, hey, I'm not easy, Denki challenged. Yes, that's why Gyro is at Tsundere, I countered, making Huff in a blushing mess. Your quirk in the right hands can easily be a deadly force. Momo, can you create a coin-like piece of conductive metal? Complying, the hostess creates a silver coin with a Russian doll imprinted onto it. Thank you. Now Denki, release an electrical charge at this coin. I can't, it'll go everywhere. Denki freaked out, only for Atlas to form behind him. Stop complaining, Atlas ordered, grabbing Kaminari's right hand points it to me. You are literally arguing with someone who has had control of your quirk. Silencing him, the elemental straightening his arm before forming his hand into a gun shape. From the joints at your middle and index fingers, increase electrical output in that area. Following the instructions, Denki begins releasing at that point. Now at the tips of those fingers, create a lower charge. In a second's moment, an electrical shot hits the coin out of my hand. OMGICANTBELIUVTHATIDIDTHATY, why? Kaminari exclaimed at the top of his lungs, only for Atlas to karate chop him in the neck. If you actually used those brain cells, you could have figured that out years ago. Man, those tests were a nightmare, Kirishima complained, rubbing his hand in the process. Thank God this is the last one. I found those tests fairly easy, Denki announces, catching the majority of the class off guard. What? Either you got hit by a quirk that made you extremely smart, or you are that dumb that it felt easy for you, Minda stated, causing everyone in the study group to chuckle. Are you guys saying Thathith was easy too? Tatsuma's study method is amazing, to the point it significantly increased my learning speed and recollection, Momo commented, making everyone turn to me. And no, the amazing part is that you were ahead of me in knowledge and understanding without the skill, I countered, causing her to simply shrug like it's no-brainer. I'm curious about something. Is there any other skills or techniques that were created from pre-Quirk era? Zero questioned, causing people to click that he found it online. Well, there is apparently a deadly fighting style that outclasses a majority of common ones that lasted throughout years, to easily manipulate and lie to most people, and make majority of girls infatuated with a person even if they are the most average guy in the world. I spouted out, catching everyone off guard. Just to name a few. Tatsuma, teach me the last one please, Minda pleaded, causing all the girls to freak out slightly. Well, first off, stop being a perverted piece of shit, I countered, kicking him into the wall behind our teachers. Oh, I didn't notice you were there. So are we fighting you guys for the exams? What? I heard from our higher year groups that it'll be robots, Denki and Mina exclaimed in fear, while Principal Nedzu pops out of Aizawa's scarf. Correct. The previous years, we have done simulation battles in uninhabited cities with robots acting as the villains, Nedzu informed, using the scarf to slide down to the ground. However, because of the increase in villain activity, we have decided to improve quality of training methods. Now for this exercise, your class will be divided into pairs of 2 to face one of the teachers. I know, most of you are thinking that you'll instantly fail. That's why the teachers will be wearing weighted restraints to level the playing field. Here are the matchups for the exam, Aizawa states, pressing a button his phone as a holo screen manifest. 1. Momoye Urazu and Fumikage Takoyami vs Shota Aizawa. 2. Mashurao Ajiro and Tenya Ida vs Power Loader. 3. Minoru Minta and Izuku Tatsuma vs Midnight. Yes, divided by no. The class calls out when they see who I'm with. The Izzy when. 4. Hantasiro and Tsuyuasui vs. Ectoplasm. 5. Rikido Sato and Ijiro Kirishima vs. Cementos. 6. Ochako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama vs. 13. 7. Mina Ashido and Denki Kaminari vs. Netsu. 8. Kyoka Jiro and Koji Koda vs. Present Mike. 9. Mizo Shoji and Toru Hagakure vs. Snipe. 10. Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo vs. All Might. What? Katsuki and Todoroki spoke in a state of shock. IAM. All Might shouted while dramatically landing behind us, only for me to kick him in the chest and launched meters away from us. Gone. Don't jump scare me, I spoke, sending shivers through everyone. I'm thoughtfully going though past this exam, Minto announces, causing me to turn to him with eyes of fury. I'm sorry. Sighing, I turned to face Principal Netsu. May I please seat this exam out due to Minto requiring character development? No, but you can make the scenario challenging for him, Netsu implied with his body language, as I nod in understanding. Tatsuma, what are you doing? Minto questioned, causing me to look down on him. I've got the plan. I hide somewhere while you take out Midnight. I thought to myself, only for a smirk from my lips as I quickly gaze at the principal. Sure, however, you must be in a position to see it actually happen. Just in case I breathe in her mist. The grape head nods with a giant smile forming on his face, while Netsu begins cackling. Scary, everyone states, before he calms down. Now, can the students and designated teachers please hop onto a bus each and head to your exam sites? Your teachers will explain the rules during your drive. At that, everyone divides up into the buses, while I put a stick of gum into my mouth. Tatsuma, can I have a piece of gum? Minto asks before I glare at him with my flaming eyes. And never mind. No, this gum is homemade and has a herb that works similar to catnip to me, dubbed as dragon nip, I informed, leaning back into the chair and relax. Isn't catnip intoxicating for cats? Midnight questions, forming a smile on my face and destroying the one on the grapist. Good to know, kitten, but time to explain the rules. First, the methods of passing is via escaping from the exit that is on the opposite side of the field, or cuffing me with this toy, passing us a pair of cuffs that I instantly cuff to myself. They open with a signal from Recovery Girl in the observation room, so that is staying OU till the end. Speaking about the end, there will be a timer of 30 minutes to do either method of passing. Tatsuma, why did you do that? Minto complained. Do you know I'm able to crush your head without a quirk? I dazedly informed, curling myself into a ball. So shut it. I'm taking a nap. Bakugo, we need to make a plan against All Might, Todoroki informed as I continue walking towards the center. We can't fight All Might. Don't tell me what I can or cannot do, you half and half bastard, I shouted at his face, before taking a deep breath in. If we try and sneak around, he'll destroy the entire city for us. If we aim to eliminate him, then he'll outclass us because of our lack of understanding of each other's movesets. If I was paired Deku instead of you, we could easily win against the pro. Hell, he could do it alone if All Might pisses him off. You honestly believe that Tatsuma can defeat All Might? Todoroki questioned, causing me to stop and properly turn to him. I saw what he did during the Island incident, but I chalked it up to gaining a power boost from me. At the moment, it doesn't matter what we think Deku can do, I countered, turning to face where All Might's direction. I have a plan to topple the Titan. This is going to be easy, Zero announces, while stretching his body. Zero, your hands are shaking. Ribbit, I countered, causing him to look down at his trembling hands. It's understandable to be afraid. Pretending that it doesn't exist will lead to our defeat. So what do you suggest? We are literally going up against a pro, and besides the weights, I don't think he'll hold back. Hanta questioned, looking up to me with concern plastered onto his face. Focus on what you can do, and how we can defeat the challenge ahead of us. Ribbit, I answered, while grabbing his shoulder. What he lacks is mobility, something that we have. He has intelligence and numbers, so we need to think. G got it. He stutters out, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Wait, what do you mean by numbers? I have the numbers in manpower. Every ectoplasm announces, surrounding us to the much of our surprise. And you're right, none of the teachers are holding back. What's the plan? Takoyami breaks the awkward silence between us while we begin to run to the exit. First, let's keep our quirks active. That way we know when Aizawa is in view of us. I begun explaining, as Takoyami releases Dark Shadow from himself. Next, how far can Dark Shadow go from you? Practically limitless, only that there will be an umbilical cord connected leading back to me and that he'll run out of energy if left in the light, the edgelord explained, surprising me with its usefulness. Also, the umbilical cord allows for limited telepathic communication, allowing. That's amazing. Send Dark Shadow ahead of us, but ensure that he stays in the shade to conserve energy, I proclaimed, as Dark Shadow follows the instructions. Takoyami, there is one more part to this plan. That's more important than any other part. Really, what is it? Takoyami questioned, turning his head to look at me. Trust yourself and your abilities, I announced, catching him off guard. I don't know if you began doubting yourself because of being eliminating before hitting the final round, during the sports festival, or because of your internship. Either way, I know the feeling of being inadequate after work so hard to get to this point. I'm here to help you, even if it's to help asking out Tsuyu on a date. I don't know what you're talking about, Takoyami defended, absolutely blushing a massive storm. Tatsuma hasn't said anything about Tsu and I. Tsu and you are stoic with your expressions, making it difficult if you aren't focused on them, I replied, while a small smirk forming on my lips. But the fact that you predicted Tatsuma to say something proves that you actually have feelings for 1A's froggy princess, trying to be her prince. Yaoyorozu, Takoyami announced, as I kind of waved it off. When did you stop creating? Oh no. Hello kitten, Midnight commented, ripping up her hero suit to allow maximum output of her quirk. Hope you enjoy the show. I certainly do, Minda calls out, watching from far away. I get a free pass and those see Midnight practically naked. A disgusted look adorns my face, trying my hardest not to swap targets and destroy the grape sheet. Rushing towards the heroine, I make an obvious slash towards her. Barely dodging from the speed, I cut off one of the weights on her arms. Repeating the process again, I remove the last one on her other arm and one on her legs. Sliding from an attack with her whip, I grab onto the last weight and lift her off the ground before slamming her back first to the ground to destroy the last weight. Pinning the heroine on the ground, I dramatically begin putting the other cuff on, only to accidentally breathe in and becoming a victim of Midnight's quirk while slumping onto her. I found a way to burn off your gas before it enters my system. I'm telling you this so that you can challenge the grape before he becomes a danger to my peers. Otherwise I'll just get up at the right time and put this cuff onto you, I whispered into the heroine's ear, playing it as me using her as a body pillow. Damn it, why did you fail right when you were about to win for us? And now you're rubbing it in by using her as a body pillow. Minda compromises his location, while Midnight slides me off her. Sleep well, my big kitty. I'll toy with the loud grape while you sleep. It's going to be fun. The kitty destroyed my limiters, meaning this is going to be fun. Go, Zero announces while throwing me to the second level, only to be mobbed and tackled by 10 ectoplasm clones. Win this, cut off by whack to the back of the neck. That's great. I'm literally have to win this by myself. Rushing through the hallways, instantly freezing in my spot as I hear the someone running through the upcoming T section. Where are you, Froppy? Ectoplasm called out, stopping at the conjunction and looking straight at me before continuing to run the opposite direction. Wait, why didn't he come after me? He should have saw me. Glancing down at my hand, I realized that I camouflaged with the ground. OMG, OMG, OMG. I am able to camouflage. Calm down, calm down. This is not that to freak out, but maybe I can use this to my advantage. Knowing that I'm completely stoic in expression, I begin my trek to the exit. Every step and every close call of almost getting caught, my heart rate becomes unbearably loud to the point it's the only thing I could hear. Finally making it to the exit, I horrifyingly watch as all the clones form in the plaza to create a massive clone with Zero lodged in the torso. Slowly crawling towards the original ectoplasm, the giant begins checking every entry point for me. Come out wherever you are. Unaware of me positioning myself behind the original, I force my hand down my throat and pulling out the cuffs, realizing at that last moment. Ectoplasm turns to look at me, clicking the cuffs on his ankle. Congratulations, you passed the exam, the teacher announced, with the timer stopping and the giant dispersing off of Zero. Honestly, I did not see you get here. I camouflaged when I almost got caught by your clone. Then I just held that feeling until I was in position, I explained, panting and collapsing completely on the ground. Well, Zero, help Asui up, seeing how you got completely carried by her for this exam, Ectoplasm requested, as Zero complies by carrying me bridal style. Hope Takoyami doesn't see me like this. I prefer a piggyback ride. No one ever looks up, Aizawa announces, dropping down the power lines. Activating his quirk, Dark Shadow fades out of reality. Yaoyorozu, go, I commanded while I wildly begin swinging at the underground hero, allowing Momo to escape. Somewhat of a smart move, Aizawa stated, dodging to my side before immobilizing and capturing me with his scarf. However, you two could have captured me in that predicament, only for Momo to trust your judgment and leave. You just made this easier for me. Hanging me from the power lines and throwing caltrops underneath me, Aizawa rushes towards my teammate's direction. Defeatedly, I blandly stare down at the shining spikes. Because of my choice, we are going to fail and it's all my fault. How can I be a hero that people can trust? How can I be the shadows that Tatsuma trusts me to be? By giving me control, Dark Shadow suggests, forming in front of me floating. I stuttered out, only for the memory of Atlas's words echo into my mind. Dark Shadow is a part of you, not an untamable creature within you. Trust yourself, because trying to control yourself without trusting yourself is impossible. Taking a deep breath in, I stare into Dark Shadow's eyes before nodding. All right, but I'm limiting your power output. Deal, my quirk agreed, flowing itself over every inch of my body as I release control. Covered in shadows, the capture weapon rips apart and quashing the caltrops by landing. Rushing to the direction Aizawa ran to. You should have looped back to your teammate. Right now he would be questioning his abilities to become a hero. Sensei exclaimed to Momo tied and pinned on the ground, only to be cut off by a powerful punch to the face by me. Rolling with the momentum, the pro slides into position and activates his quirk on me while wrapping me with his capture scarf. You did something that I didn't predict. What? Shock plasters onto his face as Dark Shadow rips through the capture gear again. Sight is impossible when the darkness consumes the light, Dark Shadow announces, launching forward to buy time for Momo to regain her bearings. Using my own weight against me, Aizawa overthrows me into the ground. Distracted, Momo uses her own capture weapon to wrap his arms together before I kick his feet off the ground. Landing on the ground, I pin him down as Momo puts the cuffs on. You two have passed the exam, Sensei informs, while Dark Shadow fades off the now completely drained me. Suyuasui. Hantasiro, Momo Yaoyorozu and Takoyami Fumikage have passed their exams. Recovery Girl broadcasts, with Momo removing the capture equipment off Aizawa only for him to claim the scarf around his neck. Follow me to the observation room. Yaoyorozu, Fumikage seems to be unable to move, so you need to carry him. The underground hero exclaims, with Momo deciding to carry me bridal style. I hope Tsuyu doesn't see me like this. Why, you can just drag me if you prefer. Please. Tatsuma, wake up and help me. Minta cries out, while being chased by an unrestrained Midnight. Let me think about it. No. Smash, I announced, launching a ground-shaking shockwave through the central street. I am here as a villain. Glancing towards the location where they should be, I see a giant ice cannon. Not taking the chance, I blitz at it and destroying it. Howitzer impact, divided by heaven-piercing ice wall. The two training heroes exclaimed, clashing their attacks on me. As the passing of the primary attack fades, the secondary shockwave of wind pressure created rips through the ground and forming a dust cover for them to escape. Recovering from the attack, I chuckle at the sight of top part of my costume being completely ripped apart. Why is it always the shirt? Noticing that they separated, I go after Todoroki for being the slower one of the two. Running into the alleyway, I follow and destroy every ice wall blocking the path. I know that this is a trap, but I'm curious what they could have concocted. Breaking through another ice wall, the realization hits me that I'm back on the center road. Deja vu floods me, as the cannon that I destroyed is now back in the same position. I won't fall for the same trick twice, I exclaimed, winding my fist back to smash it from afar. Suyuasui, Siro Hanta, Momo Yaoyorozu and Takoyami Fumikage have passed their exams. Recovery Girl announces, catching me off guard. FLASHFREEZ. Todoroki exclaims behind me, instantly freezing me in position. Now, launching himself out of the street using an ice pillar. Don't tell me what to do, Bakugo challenged, rocketing out of the cannon in an orange hue while his fists glow blue. Cursed howitzer impact. On instinct, I break through the ice before the attack was released. The entire field shakes uncontrollably, as a torrent of wind pressure and explosive blue flames overwhelm me. Collapsing to the ground, the feeling of droplets rapidly begin to drop onto my slightly charred skin. Dust slowly fades away, showing that the attack release completely changed the weather. Seems that I overdid it, stopping me from saying something. The explosive blonde kicks me in the chest and sends me to the half and half quirk user, taking the opportunity. He grabs one of my arms only to cuff my wrist. Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki have passed their exam. Recovery Girl broadcasted, causing the two to nod with one another. Congratulations, you two. I had a feeling you were leading me into a trap, but I didn't expect it to be that effective, I proclaimed, taking off my weights in the process. Now that feels much better. Follow me to the observation room. WTF dudes, you managed to not only pass your exam, but actually badly injure All Might. Zero freaked out as we enter the room. How did you guys do that? It wasn't the plan to badly injure him, half and half stated, watching Recovery Girl walk back in after dealing with the All Might. We were aiming to knock him around enough so that we can escape to the exit. Didn't mean that we won't try and put the number one hero onto his knees, I countered with a maniacal grin. Gran Torino's words have proven to be right. What are those words of wisdom? Yaoyorozu questioned. Learn to accept yourself and the ones that are with you, and the mountainous peak of All Might will be closer than compared to being by yourself, I recalled, causing everyone to think on those words. Now, why the F is Deku not here? Scanning the screens, I stop at one where he is laying on the ground. He's taking a effing nap. No, he's pretending to be having a effing nap. Really? How can you tell? Ribitasui pondered, looking at the screen. Wait, is it because he's smiling? And the fact his body is tensed up, to help himself from laughing at the demise of the grapist. I continued, before pointing to Midnight. She's limiting her quirk output so that it's close to being in range but always out. Tatsuma probably talked to Midnight, ensuring that it's fair for Minta. Aizawa theorized at the back of the room in his sleeping bag. Mashurao Ajiro, Tenya, Ochako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama have passed their exams. The old lady announces to everyone, while they all begin to walk over to us. Rikido Sato and Ijiro Kirishima have been captured by the villain, directing to the screen of them implanted into the concrete floor. Man, that's tough luck, Zero exclaims with a chuckle. You got captured as well, Hanta. Asui bluntly fired back, deflating the office supplies. But I gave you the time to pass for us. He tries to defend himself. I'd rather have Takoyami with me instead of you. Ribichi counters, murdering him with words. Of course you would wish to be with him. Yaoyorozu teased, causing the two to change their body language. Hey guys, has Izuku passed his exam? Uraraka questions, as she enters into the room. No, he's allowing Midnight to play with Minta. Takoyami explained the situation. Uraraka, is 13 okay? You cracked the concrete ground with her head. Yes, she's fine. Her helmet took the majority of the damage. She answered with a slight smile. Unfortunately, Mina and Denki will not be passing the exam, Momo announced, pointing out that Nedzu just collapsed multiple buildings on them. Nedzu's true colors has shown themselves. Man, I can't believe we failed, Kirishima complained, nursing his aching body. It's your own fault, sheety hair. Instead of using your effing head, you were smashing through endless amount of walls and probably daydreaming about raccoon eyes. I scolded him, only for me to turn back to the screens. Kyoka Gyro, Koji Kota, Mizo Shoji and Toru Hagakure have passed their exams. Recovery Girl announces, noticing that Minta is becoming more frustrated. Besides making this match fair and watching him suffer, what is the point of him doing this? Half and half questioned, gaining a few head nods from the others, most likely to test his drive to become a hero. Yaoyorozu suggested, making everyone turn to face her. The only reason he's becoming a hero is to be popular with girls. Yet, if he doesn't even have the resolve for that goal, then he shouldn't be in the hero course. So that means that this exam is the judgment day for the Minta. Takoyami pondered out loud. And because he makes my work easier, he has the ability to kick anyone out if he asked nicely. Aizawa comments, making everyone sweat slightly. It seems that he is doing something. Recovery Girl exclaims, gaining our attention back to the screen. Tatsuma, please wake up. I'll quit being a perverse. I really want, but please help. I shouted out to the world, barely missing another attack from the smoking hot heroine. The kitten won't help you. You are a cowardly midget that only has balls on your head. Midnight roasted me, whipping me again as continue running. My cowardice and lack of courage is all a part of my plan to lead you away from the exit and from Tatsuma, I announced, causing her to stop and begin walking back to Tatsuma. Okay, I'll return back to him, seeing how he's clearly more of a man than you. Midnight continues to throw insults, causing me to stop and look down at my hand holding a sticky ball. Why am I becoming a hero? I questioned myself, groping my own sticky ball. All I want is to be a hero that people could admire. To become cool. Tossing the ball to the side and taking off my glove, I rip off one of my sleeves of my hero suit. Tying the ripped cloth over my face, I put my glove back on. In the name of being a cool hero, launching myself forward, I rush towards the almost naked heroine. So you're finally not running away, Midnight exclaims next to Tatsuma, beginning to use her whip at me. Grape rush, I announced, indiscriminately throwing my balls at her. Thankfully ensnaring her whip, I run past the heroine and places a ball on my teammate to drag him with no luck. Why is he so heavy? Why do you make promises that you can't keep? The bastard wakes up, engulfing the entire area in flames that slightly sting. As the blackish-red fire dissipates, Midnight's and my costumes are fully repaired. Izuku, Tatsuma, and Minoru Minta have passed their exam. Recovery Girl broadcasts, making me realize that he has cuffed out opponent. How are you awake? I questioned, while he takes the cuffs off. You should be under the effect of Midnight's quirk. I was never under the effect of her quirk. And before you begin complaining, tell me why you think I did that. Tatsuma stated, while I begin fuming. To watch me suffer, I exclaimed, causing him to lean down to my eye level. No, but it was a bonus. The reason why I did that is to see what truly drives you to become a hero, and if it could handle the pressure. He explained, straightening his posture. Becoming a hero for that reason is okay, but more importantly it's a step in the right direction. Come on, the observation room is this way, Midnight informs, guiding us to the location. By the way, Minta, that plan you did was great, keep it up. Thank you, I stuttered out in joy. Suo Tatsuma, can you teach me that? Keep this up, and no one will find your body, he threatened, putting a piece of gum into his mouth. Time's up. Denki Kaminari and Mina Ashido have failed their exam. Recovery Girl announces, watching the two clawing out of the rubble. All of you are permitted to get changed and leave. Anyone that has some form of injury, please follow me. That includes you All Might. Complying, as we all leave. Hey guys, I can't believe we failed the exam. Denki and Mina exclaims, joining us on our walk to the changing room. You guys aren't the only ones, Zero informs, causing them to look at him. Sue, I'm sorry that this idiot caused you to fail your exam. Denki apologizes for Zero, instantly tries running before being taped up. We didn't lose. It was Kirishima and Sato. Hanta shouted at him, making the idiot nod in understanding. But they aren't wrong. Ribbit, my back still hurts from carrying you, Suyu proclaims, while beginning to stretch her back. Oh wait, you were captured by ectoplasm at the beginning of the round. Burn, Mina, Kirishima and Denki announced, while the rest of the class snickered. See, come on in now. And murder is not unnecessary. I shyly spoke, cutting the electric quirk user out. Also Mina, Denki. I thought why you two would pass her exam. What happened? The principal collapsed the entire building on us. They shouted, causing me to flinch. Oh, sorry, saddening their expressions. Don't worry about it. I should have expected that you idiocy would make you fail. I countered, as the two dramatically collapsed onto the ground. We got murdered. Call a medic. Gee, good morning everyone. I exclaimed, walking into classroom. It is for you guys, isn't it? Denki questioned, deflating into his seat. Yeah, we get to watch you suffer. Gyro teased, poking his face in the process. Come on, I'm not the only one who failed the practical. Kaminari redirected the attention to the other deflated peers. Why are you just targeting me? If you don't know the answer for why Gyro is targeting you, then you truly are dense, Momo commented, causing the punk rock girl to blush. And the electric quirk to become confused. Man, I really wanted to go to the summer camp with everyone else, Mina complained, only for Kirishima to hug her from the side. Everyone, quiet, Aizawa commanded, instantly causing the class to take their seats. Now, I have information about the camp. Sato, Kirishima, Mina and Kaminari completely flatten onto their tables. Everyone will be going to the camp. At that, the class begins to cheer in joy, instantly silenced by Aizawa activating his quirk. The reason is that some of you failed the practical but passed the theory. However, that simply means during the camp, you'll be doing harsher training than the others. Yes, Anjiro, what do you mean by training? The tail quirk user questioned. The Forest Lodge is a boot camp, where you'll be training your quirks, Sensei informed, making everyone to nod their heads. The ones that'll be doing the harsher training is Mina Ashido, Denki Kaminari, Rikito Sato, Ijiro Kirishima and Hanta Zero. The four turned to the tape quirk user, watching his face contort in realization. Before you start to complain, you practically did nothing and placed more pressure onto your teammate. Yes, sir, Zero defeatedly exclaimed, while I raised my hand. Yes, Tatsuma, Aizawa stated, turning to face me. Will electronics be permitted for us to bring along? I questioned, catching him off guard. If it's the case then, I'll need to inform my parents about me turning it off. I'll bring that up to the principal. However, here are launch guides for all of you, our sleep-deprived teacher informed, handing them out before taking out his sleeping bag. Talk to yourselves, just make sure you don't wake me. Checking through the pamphlet, I begin to list the items that I require. Hey guy, why don't we all go to the mall to any items that we are missing? Hagakure exclaimed, causing the majority of the class to nod in agreement. Yeah, we can meet up at the one in the Kiyashi ward, Mina energetically announced, causing the rest of us to nod in agreement. Oh okay, just need a time and I'll be there, I stated, right before Midnight walks in. Are you kittens ready for modern hero art history? Hey guys, I called out, walking to the rest of the group, wearing a white tank top with a black leather and ripped denim jeans. Sorry that I'm late. Hey Izuku, Uraraka spoke, only to begin staring at me blushing. Hot, damn Tats, you already broke her, Mina teased, causing her to begin floating into the sky. Grabbing her ankle, I pull back down into my arms. While you two lovebirds have fun. At that everyone splits into small groups, leaving her and I together. What things do you need to get? Uraraka stuttered out a question, while I still hold on to her. The basics like sunscreen, bug repellent and a new toothbrush. My last one broke on me, I answered, looking down into her eyes. I am waiting for you to release your quirk. Oh, our release. She quickly deactivated her quirk, and pulling out of the hug. Sorry about that. It's not a problem, but you're stuttering as much as me probably is. I chuckled to myself, watching her become increasingly more flustered. Come on, time's ticking, and we still need to get our items. Right, Uraraka announced, before we begin walking around the mall, collecting your items instantly. We begin our exploration of other store for random items. I think that we're done for now. Want to head to the food court? My treat, I questioned, turning to face her. Right before she could argue, her stomach grumbles at much of her dismay. I take that as a yes. I don't want to be a trouble. She tried to convince me otherwise, only for me to grab her hand and guide her to the food court. You think I don't realize that you are starving yourself? I countered, looking into her eyes. The reason why you smell like strawberry matcha is because of your diet being practically matcha. Please, I don't want to be any trouble. Uraraka pleaded, pulling me straight in front of me. The reason why I wish to be a hero is to not to trouble for the ones I care for and to give them an easy life. Entering into a hug, I whisper into her ear, I'm going to keep worrying about you if you don't eat. Leaning my torso away from the hug, while using my hand to raise her chin to look at me. I know the feeling of starving, so please join me for a meal. Okay. She quietly complied, causing me to kiss her forehead before continuing to head to the food court. Thank you. Thanks for reading. Itadakamasu, we announced, as Uraraka and I start eating our meals. Do you normally eat for 2 people at once? She questioned, pulling away from her meal. Why yeah, I burn through a lot of energy because of my quirk. And thankfully I have crazy metabolism included. I answered, gaining an understanding nod in the process. Hey, aren't you the guys from UAS Hero Course? A random guy with a familiar scent exclaimed, placing one of his hand on the back of Uraraka's neck. Shigaraki, I exclaimed, only to stop as he tightens his grip around her neck. SHHH, do anything that'll bring the heroes over here and I'll decay this beach right in front of your eyes. He taunted, wiggling his pinky finger while taking a seat next to her and taking my katsudon that was going to have bit later. The heroes will catch you if you do. Uraraka proclaims, gaining a maniacal grin on his face. Oh, I know. But how many people can I kill before they turn up? 10, 20, maybe even 30. He rhetorically informs, grabbing a fork and begins eating. The heresy. Fine. What do you want? I questioned, fiddling with my necklace to hide me turning on and off the tracker. After devouring my katsudon, he uses his quirk to destroy the fork and ball. Even though I wasn't planning on discovering you two, but something has been annoying me ever since the Hasu incident. Why is everyone talking about that bastard Stain? Even though my Namu were there wreaking havoc, I should be getting the spotlight. Not him who got captured in a shady ally way. Tightening his grip around Uraraka as I watch her in pain. Keep cool, Izuku. I'm going to kill this bastard. And in the off chance Ochako gets killed in the process, answer his problem honestly. Just don't talk about All Might. Even though Stain was captured, his ideals were still televised to the nation because of an interview before being transferred to Tartarus prison. People can see where he's coming from, and by proxy talk and to a degree support his ideals. All you've done is show that you have power, but no ideals that people sympathize along. Hell, All for One can easily be an example for this. He started out by playing on the emotions of people who hated their quirks, and to give quirks to the quirkless, building a following of power and respect for giving people the illusion of choice. I explained, allowing the villain co-leader to calm down slightly. My ideals, hand villain pondered to himself, only for a maniacal grin to be plastered onto his face. Society has become blinded by its idolization of heroes and villains, so I'll decay it till nothing remains. And it'll all starts with the destruction of the symbol of peace. Thank you for enlightening me, Izuku Tatsuma. Hey Tats, how's your date with Yura? Mina calls out, while Toru, Tsuyu and herself walking towards us. Who's he? An old friend of Izuku's. My next murder victim states, getting up before beginning to walk away. I'll be leaving now. Have fun while you can. Walking away, I rushed next to Uraraka to check up on her. That was ominous. Ribbit the Frog Quirk user commented, looking in the direction where the villain went. Why was he gripping onto Uraraka's neck? Remaining silent, I grab my phone and call up Ryuko. Hello, Izuku, why were you flicking your tracker off and on? I'm heading there now, Mum announced. Mum, the hand villain from the USJ attack, just had his hand around Ochako's neck a few seconds ago. I informed, shocking the 3 classmates. And he ate my katsudon right in front of me. Stay there. I'll contact the police and meet you there, she ordered, before hanging up the phone. Following the instructions, I stayed seating next to and hugging the shaking Uraraka. After 5 minutes, Mum and Nejire shows up and rushes towards us. Are you two all right? No, she's frightened and I'm a fraction away from hunting that bastard down and his throat out. I seethe rage into my word, as they realize that my hands are completely draconic from me pointing at a direction. He went that way. Nejire-chan, that's her hero name, BTW. Stay with them till the police arrive. I'm going on pursuit, Ryuko announced, while walking away. Also, try and calm down Izuku. After multiple failed attempts of calming me down, the police finally arrive and begin canvassing the area, collecting witness reports and taking us to the police station before collecting our statements. Izuku, Uraraka muttered out, causing me to look down into her eyes. Why, you can let go of me, if you want. Complying, I slowly pull away from her. Taking a deep breath in, I stare down at my still draconic hands that she carefully holds and rubs. Please calm down. For me, moments pass as my hands fades back to normal, only for our parents to walk into the room. I'm fairly certain that hand-holding comes before kissing. Izuku, time to wake up, Inko called out, while I sluggishly drag myself down the stairs with everything I need for the camp. Oh, you are woke up early. Yeah, I couldn't sleeping last night. I softly spoke, starting to make myself a cup of coffee. Is it about what happened at Kiashi Ward? She questioned, as Ryuko makes her presence known by yawning. Good morning, Ryu. Morning, Green Angel, Mum exclaimed, while snuggling into her back for absorbing the literal cinnamon scent. Uncaring of the heat from the coffee, I instantly down it in one shot. Well, before you both try and destroy the house while I'm here, I'll be leaving now. Grabbing a few apples in my bags while tracking towards the way out. Remember to turn off your tracker when you're on school grounds, Enko announced, only to be muffled by the closing door. At least the house is soundproof from the outside. Dragon child, Aizawa called out, jostling me awake. Or here. Why yes, sir. As sorry, sir. I apologized, getting myself up and off the bus. Don't be, he reassured as I stretch off the bus. Besides the slight cooing from the girls watching you, the entire ride was quiet because of you, Mr. Aizawa. Where are we? Ada questioned, expressing the same feelings with the rest of the class, at least the ones that aren't running around looking for the bathroom. Before the people from the parked car could speak, I spoke out. From the scent shared with the people in that car, the camp is roughly 1.5 clicks through the forest. We are probably the edge of the camp's land. Right you are, kitten, one of the ladies in a feline-style hero costume exclaimed. Heya, a racer. At that moment, the wild pussycats begin their routine introductions. These are the pro heroes that you will be working with at the training camp. Aizawa commented towards the mass of uninterested teens. Everyone say hello. Hello, nice to meet you. Our class politely exclaim, as I notice a small kid with a yellow-horned red hat that's completely uninterested. We own this whole stretch of land. Mandalay started, walking to the wooden fence before continuing. Right at the base of the mountain is where the summer camp and the place you'll be staying. Exactly where this kitten stated, Pixie Bob announced, jumping around and sending advances onto me. The racer, can I keep this cutie? I'll groom him myself. I don't think Ryukyu and her wife would allow that, Aizawa informed, while watching Uraraka releasing a deadly aura. Also, he seems to be taken. Aw, that's a shame. She deflates, while walking next to the sleep-deprived man. Maybe there will be other good kittens here. Then why did we stop here instead? Toru questioned, pawing at the killer mode Machai. I'm afraid we both know the answer to that. Suyu countered, as I stealthily imbue my flames into the ground. Back on the bus, quick, Zero suggested, as most of the class agreeing. The current time is 9:30 in the morning, Mandalay informed, with a devious smile formed onto her lips. If you're fast about it, you might make it there by noon. No way. Holy crap, guys, save yourselves, Hiroshima announced, causing almost everyone to panic towards the bus. Uncaring about what the adults are saying, they realize that Pixie Bob is in the way. Right then she slams both her hands on the ground, activating her quirk and throwing the class over the cliff. A feral grin forms on their faces before realizing that I didn't move 1 inch. Why aren't you thrown over with the rest of your classmates? The two heroines questioned, noticing the magma plate that I'm standing on. I manipulated the ground underneath to protect me. And before you question why I didn't do that for the rest of my class, I did, I announced, directing them to the 19 other plates on the ground. But they allowed their impulse to control them. Anyway, if you don't mind me asking, who's the child Mandalay? I know he is related to you based off your sense. He's my cousin's son that lives with us now, she states, noticing the sadness in her voice that is slightly muffled by my classmates screaming for my help. Say hello, Koda. You'll be around him and his peers for a week. Walking over and crouching down, I extend a hand towards the boy. Hello, I'm Izuku Tatsuma. Pleasure to meet you. Before I could finish introducing myself, he furiously slaps me away. Last thing I want is to be around stupid heroes, Koda shouted into my stone-cold face. Without so-called stupid heroes, I would either be dead or still being tortured by villains. I harshly countered, causing him and the heroines to recoil backwards. The hero system is flawed, but at allowing your emotions to judge it won't help anyone and will only leave you more bitter. Aizawa, is this kitten being serious? Pixie Bob questioned, while I walked towards the bus. He has the scars to prove it, Eraserhead confirmed, watching me walk back onto the bus. Willpower to maintain sanity while being tortured, supernatural levels of strength to challenge a male nurse at birth without a quirk, and power to possibly rival All Might. If he was with his class for the challenge towards the camp, they would have been there for lunch. The three strangers stand in shock at what they are hearing. Biting into one of the apples that I eat, I listen to my classmates trek towards the camp. I have an important question for you guys. I'm starting to get burnt out on this story, but I know it's nowhere near to complete. Should I split this story into multiple books, so I can write other stories in between the books? Or temporarily put this story on hiatus and leave it as one? I'm leaning towards the multiple books idea, but I will inform you when I'm stopping to stop any confusion. Thanks for your time, and I hope you enjoy. The letter is almost here. Pixie Bob hummed, signaling me to stop my sparring match with Atlas. Jogging back towards the adults, I notice all my classmates begin to dragging themselves out of the forest. Traitor. They use their remaining energy to shout at me, before everyone collapses to the ground. I tried protecting you guys, but why you allowed your emotions get the best of you? I countered, looking up to me. You G guys didn't trust me to shield you from a known threat. Why yet you are actively calling me the traitor? Besides the huffing and puffing, almost everyone remains silent in shame of themselves. I don't need your effing help, Deku. I can handle myself, Katsuki announced, as his second wind revitalizes himself. Hypocrite. I chuckled to myself, before turning towards the pro heroes. I guess your 3 hours prediction was off. Well, I think we based it off how long it would take us. Sorry, Mandalay apologetically spoke, causing the class to groan in annoyance. Now you're bragging how much better you are, Sato complained, surprising me that he isn't under a sugar crash. That's so mean. I thought it would take you kids even longer, but you did much better against my dirt monsters than I thought you would. Pixie Bob exclaimed in joy, before turning her gaze towards Todoroki, Takoyami, and Katsuki. You guys were seriously great, especially the 3 of you. It seems like you've had quite a bit of experience. Smirking at them, she licks her lips and rushes at them. I call dibs on these ones, puckering her lips to harass, stopping instantly as fire wraps and lifts her off the ground. No, I authoritatively announced, sending chills through everyone's spines. 2 of them I'm already shipping people with them, and the other is like a brother to me. You will not touch call dibs on them, and you will not groom them how you desire. Mandalay, has she always been like this? Aizawa questioned, uncaring of the situation of the blue costume pro floating to him. It's gotten worse lately. She's at the age to take a mate. The red costume pro informs, watching her teammate get dropped at their feet. Ryuko, I think you should quit while you still have the chance. Alright, enough playing around. Aizawa spoke, causing our entire class to direct their gazes at him. Since Tatsuma got here early, he moved all your stuff into your rooms. We'll head to the cafeteria for dinner. Then you can bathe and sleep. Tomorrow, your training starts in earnest. You'd better get a move on. The class groaned at the last sentence, yet thankful for the less work. God, this food is amazing. Kirishima and Kaminari exploded into euphoria, devouring every last grain of rice in their bowl. Like the rest of the class, I'm enjoying the meal with Katsuki and the girls surrounding me. Hey, Izuku, your Araka called out for me, gaining my attention before continuing. I was wondering, why were you sleeping during bus ride? Well, I couldn't sleep last night, I sheepishly responded, looking down at my food. I just have this feeling like something bad is going to happen, and the Kiyashi Ward incident didn't help it at all. Saddened expressions form on Tsuyu, Mina, Toru, and Achako's faces, while the others notice the awkward mood. Hey, wait, you guys got meat over there, Ijiro announces, catching everyone's attention. Never change, Kirishima. Never change. The food and stuff was fine, but to be honest, I'm hungry for something else. Minda spoke, staring at the divider from the gender-separated bathing rooms. Just one little wall, a few pieces of wood, and heaven is waiting on the other side. A bath of boobs and babes. Before he could continue his delusion, Atlas grabs him by the head. And you have to go through me, the dragon of hell, before you could even get a chance, Atlas informed, dragging him to the other side of the bathing area. No, YFANTHASY, the pervert cried out, before being dunked into the water. After everyone finishes cleaning up, we all change into our pajamas. Walking to our rooms, the girls grab and drag me to their room. What are you doing? Daisy, you're a living heater, so you'll be sleeping with us, Mina announced, causing me to turn to the guys who are either praying for my safety or looking the other way, besides one that's emitting pure hatred. Traitors. Why are you guys doing this? I softly spoke out, pinned to the ground by 6 girls using me as a pillow. It's summertime. A heater isn't necessary to have a good night's sleep. Gyro counters, slightly bobbing her head to the music she's listening to on her MP4 player. She probably would have used her phone if they were allowed. I know my quirk makes you feel comfortable, but you should have asked I and Steve. I state, only for Mina to place her finger onto my lips. It's a nice bonus, but that's not the reason you are sleeping with us tonight, Tats, she exclaims, slowly moving her hand away. Just like the bonus of seeing the grapus seething in rage of you sleeping with 6 gorgeous ladies. Confusing me slightly, your rocker rests higher up onto my chest before speaking. Izuku, we all heard what you said about having issues sleeping, and us girls decided to ensure that you sleep properly by staying with us. So please, relax and trust that we are here with if anything does go bad. Trust them, Izuku. Trust her. Atlas's voice echoes in my head, as all the stiffness in my body fades away. Taking a deep breath in, I slightly nuzzle into her neck while weakly answering. Oh okay, stop effing whining. It's only 5:30 in the morning. Katsuki scolds our peers, following Aizawa to an open field. Deku, why the hell are you carrying those extras? Ask something about tea the others hogging me? I questioningly answer, with Mina and Toru tightly gripping onto my back. Huffing in unison, the invisible girl speaks out for both of them. Yeah, we only got your lower legs. And Yura was the worst offender, claiming an entire arm and his upper chest. The pink girl continued, causing the said offender to guiltily chuckle. How did it feel to have his arm wrapped around you as he snuggles into you? Honestly, it was one of the best night's sleep I've ever had, she states, with all guilt evaporating away. Damn you, Tatsuma, Minda seethed in anger, while Ida tries ignoring the conversation to keep his emotions in check. That's enough, Sensei ordered, silencing everyone in the process. Today is the beginning of the training camp to increase your strength. The goal is to ensure that you all have the power and ability to gain a provisional hero license. Be warned, this will be a difficult path that's not for the faint of heart. Sato, think fast. Tossing a softball and a capsule of glucose towards the sugar-dope Quirk user, with both the girls hop off of me. Using your Quirk, I want you throw that ball as hard as you can. Yes, sir, like what we did for the fitness test. The teen questions, stepping forward into the open area. Correct. The score you got was 526.7 meters correct. Aizawa states, collecting a nod for his score. Let's see if you improved. Oh, we're checking our progress, Mina energetically announces, uncaring about the last issue she had. A lot's happened to us the last 3 mounts, Zero comments, with everyone nodding in agreement. Maybe he'll be able to surpass Canon Midoriya's score. Without anyone speaking or commenting on Zero's mental issues, Sato downs the sugar while activating the Quirk. Using almost every single muscle in his body, a small gust of wind cracks off the rocketing ball. Confident with his throw, he flexes while some of the class cheering him. That was 529.1 meters, our sadistically smiling teacher informs, completely destroying everyone's joy. You've had a single semester here at UA, and due to your experiences, all of you definitely have improved. Most of that has been limited to mental prowess and technical skill, with a bit of stamina thrown in along the way. Besides a few of you, your quirks haven't improved on a fundamental level. That's why we'll be now focusing on your powers. This will be so hard, you'll feel like you're dying. Let's hope you all survive. Jumping between pillars that I'm constantly manipulating and knocking Ochako around in her human-sized hamster bowl, I ensure the pools of hot water for Katsuki's quirk training remains boiling hot. The training he's doing is landing his feet into one pool, before using his quirk to make a giant blast to go up on a tall pedestal, with the second pool to dunk his hands and so he can rocket down and repeat. After Pixie Bob finishes introducing herself to Class 1B, she begins launching boulders at me to destroy with the dragon portion of my quirk. When I'm almost out of energy, Ragdoll periodically throws incendiary grenades roughly in my direction to catch and absorb the damage. The sound and smell of absolute fear emits off of the other class, watching what everyone in my class is done. A few minutes pass before Tetsu walks into my domain, as Mandalay telepathically speaks to me. Tatsuma, now you will also be working with Tetsu of Class 1B to heat and manipulate the would-be molten earth while his quirk is active. Why not bring Ishido, Gyro and Kendo over here while I fortify a wall that they try and destroy? Then they withstand high temperatures while losing their sanity. I jokingly challenged in my mind, knowing her quirk can only go one way. I didn't know you have telepathic abilities, but I think that would be a great idea. I know Aizawa wouldn't mind, but I'll check anyways. The telepathic pro-hero responses, catching me off guard. Oh, the pink girl complains along with everyone else. That was a nightmare. Why did Mandalay move us into Tat's hellhole? That doesn't matter at the moment, Ragdoll announces, gaining our attention before explaining that we're cooking for ourselves. You're lucky that they agreed to your pleas, Atlas comments, with little to no remorse within his voice. First of all, it was a request, not a plea. Second, how the hell she hear me? My telepathy only works when you fuse inside a person, and we both know that you weren't. Izuku, your Araka called me out of my thoughts, causing me to realize that everyone is staring. Are you okay? Yeah, man, Anjiro and I saw the training you were doing, and also assisting 6 others with theirs. Man, that was hella manly, the hardening quirk user exclaims, shedding slight tears for such manliness. Thanks, Kirishima. Ochako, I am fine. Sorry for worrying you, I shyly spoke, as a soft smile forms on my lips before looking at the tables. And now, let's relax and cook ourselves some curry. For someone who has a secret hideout, you're really bad at hiding it, I announce, holding 2 plates of curry in my hands. Why are you here? The small child practically screeched at me, trying to hide his conflicting emotions. How did you find me? Your scent. You smell like seawater, which is a unique smell in a forest. I assume it relates to your quirk, I inform, handing him a plate of curry. For why I'm here, Mandalay requested me to ensure that you actually eat something. From someone who knows the feeling of starving. I'm not letting you reject eating because you hate my choices in life. Huffing in annoyance, he grabs the plate and watches me sit on the edge. Why aren't you leaving? This place has a beautiful view, and you clearly haven't touched your food. I counter, taking a bite of my food. Thank God Auntie taught Kakin and I how to cook. Otherwise this would have tasted like dirt, but instead it tastes amazing. Humming in joy, Kota begins taking small bites of his food, clearly enjoying the meal, but trying his hardest to act like it's sheet. Why? The boy quietly questioned. After the long silence between us, why do you want to be a stupid hero, anyway? All it leads to is pain and suffering. So that's his experience with heroes. Thinking to myself, while finishing the food in my mouth before speaking. Roughly your age, I would say to be a great hero like All Might and my mum, Ryuko. But now, with everything I experienced in my life, everyone is affected by chance or unfavorable scenarios. I want no will be there for them, feeling warm and safe in my heat, cutting myself off as I turn to face him, only to see him snoozing on my side. Am I that boring? I chuckle to myself, collecting the dirty plates with Atlas in dragon form carrying the child on his back. He left absolutely nothing on his plate. Come on Atlas, time to return back to the camp. Making our way back, we see Mandalay waiting outside for us. Noticing the sleeping boy, she guides me to his room, placing him down. We move out of the room and close the door. Sigh, thank you for bringing him back. And no problem. I wasn't going to leave him out there to be ravaged by wild animals. I offhandedly spoke, walking over to the kitchens. Also, there are 2 things I wish to ask you. Sure, go ahead, but allow me to clean up. The heroine exclaims, taking the plates out of my hands. After what happened when you were gone, I don't trust any of you students with cleaning. What did you guys do? Cleaning isn't that difficult. Massaging the side of my head, I began to speak. I was curious how you managed to hear what I was thinking. I know my telepathy only works with Atlas, and anyone who he is fused with at that point in time. Why yet he was fused in the ground, not with you. So is there a part of your quirk that you keep hidden? Well yes, but actually no. She began, instantly confusing me. Telepathy quirks kind of works like shortwave radio. For my quirk, I can transmit my thoughts at almost any frequency to others, but they don't have the ability to transmit back. However, I and most other telepaths can listen to each other for that same reason. While Atlas was fused in the ground, you were transmitting your thoughts out loud for the elemental. Therefore, I can hear your thoughts. Tomorrow, I'll be teaching you to control that before returning to your original training. Oh, I didn't know. I muttered to myself, disappointed that know about this fact about telepathy quirks. Well, it's an unwritten law for these types of quirks, constantly maintained so we can gain information from other telepaths. Mandalay reassures me, as she finishes cleaning the dishes. Now what was the other question you wanted to ask me? Why yeah, it's about Kota and his reaction to the Hero Society, I state, noticing the saddened expression on her face. When I was his age, every kid I know wanted to be a hero. And he asked me why I wanted to be a hero, only to say right after all it leads to is pain. Did he have a bad experience with one or? It has something to do with his parents and your relatives. Remembering her reaction from yesterday, answering my question with the same expression. You are correct. Do you know the hero duo water hose? She questions, causing me to nod so I don't interrupt her. Well, those were Kota's parents, and they unfortunately died protecting civilians from the villain known as Muscular. Society and the media painted it as noble death, but for him it was as if his parents abandoned him for complete strangers. Stopping herself, slowly regains control of her emotions. I know this is a bit out of place, but thank you. Even though you've seemingly done nothing, you managed to crack his shell, something that not even I or anyone else on my team. Thank you so much. Though I sputter, trying to form a sentence to deny responsibility. Taking a deep breath in, I collect my words before speaking again. It was never the plan, but I'm happy that I could help. Unintentionally or not. A soft smile forms on the heroine's face, only to look up at the time. I suggest you go to the hot springs. No one should be in there, so you will have it all to yourself. Thank you, and good night. Midoriya, I noticed that you weren't training today. Todoroki states, ignoring the crying students being dragged away. Is it because you didn't have enough sleep last night? Or that you didn't sleep with the girls? Trying to rub my face awake after a lecture that went on for hours about encryption of telepathic quirks. Mind a response before I could. Even though I hate Tatsuma's guts, I wouldn't be able to sleep without those heavenly bodies on me after I had a taste of them. Looking up to the sky as he begins to imagine God knows what, only to be interrupted by Momo shooting him with a tranquilizer. Why do I forget they're evil? Anyways, now that's out of the way, Pixie Bob announces, sending the sleeping teen to Aizawa with her quirk. It's time for the test of courage. The remaining classmates re-energizes, staying quiet as they listen to how the game is being done. After finishing explaining, the heroine separates us into pairs, putting me along with Ida at the back of the line. unable to sleep for even 10 minutes, forced to stay awake during a painfully boring lecture, now being paired with the guy who corrupted your experience of kissing your crush. Seems like the world is punishing you for not sleeping with the girls last night. Shut up, unless you're able to locate where that smell of burnt human flesh is from. I mentally spoke to shut Atlas up, only for the realization of that scent kicking me awake to take of the environment. The forest is completely covered in blue flames or poisonous purple gas, with worry flooding through me for my peers and most importantly Koda. Ryuko, Tiger shouted, barely unable to grab Pixie Bob that rocketed headfirst towards two villains, smacking blue-colored heroine onto the ground. The villain, wearing causal clothing and sunglasses, places the giant cloth magnet on top of her head. If you UA hero students think hiding out in a forest would protect you from us, you should know fear. The other villain exclaims, looking like a huge Stain fanboy. We are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. How did they find us? The school took precautions to ensure that the camp wouldn't be located. The engine quirk user shouted, while a small flame ignites behind my head. Mandalay, permission to use my quirk. I'm able to send Atlas to get Koda, and able to consume the fire to help my peers travel easier through the forest. My thought was cut off as I heard someone large moving near where Koda is. Shit, a villain is near Koda and Atlas won't be fast enough by himself. I give you permission to use your quirk. Do whatever you need to protect Koda and help your friends. The red-colored heroine permits, before announcing to every student and teacher what's happening. With a quick choice, I grab onto Ida and flow Atlas into him. Ada, I need you to listen to Atlas's directions and get Koda. There's no time to argue, just ensure his safety, I commanded, nodding before we both rush and split away. Both villains noticing this, as one throws a knife at Tenya that misses and the other rushing to me, but stopped by Tiger. Good thing we didn't sleep last night. Now I have fire to re-energize me. Papa, Mama, the young child called out, as a villain launches his muscle fiber-covered arm at him. Sliding away with the kid in tow, I watched the fist crash down, altering the cliffside into uneven terrain. Darn, I can't go at high speeds anymore. Oh no, that's the villain Muscular. We need to get out of here now. Hate to tell you, but that ain't an option. The greatest dragon mentally spoke. The manipulative dragon mentally spoke, while the stands up straight to look at me and my mufflers bursting with fire. You're not on the boss's list, but you are on the lizard's though. Something about finishing off what the hero killer started. The sinister Muscular smiles, removing his cloak off him, before I joyously cover myself in the blood of an Ingenium legacy. Tell me the location of the kid named Bakugo Katsuki and I might make your death painless. Covering his upper arms in muscle fibers, I barely jumped out of the way with me and the child rolling on the ground. Shit, the villains are after Katsuki. Now we need to beat Muscular fast so that I can get to Izuku. Pulling his arms out to the cliff, as Atlas telepathically announces this information. So you won't tell? That's fine, I'll torture it out of you. Noticing that Koda can get out of here, I place him down while positioning myself to shield him, the villain. Koda, I need you to run back to camp. From what I know, Muscular only cares for entertaining fight and he has his sights on me. I can't ensure you live if you stay. So go. I shout the last part, ensuring the child would run. If I remember correctly, his muscle fibers don't cover his head. One strong kick there and he shot out like a light bulb. Watching the massive muscle face towards me, with me revving my engine quirk. As a small rock breaks from the higher up the mountain breaks off, we launch at each other when it hits the ground. Jumping up into the air, blue flames burst from my left leg's mufflers, rocketing directly at his head, only to be caught easily and launched into the cliffside. Holding in the scream of pain, I quickly jump out of the way of berserker attack, sending massive cracks through the mountain. Ripping the ground as he turns, Muscular rushes at me again. Atlas, foot, one of my legs explodes into flames that grip onto the ground, catching the villain off guard. Recipro burst. My other leg mufflers release pure white flames, clashing powerful attacks that sending shockwaves from the force. Show me your blood. The crazed villain shouts, overwhelming my attack and me along with it. Feeling my quirk burn out, the massive muscle begins crushing me into the ground. Actions have consequences, and all of mine have been leading me up to this, my death. Seems that a failure like me will only be useful to be a statistic to his kill count. Shut your beach ass whining. Atlas's voice screams through my mind, as he uses my arms coated in flames resist the overwhelming force. Do you want to know why I hate your absolutely everything about you? You keep failing to learn the one thing you act like you have, but you don't. And seeing how everything in your life needs spelling out for you, don't argue. I've seen your memories. Allow me to shout it into you. To effing adapt. To instead of being trapped between two unstoppable objects and choosing to kick the bucket and die, you force yourself to evolve. To listen to the primal voice in your head and fight. Your brother told you actions have consequences, and that action bring meaning to your words. Now get your baby ass self up and prove to him that you have what it takes to be Ingenium. The dragon that embodies the flames of hell ignites the primal side of my brain, forcing me to feel how my ancestors before me survived in the harsh world. The sound of 2 massive explosions kicks muscular off me, showing that all my mufflers have exploded and that Atlas is acting as a replacement. Using the flaming arms, I anchor myself to the ground to prepare for powerful attack. Devil's Energen, Recipro Lance. I screamed at the top of my lungs, rocketing a double kick straight into the villain's chest, shedding the muscle fibers through absolute power, completely embedding him in the cliffside. Collapsing flat on the ground, I take a deep breath to calm myself down. Turning my head to the side, I noticed that Koda watched it all happen and completely overwhelmed by what he watched. Come on, Tenya, your job isn't finished yet. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.